These people are mixed, good and bad, and they don't have the blood of dragons. What are they doing here? After coughing a few times, Yi Yin waved his hand, with an awkward smile on his face. My dear friend, there are too few people with the blood of the dragon now. Originally, the only people with the blood of the dragon in our Shenlong Sect were me and Luo Huan. Mou sighed. If you want to collect some useful ones, forget about them and let them all go away. Yi Yun refused unceremoniously and firmly. All right. Mou had no choice but to dismiss these people from the Tiger God sect. Master Mo, we are homeless, why not join your Shenlong sect? A young man suddenly knelt down and didn't want to leave. Sect Master Mo, we are willing to join the Shenlong sect. Others also knelt down. Mou frowned. She turned her eyes to Yi Yun for help. Yi Yun glared fiercely and shouted angrily, go away, or I'll slap you to death. Seeing how ferocious Yi Yun was, these disciples of the Tiger God sect were so frightened that they stood up and ran away in all directions. Seeing the disciples of the Tiger God sect leaving in a hurry, Luo Huan also sighed, my dear, you may not feel that much because of your advanced cultivation, but it is still very difficult for our Shenlong sect to find some such disciples. You guys don't call me my benefactor. Yi Yun frowned, always feeling that there was something wrong with these two words. Just call me Mr. Yi. He thought for a moment and said. Okay, Mr. Yi. Luo Huan nodded quickly. Then she looked at Yi Yun eagerly, expecting this expert to give some advice. To the Shenlong sect. I don't have anything to suggest. I'd rather give up than waste. If you need help, I can help you. Yi Yun smiled faintly, suddenly turned around and walked forward. He walked all the way and came to the temple of the ancestor of the Shenlong Sect. Mou and Luo Huan followed Yi Yun, almost never leaving. Mr. Yi, non-Shenlong Sect disciples are not allowed to enter here. Mou quickly shouted from behind, but Yi Yun ignored it and walked in. I'm not an outsider. Yi Yun chuckled. After entering the Patriarch's hall, Yi Yun did not see the rows of statues as he imagined. There were only 3 statues in the huge Patriarch's hall. The statue in the center is a majestic man, wearing a black robe, with his hands behind his back, his eyes deep, staring into the void in the distance. Mr. Yi, this is the dragon ancestor of our Shenlong Sect. He founded the Shenlong Sect. Mou stood behind Yi Yun and explained in a low voice. She knew that Yi Yun had no ill intentions. Otherwise, she and Luo Huan would not have been saved from death. Long ancestor. Yi Yun's eyes became extremely deep at this moment, and this person gave him the feeling that he was like an ancestral dragon. Mr. Yi, the reason why Dragon Ancestor is called Dragon Ancestor is that he is actually not a human race, but a sacred dragon race. Mou looked up at the statue of Dragon Ancestor with an expression of admiration in her eyes. Is he Zulong? Yi Yun said suddenly. Ancestor dragon? A look of shock suddenly appeared on Mou's face. She looked at Yi Yun in disbelief and murmured, Mr. Yi, how did you know? Are you also from another branch of the Shenlong Sect? Other branches? That's right. Yi Yun sighed softly as he was thinking something in his mind. He also did not expect that Zulong founded the Shenlong Sect in Xinglin continent. The secret of Zulong's identity is also a top secret in Shenlong Sect, so Mou, as the sect leader, is so shocked. Yi Yun turned around and looked at Mou seriously. I come from the land of the gods, and I was once the master of the Shenlong Sect. Ah. Mou was startled and felt a little at a loss for a moment. This Mr. Yi actually comes from the Divine Land. As the leader of the Divine Dragon Sect, Mou is naturally no stranger to the Divine Land. Maybe other people on Xinglin continent didn't know about the Divine Land, but she did. Luo Huan was also confused. Many of what the Master and Mr. Yi said were the first for her to hear. Mr. Yi, the Divine Land is so far away from the Xinglin continent, and the road is full of risks. How did you get here? Mou asked in panic. I have my own means to come. Yiyun smiled confidently and walked towards the second statue. This statue is also a man, wearing colorful Taoist robes, and looks like a Taoist priest. Who is this person? Yiyun's heart moved and he asked lightly. Mr. Yi, this person is the second-generation master of our Shenlong Sect, and he is known as the Dream Taoist. Mou quickly followed over and explained. This Dream Taoist must also be a dragon, right? Yiyun smiled meaningfully. Yes. Mou's heart was awe-inspiring, and at this moment, the hesitation in her heart disappeared. After all, she has already died once. Without this Mr. Yi from the Divine Land, she would not have survived. Mr. Yi, Dream Taoist, is actually a super divine dragon. He is called Dream Dragon in the Dragon Clan. Mou whispered. I see. After listening to Mou's words, Yiyun's expression became extremely complicated, and he sighed repeatedly. In Songnan continent, he once went to the back mountain of Shenlong Sect and personally scanned all the tombs of the ancestors. Finally discovered. Under the tombs of the first and second generation patriarchs, the coffins were empty without any bones. Now, seeing these two statues in the patriarch temple, Yiyun completely understood. The true founder of the Shenlong Sect is Zulong. This is the first sect leader. The second sect master is Dream Mysterious Dragon. Therefore, there are no two people in the tomb of the first and second generations of the Shenlong clan in Songnan continent. This is because Ancestral Dragon and Dream Mysterious Dragon came to Xinglin continent. Mou, when was the Shenlong Sect in Xinglin continent founded? Yiyun asked. It must have been 10 million years ago. Mou thought for a while and said. 10 million years. Yiyun looked into the depths of the void, and at this moment his gaze seemed to reach directly into the ancient world. If he guessed correctly, Zulong escaped from the ancient realm to the divine land and was seriously injured. He did not stay too long and came directly to Xinglin continent. The place is relatively isolated. Giving Zulong a place to recuperate, Zulong founded the Shenlong Sect. As for the Dream Dragon, it is possible that it came with the Zulong. The seriously injured Zulong created the Shenlong Sect, so naturally he could not continue to be the sect leader, so he later passed the sect leader position to Dream Milong. As for the Shenlong Sect in Songnan continent, perhaps it should have been founded by Dream Milong. After all, Songnan continent is also a sensitive place, so Dream Milong did not spread the news that Zulong founded the Shenlong Sect. Even the title of Zulong, the first sect master, was cancelled. Dream Milong recognized himself as the first-generation sect master of the Shenlong Sect of Songnan continent. It can be regarded as an attempt to numb some people. Alas, this is why the tombs of the first and second-generation ancestors of the Shenlong Sect in Songnan continent are empty. Yiyun sighed in his heart. Taking steps, he slowly walked towards the third statue. Is this the third-generation master of the Shenlong Sect? Yiyun looked up at the third statue and asked, curiously. The man in this statue is tall and sturdy, with an animal skin on his upper body and a pair of black fur pants on his lower body. He has a thick beard on his chin. His muscles are bulging, giving people an explosive feeling. This style is really very different, completely different from the previous two statues. Yi Yun was also a little confused. Who is this third god statue? Could it be another one of the 10 super dragons? Yi Yun thought about it and felt a bit like the chaos demonic dragon. But the thought was fleeting. If Dream Mysterious Dragon takes over as the second-generation sect master of the Shenlong Sect, it is absolutely impossible for the Chaos Demon Dragon, who has the same status as Dream Mysterious Dragon, to become the third-generation sect master. Mr. Yi, this is not the third-generation master of our Shenlong Sect, but Lord Zhou Yuan, the great benefactor of our Shenlong Sect. Without this Lord Zhou Yuan, I am afraid that the Shenlong Sect would have been destroyed in Xinglan continent. Looking at the third statue, Mou looked sad, with glistening tears in her eyes. Lord Zhou Yuan? Yi Yun looked at Mou in surprise and asked, who is this person? Mr. Yi, Master Zhou Yuan is the leader of the Zhou Yuan Holy Spirit clan. 100,000 years ago, the Shenlong Sect suffered a disaster. At the critical moment, Master Zhou Yuan took action and gave the Shenlong Sect a sigh of relief. Mou's expression became extremely sad at this time, and she said in a heavy voice, shouldn't the 9 Yuan Holy Spirit be one of the 5 great demon clans? Yi Yun frowned. Yes, Mr. Yi. Mou nodded and explained sadly, the 5 heavenly demon clans have a long heritage. It is said that they were already giants in the last era. During the catastrophe of the last era, the 5 heavenly demon clans also had great vitality. He was injured, and later he hid in Xinglan continent to recuperate. I see. I didn't expect that the 5 great demon clans still exist. Yi Yun's face looked a little solemn. Finally, we have a preliminary understanding of the distribution of strength in Xinglan continent. If the 5 great demon clans were here, the Qilin clan would not be able to dominate. What crisis did the Shenlong Sect encounter 100,000 years ago? Yi Yun asked. Mr. Yi, there are 7 major Qilin tribes in the Xinglan continent, and they have established the 7 holy lands. 100,000 years ago, at least 4 holy lands took action against the Shenlong Sect, threatening to erase the Shenlong Sect from the Xinglan continent. Mou wiped her tears and said, how come this Qilin clan has such hatred towards the Shenlong Sect? Yi Yun frowned. According to them, the dragon ancestor once cheated the Qilin emperor, which was a shame to the Qilin clan. When the Qilin emperor was in power, they were not allowed to do this. Later, after the Qilin emperor disappeared, the Qilin Holy Land began to fight against the Shenlong Sect. Be ruthless. Mou explained. This Qilin emperor should be the first Qilin, right? Yi Yundao. Yes, Mr. Yi, the Qilin emperor is the first Qilin, who commands the 7 super Qilins. The 7 super Qilins also command countless Qilin clans and founded the 7 Qilin Holy Lands. Mou said. This is a bit strange. According to the information I know, Zulong and Qilin have always had a good relationship. Yi Yun frowned and shook his head gently. Could it be that the rumors are false? In fact, the relationship between Qilin and Zulong is not so harmonious? Or was it because of something that the 2 people who were originally harmonious finally fell apart? Thanks to the catastrophe that the Shenlong Sect encountered, Lord Zhou Yuan took action and repelled the 4 holy places, giving our Shenlong Sect a glimmer of hope. Mou looked at the statue of Master Zhou Yuan and sighed. It was also from that time that the Shenlong Sect began to fall apart. In order to pass on the inheritance, many people went to different places and established new Shenlong Sect. Why do you do this? Are you afraid of the Qilin Holy Land's revenge? Yi Yun asked, coldly. Yes, Mr. Yi, the Shenlong Sect can become weaker, but the inheritance cannot die. Otherwise, how can we be worthy of the dragon ancestor? Mou sighed, tears streaming from her eyes. Every Shenlong Sect is so weak. The 7 Kirin Holy Lands will not regard us as opponents. Only in such a gap, we have a chance to survive, maybe somewhere when Tianlongzu comes back. We have new hope. You're right. Yi Yun nodded silently, unable to refute Mou's words. Is your dragon ancestor missing? He asked again. About 9 million years ago, the dragon ancestor disappeared, along with the dream mysterious dragon. Mou said with a sad expression. It was precisely because of the disappearance of the two powerful men that the Shenlong Sect declined and was suppressed by other Qilin Holy Lands. Missing again. Yi Yun frowned, and thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Zulong escaped from the Yogu realm and was seriously injured at the time. He has been raised in the Xinlin continent for 1,000,000 years, and I am afraid that his injuries have not fully recovered. At this time, he disappeared again. It is possible that he encountered a strong enemy. The reason why Dream Mysterious Dragon disappeared was probably because he fought side by side with Zulong and disappeared together in the end. Mr. Yi, how about the Shenlong Sect over there in Shintou? Mou suddenly had the courage to ask. It's nice over there. A nostalgic smile appeared on Yi Yun's face. Looking at Mou and Luo Huanin. Front of him, he thought of Luo Li and Moing again. The Shenlong Sect in the Xinlin continent was divided and hiding in various places and developing in a low profile, so Yi Yun realized at this moment that it might not be that easy to find Long Xian and Ao Shui. Certainly. Even if these two people are found, it actually doesn't mean much. This is like catching a turtle in an urn. Yi Yun had already prepared this urn when he arrived at Xinlin continent. Now, Yi Yun must find a way to find the whereabouts of Zulong, and at the same time find Long Xiao and Feng Mu. And that sure Qilin. These guys from the older generation have too many grudges against each other. And Yi Yun also wants to uncover these secrets. Of course. As the new Zulong. This time when he came to Xinlin continent, Yi Yun also wanted to reorganize the fragmented Shenlong Sect and merge it into a complete Shenlong Sect. Do you have any news about other branches of Shenlong Sect? Yi Yun looked at Mou and asked. Mr. Yi, our branch of the Shenlong Sect once had contact with the branch of the Shenlong Sect in the firmament region tens of thousands of years ago. There should be. Mou thought for a while and said. Okay, you two come with me. Let's go to the Sky Realm. Yi Yun smiled softly. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Mou vaguely guessed something, and an unbearable surprise surged in her heart. Does this lord want to unify the entire Shenlong Sect? If it were anyone else, Mou wouldn't believe it at all. But this adult was extremely mysterious and actually gave her endless confidence. Yes, I want to revive the Shenlong Sect. Yi Yun nodded and smiled. Mr. Yi, if we revive the Shenlong Sect, I'm afraid the 7 Kirin Holy Lands won't give up. Luo Huan said with a worried look. Don't worry, the so-called 7 Kirin Holy Lands are just some shrimp soldiers, crab generals, local chickens, and dogs, and they cannot pose any threat to our Shenlong Sect. Yi Yun smiled lightly. After hearing what Yi Yun said, Luo Huan and Mou looked at each other, and they didn't know how to answer the question. This Mr. Yi is indeed mysterious, but no matter how mysterious he is, it is impossible for him to fight against the 7 Kiran Holy Lands alone, right? You must know that the 7 Qilin Holy Lands are extremely powerful. Each Holy Land has an unparalleled Super Qilin sitting in charge. Super Kiran is already a powerful person in the God Emperor realm. Divine Emperor realm, what does it mean? Whether in the Divine Land or the Xinlin continent, this has reached the ceiling of the cultivation system. Let's go. Yi Yun smiled nonchalantly and walked out of the Patriarch's temple first. Mou and Luo Huan quickly followed. Your sect has been passed down for many years, and these buildings also have quite a history. Why not take them away together? Yi Yun rose into the air and looked at the ancient buildings of the Shenlong Sect below. He suddenly smiled and stretched out a hand. A green bead in his hand bloomed with light, covering all the buildings like water. In an instant, this area of mountains and buildings have disappeared. Mr. Yi, what kind of magic weapon is this? Luo Huan's eyes widened in surprise, and he swallowed hard. The entire Shenlong Sect was taken away. This kind of space magic weapon was so powerful. She had never heard of it. It's just a bead. Yi Yun smiled softly and threw out a ferry boat. Nowadays, there are so many people that they need to travel by ferry boat. At this time, a colorful light flashed, and Xiao Kai appeared on the ferry boat. Hello, sir. Xiao Kai said respectfully. You continue to ride the ferry boat. Yi Yun smiled softly and said to Mou, you are responsible for leading the way. We will head to the Songqiong domain now. Okay, Mr. Yi. Mou glanced at the little girl in colorful clothes and was surprised to find that she couldn't see the other person's state. This shocked her greatly. This ferry boat has reached the divine level. You can imagine how profound this Mr. Ye's background is. The ferry boat started, broke into the void and disappeared. It didn't take long to arrive at a large nearby city. Mou delivered a certain number of spirit stones and started the first teleportation. Almost like the Divine Land, the cities in the Xinlin continent also had teleportation arrays, but after Mou paid several times for spiritual stones, she began to be short of money. Well, Mr. Yi, I don't have enough spiritual stones. In front of a teleportation array, Mou looked awkward, her face turned red. And she said in embarrassment. Yi Yun blinked and said with a smile, I'll pay for the spirit stones. The Shenlong Sect in the Dongyue territory is just a small sect of the 9th level. The sect leader is only at the 9th level of the true God realm. How much background does he have? Traveling through the teleportation array costs a lot of spiritual stones. Which is definitely not something Mou, the 9th-rate sect master, can afford. So over the years, the 2 divine dragon sects in the Dongyue region and the Songqiong region had very little contact with each other. It can be imagined that the divine dragon sect in the Songqiong region was also extremely embarrassed. A penny really stumps a heroic man. Yi Yun smiled bitterly in his heart. Seeing the master's embarrassment, Luo Huan quickly explained, Mr. Yi, don't blame the master. Our Shenlong sect is indeed relatively poor. It doesn't matter, the Shenlong sect will be extremely rich in the future. And each of you will become the most awesome group of people on this continent. Yi Yun said with a smile. Ahem. Luo Huan couldn't help coughing after hearing these words. Mou was also at a loss. This Mr. Yi really likes to talk big. Even when the Shenlong Sect was first established, the majestic dragon ancestor would not dare to say such words in Xinglin continent. But Mou could only hide these words in her stomach. After all, she's just a young monk at the 9th level of the true god realm. After teleporting more than a dozen times in a row, they finally entered the sky domain. Xiao Kai drove the ferry boat and flew toward the southwest according to Mo. Use guidance. Mr. Yi, according to the records in the sect, as long as you arrive at Luyuan City in the Zhangqiang domain and fly more than 30,000 miles southwest, you will be the address of the Shenlong Sect. Mou explained respectfully to Yi Yun while giving directions. Good. Yi Yun smiled and nodded. He looked toward the southwest and suddenly frowned. There are too many branches of the Shenlong Sect in the Xinglin continent. And all of them are sect leaders. How will seniority be determined in the future? Let's go by seniority. Yi Yun thought to himself. Just like the Shenlong Sect in Songnan continent, even if Luo Li's cultivation level is so low, as the leader of the Shenlong Sect, monsters such as the big black horse in the eternal realm must treat the leader with respect. Mou, the leader of the divine dragon sect, even if he is at the 9th level of the true god realm, must be treated as an equal when facing the future leader of the divine dragon sect in the god king realm. Not long after, a ferry boat appeared above a vast mountain range. Mou looked down and said in surprise, "This is the Shenlong Sect." Yi Yun took a look. The building scale of this Shenlong Sect is not large, and there are only a few dozen people in the sect. What makes Yi Yun strange is that among all the disciples of the Shenlong Sect, none of them have the blood of the Shenlong. This Shenlong Sect is only in name, but in reality. Yi Yun sighed in his heart, with a look of dumbfounding on his face. The ferry boat descended vertically and landed in the sky in front of the square in front of the sect leader's hall. Yi Yun and others fell down. Who? More than a dozen disciples of the Shenlong Sect rushed out from all directions. The one with the highest cultivation level was only at the 9th level of the true god realm. This Shenlong Sect seems to be similar to us. Luo Huan licked the corners of his lips and thought to himself. My fellow disciples, we are the Shenlong Sect from the Dongyue territory. I am the sect leader Mou. May I ask where your sect leader is? Seeing that Yi Yun was silent, Mou hurriedly walked forward, smiled at everyone, clasped her hands and said, Dongyue territory divine dragon sect? Some Shenlong Sect disciples were surprised when they heard that Mou signed up for his number. Most of them had never heard of it. Sect Master Mo, my sect leader led the 10 disciples to go to the Blood Dragon Cave for training 7 days ago. He will not be able to come back in a short time. An old man said politely with his hands clasped in his fists. He is an elder of the Shenlong Sect and knows a little bit about some secret anecdotes within the sect. Dongyue territory divine dragon sect, he once heard the sect leader say it. Blood Dragon Cave? Mou was stunned for a moment. It was obviously the first time she heard about it. Master Mo, this Blood Dragon Cave is a secret realm in my firmament domain. It is opened every 1,000 years. Our Shenlong Sect will seize this golden opportunity every time and look for special opportunities inside. The old man explained with a smile. Mou nodded quickly. What is the origin of this Blood Dragon Cave? Why is it called such a name? Yi Yun suddenly asked. Fellow Taoist, your Dongyue region is far away from us, so you may not know the name of the Blood Dragon Cave. It is said that a very powerful blood dragon once died here. This dragon's energy and blood were so strong that it nourished a secret realm. Therefore, the secret realm is rich in dragon blood. Sunflower. Ordinary monks can strengthen their bodies by taking dragon blood. Sunflower, and my disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect can also improve their cultivation by taking dragon blood sunflower. The old man took a look at Yi Yun and found that this person was only on the second level of the true God realm, but he had an unfathomable feeling. He was quite surprised, so he told the origin of the secret realm of Blood Dragon Cave. You lead the way, we go to the secret realm of Blood Dragon Cave. Seemingly thinking of something, Yi Yun's eyes flickered and he gave a faint order. Just after the old man got on the immortal boat suddenly rose into the sky and floated above the Shenlong Sect. Yi Yun took out the green beads. A ray of light fell down like a tide, absorbing the entire mountain range where the Shenlong Sect was located. Fellow Taoist, what are you? Seeing this scene, the old man from the Shenlong Sect was so frightened that he thought he had boarded a pirate ship, so he was about to escape from the ferry boat. Mou, tell him. Looking at the panicked old man, Yi Yun smiled slightly. Since we want to unify the Shenlong Sect, it is better to take away every branch of the Shenlong Sect that we encounter. This fellow disciple, Mr. Yi, comes from the Shenlong Sect in the Divine Land. He is very powerful. He intends to unify all the Shenlong Sect branches in our Xinlin continent. Mou looked serious and said slowly, Divine soil. After hearing these words, the old man looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. This young man in white clothes actually comes from a distant divine land. Although their Shenlong Sect has declined, it has also been glorious in the past. Therefore, as an elder of the Shenlong Sect, he naturally knows that there is an extremely vast continent besides the Xinlin continent. That is the Divine Land. For this person to be able to come to Xinlin continent, his cultivation level must be unimaginable. Xiao Yu meets Mr. Yi. The old man Xiao Yu walked up to Yi Yun and saluted very respectfully. Lead the way. Yi Yun waved and smiled. Good. Xiao Yu agreed and began to guide the immortal boat to fly to the Blood Dragon Cave. The Blood Dragon Cave is far away from the Shenlong Sect, hundreds of thousands of miles away. However, under Xiao Kai's control, the void was not shattered, and it arrived in just an hour with only astonishing speed. Such a terrifying speed shocked Mou, Xiao Yu, and others. This is because Yi Yun secretly asked Xiao Kai to keep a low profile. For the time being, he didn't want to expose Xiao Kai's identity as a powerful person in the God Emperor realm. Rumble. In the void not far away, there was a bloody vortex spinning, emitting astonishing blood energy. Team after team of monks dived into the bloody whirlpool without hesitation. Yi Yun's ferry boat stopped outside the bloody whirlpool. He looked up and down, and suddenly smiled. Xiao Kai, you can't enter this secret realm. Master, I'll wait for you outside. Xiao Kai glanced at the bloody whirlpool and understood immediately, and said, with a helpless smile, this secret realm can only withstand the realm of the God King at most. Beyond the Divine Emperor realm, this secret realm will collapse. Let's go. Yi Yun rose into the air and flew towards the bloody whirlpool. Mou, Xiao Yu, and others followed behind. At this moment, Xiao Yu's expression changed. He naturally knew very well about the secret realm of Blood Dragon Cave. This place is not accessible to those above the level of the God Emperor. When monks under the Divine Emperor realm enter this secret realm, their cultivation will be suppressed to a certain extent. Suppressed to the realm of true gods. Therefore, every time the secret realm of Blood Dragon Cave is opened, countless monks are attracted to enter. Especially the monks in the true God realm are flocking to it. After the four of them entered the secret realm of the Blood Dragon Cave, looking at the dim blood-colored sky, Yi Yin moved his nose, and suddenly a look of surprise appeared on his face. The secret realm of the Blood Dragon Cave was filled with the smell of blood. In this breath of blood, Yi Yin felt the breath of the blood demonic dragon. At that time, the 10 super dragons were fighting in a melee, and the whereabouts of the blood demonic dragon were unknown. Yi Yin did not expect that the Blood King demonic dragon would end up in Shenlong continent. Let's go find your sect master first. Yi Yin retracted his thoughts and calmed down again at this moment. The Blood Chief demonic dragon has a very tenacious vitality and is said to be able to be reborn with a drop of blood. Now the secret realm is filled with the breath of the Blood Chief demonic dragon, which means that it is not dead. Probably just extremely weak. The reason why so many monks are attracted to experience the secret realm is probably because they want to cause killings among the monks, and then the Blood Chief demonic dragon secretly absorbs the power of these chi and blood to help heal its injuries. The injury is very serious, even the powerful ones in the God Emperor realm are not allowed to come in. Yi Yin sighed softly, his eyes became a little lonely, and he took the lead and flew towards the mountains deep in the secret realm. Mou and others looked at each other, wondering what Mr. Yi meant by this sentence. 3 people followed behind. After flying for a while, there were 2 men and horses in the distance, fighting each other for the dragon blood god Sunflower. Yi Yin glanced over. This dragon blood god Sunflower is about 10 feet tall. It is blood red all over and has bunches of red fruits as big as pigeon eggs growing on it. Each red fruit is crystal clear and exudes rich blood. Yi Yin stretched out his hand and grabbed the dragon blood god Sunflower, picked off a fruit, smelled it twice, and showed emotion on his face. This dragon blood god Sunflower fruit contains the scent of the blood of the blood demon dragon, which is richer than in the air. Unfortunately, this is the Shenlong continent and dragons are rare, so the monks here don't know much about the dragons. Mad, you dare to steal my dragon blood Sunflower. Kill them. A middle-aged man saw the dragon blood Sunflower being suddenly snatched away by Yi Yin, and quickly led his men to kill him. Kill. People from another force also roared and charged towards them. Seeing these 2 waves of people, there were hundreds of people, many of whom were on the 10th level of the true God realm. Xiao Yu was so frightened that her face changed. Yi Yin stretched out a palm and patted it gently. The void shook. Puff. Everyone was sent flying, vomiting blood, and fell to the ground with serious injuries. As for these young monks, Yi Yin didn't bother to kill them. The cultivation level is too low. It really made him unable to bring up any murderous intention. Yi Yin threw the dragon blood divine Sunflower to Mou, then flew forward, unfolded his huge spiritual consciousness, and began to search for people with the dragon bloodline. Half an hour later, Yi Yin found 8 monks with the blood of dragons in a valley. These 8 people were both men and women. They were covered in injuries and blood. They looked very miserable. Yi Yin's heart tightened. The divine dragon sect in Songqiong domain is too weak. A young woman in black robe suddenly saw a few people. She stared in surprise and asked, Elder Qiao, if you are not guarding the sect, why did you come to the Blood Dragon Cave? Who are these? Qiao Yu looked embarrassed, but he knew that this was not the time to be embarrassed, so he gritted his teeth and introduced with a solemn expression. Sect Master, this is Sect Master Mou from the Dongyue territory, Divine Dragon Sect, and this is Sect Master Mou from the Shenlong Sect. Mr. Yi from Zhong Dongyue territory Divine Dragon Sect? Shenlong Sect? The young woman was stunned at that time, and her whole body was like a statue. As for the other disciples, they were not so excited, but looked confused. Haha, those guys from the Shenlong Sect are here. They snatched a dragon. Blood sunflower. Kill them quickly. A burst of wild laughter spread from far to near, and dozens of sturdy men with unicorn tattoos on their arms and blue eyes rushed over menacingly. Everyone, hurry up. The blue-eyed unicorn is here. Seeing these tough men, the young woman's expression changed drastically. She didn't have time to reminisce about the past and quickly urged Yiyun and others. A blue-eyed unicorn? When Xiaoyu heard the name, she shivered with fear. He quickly whispered, Mr. Yi, Master Mo, let's leave quickly. The Qilin clan can't afford to offend. This green-eyed unicorn is just a mixed-blood unicorn. There is nothing I can't afford to offend. Yiyun smiled faintly. He suddenly pointed out, and the big man of the blue-eyed Qilin clan, who were running wildly from a distance, were immediately frozen in the void. Seeing everyone in the blue-blood Qilin clan frozen in the air, Xiaoyu's eyes widened, and a turmoil arose in her heart. What kind of magical power is this? With a single click, so many high-level true God realm blue-eyed unicorns were completely frozen in the air. Mr. Yi, you are so amazing, Xiaoyu said with excitement. In another direction, the 8 members of the Shenlong Sect who were originally preparing to fight, all shook their bodies and their expressions froze. Mr. Yi, is this your magical power? The young woman turned around and looked at Yiyun in disbelief. Yes. Yiyun smiled softly, pointed forward, and said, kill them. This? The young woman hesitated for a moment, thinking about the consequences of killing the blue-eyed Qilin clan in the future for the Shenlong Sect. Master, junior sister Huang died tragically at the hands of the blue-eyed Qilin clan. This opportunity is rare, so why not kill all these guys? A young man holding a sharp sword and covered in blood, his pupils full of blood, said through gritted teeth. Good. The young woman no longer hesitated and led several disciples to rush over. She raised her sword and killed all the blue-eyed unicorns. Very good. If I, a member of the Shenlong Sect, are bullied, I will kill him. Ruthlessly. Yiyun high-fived and praised. The young woman flew back again, clasped her hands in her fists, and said gratefully, Mr. Yi, thank you very much. You're welcome, you and I are fellow disciples of the Shenlong Sect. By the way, what's your name? Yiyun smiled softly. My name is Qingyu, and I am the leader of the Divine Dragon Sect in the sky domain. Qingyu smiled slightly, then turned to Mou, clasping her fists with her hands, and said with a smile, I have met the leader of Mou. Xiaoyu had introduced her before, so Qingyu knew Mou's name and knew that he was also the sect leader of the Shenlong Sect branch. I've met Master Qingyu. Mou bowed her hands and smiled slightly. Yiyun watched the two beauties greeting each other with a strange look on his face. Why are the sect leaders of these two branches all beautiful women? If he had not come to Xinglin continent, Yiyun would never have imagined that there were so many branches of Shenlong Sect in Xinglin continent. If they all gathered together, there would be a lot of sect leaders. It's interesting to think about this scene. Qingyu, I heard from Elder Qiao that you entered the Blood Dragon Cave with 10 disciples. Now there are only 7 left. The blue-eyed unicorn killed one disciple. Who killed the remaining 2 disciples? Yi Yin said calmly. These are all disciples with the blood of Shenlong. They are very valuable in the Xinglan continent and they must take revenge. The other 2 were killed by the Black Wind Qilin clan. Qingyu said with a sad expression. Okay, let's go find them and take revenge. A cold look flashed in Yi Yun's eyes, and he said calmly, how long have each of the 3 been dead? Hearing Mr. Ye's question, Qingyu was stunned for a moment, but answered. Honestly, 2 disciples have been dead for 2 days, and 1 has died not long ago. Yi Yin looked silent. The one who was 2 days old cannot be saved, but the one who just died is. Fine. Where's the body of the disciple who just died? Yi Yin asked. Junior sister Huang died too tragically here, so I collected her body. A young man said with red eyes. Then with a gentle wave, a bloody corpse in the storage bracelet appeared in front of everyone. There were injuries all over his body. An arm and a leg were severed, and the head was chopped in half. Fortunately, the body was relatively complete and the separated parts were put together. When other people saw the corpse, they all had expressions of indignation on their faces. After all, we all belong to the Shenlong Sect. Seeing the tragic death of the disciples of the sect, everyone shares the same hatred. Well. Seeing this shocking corpse, Yi Yin sighed, feeling quite heavy. A beautiful female disciple died so miserably. It's just, to compete for the mere dragon blood sunflower. The disciples of the Shenlong Sect really have no sense of presence in the Xinglan continent, which is dominated by the Qilin clan. Yi Yin dropped 2 drops of Songguang divine water and floated into the woman's mouth. The 3 light divine water automatically flows in and is absorbed in an instant. 3 different colors of light rose up, shrouding the corpse, and the originally broken limbs and head began to be sucked together by a magical force, healing at an astonishing speed. Seeing this scene, almost everyone's eyes widened. Even Mou and Luo Huan were speechless with their mouths open. Although they were dead at that time, their limbs were not separated and their heads were chopped off. Now that they saw such serious injuries being cured by Mr. Yi and brought back from the state of death, the 2 of them were extremely shocked. It takes a few breaths. The injuries on the surface of the female disciple named Huang disappeared. Her face returned to rosy, and her chest began to beat. Another 2 or 3 breaths passed. The soul was also pulled back. The female disciple named Huang opened her eyes and looked around in disbelief. I'm alive, she muttered. Nanxiang, you're alive. Qingyu rushed over and hugged Huang Nanxiang tightly, tears streaming down her face. Mr. Yi, can the other 2 female disciples be saved? After crying for a while, Qingyu turned around and suddenly asked. You have been dead for too long and there is nothing you can do to save yourself. Yi Yun sighed lightly. I understand, thank you very much, Mr. Yi. Qingyu thanked him again. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Huang Nanxiang also came to his senses and immediately saluted Yi Yun. Let's go and look for the Black Wind Qilin. Yi Yun smiled softly and took the lead to fly forward. Several others followed behind. Yi Yun was not searching aimlessly, but activated his spiritual consciousness. In this secret realm, he was the only one who possessed such terrifying spiritual consciousness. It didn't take long. Yi Yun found the Black Wind Qilin clan. It is not difficult to identify these Black Wind Qilin clan. Yi Yun can tell the Qilin bloodline at a glance. With his unique appearance, he can identify them after checking with Qingyu. A group of people came to a valley. At this moment, the Black Wind Qilan clan, consisting of more than a dozen people, had just defeated a human sect and snatched a dragon blood sunflower. "Hey, isn't this a member of the Shenlong Sect?" A tall man with dark skin suddenly raised his head and suddenly saw a group of people floating above his head and said in surprise, "There are a few more people. Are they trying to steal our dragon blood sunflower?" Another man sneered. "It's just a 9th level sect called the Shenlong Sect. Just destroy it. There's nothing to make a fuss about." An old man who was at the peak of the 10th level of the True God realm said, with indifference and disdain, "Destroy our Shenlong Sect?" Yi Yun had a funny look on his face. The Qilan tribe in the Xinglin continent, even some hybrid Qilans, were all so arrogant and domineering. This time, Yi Yun did not let Qingyu and others take action. He slapped it down. Puff. These people from the Black Wind Qilan clan didn't even scream, they were all photographed into blood mist. Mr. Yi is so strong, but his cultivation is limited to the True God realm. Why is his combat power so terrifying? Qingyu looked at Yi Yun's back, puzzled in her heart. Qingyu knew the Black Wind Qilan clan very well. The old man headed by him, who was on the 10th level of the True God realm, was actually already on the 10th level of the Divine Lord realm. After entering the Blood Dragon Cave, he was suppressed to a great level. It stands to reason that such a character, even if he is suppressed to the True God realm, his methods are extremely powerful and his combat power is terrifying. However, even so, he was slapped to death by Mr. Yi. This is really scary. Now Qingyu believes without hesitation that Mr. Yi is probably an invincible presence in the entire Dragon Blood Cave. Boom boom boom. In the blood-colored sky in the distance, a muffled sound suddenly sounded, like dormant thunder in spring. A blood-red river suddenly fell from the sky. In the eyes of some young monks in the True God realm, this big river might be just one, but Yi Yun's consciousness was terrifying. And his observation distance was farther, and he found dozens of bloody rivers rolling down from midair. Such an amazing scene. Mou, Qingyu, Xiaoyu, and others were immediately frightened. Yi Yun remained calm and observed the movement silently. After the blood-colored river fell, some monks had no chance to escape and were instantly sucked in. Their entire bodies turned into a ball of blood mist and merged into the blood river. Hua hua hua. The river of blood is rolling, the momentum is getting stronger and the speed is extremely fast. The river of blood was surging, as if it had turned into a flowing harvester, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of all the monks in the secret realm. The speed of many monks could not match the speed of the bloody river, and they were sucked into it before they could run very far. Suddenly, blood flowed like a river. Countless monks died tragically in these bloody rivers. Is this about to start? Yi Yun sighed lightly, with a desolate expression on his face. The seriously injured Blood King demonic dragon may not have been able to wait any longer before launching such a large-scale attack. There are probably very few people who can escape from the entire secret realm. This time. Hua hua. The blood-colored river rolled forward, exuding astonishing blood energy, which made Mou, Qingyu, and others, who were only in the True God realm, tremble. Mr. Yi. Mou called softly. Don't worry. Yi Yun raised a hand and smiled softly, indicating that everyone should not panic. Hua hua. The bloody river stretches as far as the eye can see, rushing from far to near. Yi Yun stood at the front. When the bloody river met Yi Yun, it was pushed away by an invisible force. A crack opened in the middle and continued to rush towards the rear. It took dozens of breaths. Only then did this bloody river completely cross the crowd and rush into the distance. It's so scary. How could such a change happen in the Blood Dragon Cave? Qingyu's face turned pale, and she said with a look of horror. Fortunately, I met Mr. Yi. Otherwise, all of them would be wiped out. Let's go. Yi Yun took a deep breath and flew forward. He was going to take a look at the Blood King demonic dragon. Everyone quickly followed. At this moment, there are hundreds of blood-colored rivers in the entire secret realm of Blood Dragon Cave, falling from the void in different directions, like blood-colored dragons, mercilessly strangling all the creatures in the secret realm. Under such a terrifying attack, the probability of being able to escape is only 1 in 10,000. Almost all of them died here. Even some of the Qilin clan did not escape the fate of falling. After flying for a while, Yi Yin felt that the speed was a bit slow. After all, he had to take care of the little guys in the true god realm behind him. He suddenly activated his body-holding technique. After freezing everyone and receiving a green bead, Yi Yin launched a terrifying speed and flew towards the depths of the Blood Dragon Cave. During Yi Yun's flight, the rumbling sound in the distance gradually weakened. After those bloody rivers harvested all the living creatures, they returned to the depths of the void and disappeared. It didn't take long. Yi Yun arrived at the deepest part of the secret realm called Blood Dragon Cave. 100 miles away in front of him, there was a thick cloud of blood. These blood clouds piled up like mountains, like a vast ocean, releasing layers of terrifying aura and also revealing unimaginable huge pressure. If an ordinary, true God realm monk came here, he would not dare to move forward at all. Even if he took a step forward, he would be crushed by the pressure. Feeling the aura of the Blood King demonic dragon getting stronger and stronger, Yi Yin took a deep breath and stepped in. The blood clouds all avoided him when they encountered him. After traveling for hundreds of miles through this thick blood cloud, Yi Yin saw a blood-red altar appearing in his sight. The altar is as big as a mountain, as red as blood, and densely covered with various runes. At the 4 corners of the altar, 4 bloody unicorn statues sit. The head of the statue faces the huge thing in the center of the altar. This is a huge bloody dragon, lying motionless on the altar. Yi Yin froze his body and looked at the giant bloody dragon, his eyes suddenly became moist. Although this giant bloody dragon's body is huge, it is extremely thin, giving people a skinny feeling. It is no exaggeration to say that this dragon seems to have shrunk to a bone. This Blood King demon dragon was so weak that he didn't even realize that someone was intruding. Boom boom. A formation was in motion above the altar, and blood-colored rivers fell from it, hanging into the body of the Blood King demonic dragon. After accepting the bloody energy provided by these bloody rivers, the aura of the Blood King demonic dragon became stronger. The skinny dragon body also expanded a lot at this moment. Seeing this, Yi Yin felt a little relieved. He didn't speak, just waited silently. It took a while for the incense to burn. All the blood-colored rivers disappeared, and the Blood King demonic dragon became a little stronger, but it did not open its eyes and was still lying there, as if it was asleep. Yi Yin thought for a while, but still took steps towards the bloody altar. A layer of blood-colored light suddenly rose up, blocking Yi Yin from the outside. Yi Yin took out the heaven-destroying sword and stabbed it gently. A hole appeared, and then he floated in. Blood Chief Demon Dragon, it's time for you to wake up. Yi Yin stood above the altar, looking at the behemoth below and calling softly. Somebody is coming. It seemed that it had been quiet for a long time, and suddenly hearing Yi Yun's voice, the Blood King Demon Dragon's unwavering heart finally became active again at this moment. It opened its bloody dragon eyes. I saw a young man in white standing above his head out of thin air. Yi Yun did not hesitate, his body shook slightly, and a breath of the ancestral dragon swept away immediately. Lord Zulong? A pair of blood-colored dragon eyes widened suddenly, looking at Yi Yun in disbelief. Why is the Master Zulong in front of him different from the one in his memory? I am the new Zulong. As if he could see what the Blood King demonic dragon was thinking, Yi Yun smiled faintly. Although there were still doubts in his heart, the Blood Chief demonic dragon immediately knelt on the ground and shouted with great respect, "See Lord Zulong. The rules of the Dragon Clan are insurmountable." As one of the top 10 super dragons, it understands this truth even more. Why are you healing here? Who hurt you? Yi Yun's eyes flashed and he asked calmly. Lord Zulong, I am not healing. The Blood Chief demonic dragon looked at Yi Yun with a bitter expression, and said with a bitter smile, I was used as a cauldron by the Blood Emperor of the Blood Qilin clan. I absorb blood essence once every 1,000 years. Now, more than 8 million years have passed, and now I have run out of oil. The lamp has dried up and there is no more essence and blood to provide. I am afraid that the last opening of the Blood Dragon Cave will be when the Blood Emperor officially devours me. What? You were actually sealed by the Blood Emperor of the Blood Kirin and used as a cauldron here to draw blood once every 1,000 years. Yi Yun was shocked after hearing what the Blood King demonic dragon said. A nameless anger burst out in his heart instantly. He wants to kill this blood unicorn. This Blood Emperor of the Blood Qilin clan is so despicable that he takes blood once every 1,000 years and makes the Blood Chief demonic dragon constantly weak. No wonder it has become so thin. How tenacious is the vitality of the blood demonic dragon? It is said that a drop of blood can lead to rebirth. As an ancestral dragon, Yi Yun naturally knows it very well. Even so, under the cruel oppression of the Blood Qilin and the Blood Emperor, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon also reached the point where it was exhausted. This is absolutely abominable. Buzzing. Inside the altar, there were sudden bursts of void sounds, and then there was a burst of bloody light, and the entire huge altar lit up. This is... Yi Yun frowned slightly, barely suppressing the anger in his heart. Lord Zulong, there is no essence or blood in my body anymore. The Blood Emperor is going to teleport my whole body this time, swallow me completely, and help him improve his cultivation. The Blood Chief demonic dragon smiled bitterly. As one of the top 10 super divine dragons, he was originally very proud. However, after being captured for more than 8 million years, he was suppressed in the blood altar and took blood essence every 1,000 years. Repeatedly so frequently, he lost the will to survive. The Blood Emperor of the Blood Unicorn is no weaker than it in terms of blood talent and magical power, so he can restrain the Blood Dragon. It can be said. The Blood Demonic Dragon tried every means, but could not escape. In the process of taking blood again and again, it had no choice but to accept its fate. Bow to the miserable fate. Very good, it just so happens that I want to settle accounts with this Blood Emperor. Hearing the words of the Blood King demonic dragon, a sneer appeared on Yi Yun's lips. With a flash of his body, Yi Yun stood on top of the Blood King demonic dragon. Throw out a piece of black cloth and put it on your head. From the perspective of the Blood Chief Demon Dragon, the new Lord Ancestral Dragon has disappeared in an instant. Blood Chief Demon Dragon, don't worry, just teleport from the altar, I'll go. Meet the Blood Emperor of the Blood Kirin for a while. Yi Yun's voice came over. I understand, Lord Zulong. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon felt awestruck in his heart, and suddenly realized that the new Lord Ancestral Dragon might be more powerful than the previous Lord Ancestral Dragon. The Blood Emperor of the Blood Qilin clan is now a strong man at the first level of the God Emperor realm. However, in the eyes of the new Lord Zulong, he doesn't seem to take him seriously at all. The Blood King Demonic Dragon was filled with expectations. It looks forward to the new Lord Ancestral Dragon being able to defeat the Blood Kirin Blood Emperor. In the void, the vibrating sound became thicker and louder, and the entire huge blood-colored altar became brighter and brighter. The bloody light shot into the sky, completely covering the huge dragon body of the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon. It only takes a few seconds. This ocean-like blood light completely disappeared. The Blood King Demon Dragon disappeared from the surface of the altar. At the same time, in an extremely remote place, there is a bloody holy mountain. This holy mountain is red all over, reaching deep into the sky. At the bottom of the mountain lies a huge pool of blood. The blood shines into the sky, and the blood energy is extremely rich. This is the holy mountain of the Blood Qilin clan. Most of the Blood Qilin clan live in this holy mountain. In the huge blood pool outside the holy mountain, there is the blood of various creatures from the Holy Lin continent. The Blood Qilin clan is the best at killing among all the Qilin clan. Every Blood Qilin, starting from its childhood, kills a large number of creatures every year and brings back blood to water the holy mountain. At the bottom of the holy mountain, there is an extremely deep blood-colored palace. This bloody palace is the exclusive training place for Lord Blood Emperor, and it has powerful forbidden protection. No one is allowed to enter. In this vast bloody palace, there is a huge blood pool with an area of thousands of miles. In this blood pool, the blood has dried up a lot, and now only 1/3 of the blood pool is left. A bloody shadow sat quietly next to the blood pool, and the blood in the blood pool continued to flow into his body. This person is the Blood Emperor, the most powerful Blood Emperor of the Blood Unicorn clan. After swallowing the Blood King Demonic Dragon, my Emperor's cultivation will be able to break through to the second level of the God Emperor realm. A cold and murderous voice resounded throughout the gloomy hall. The Blood Emperor no longer absorbed the blood from the blood pool. He stood up slowly, put his hands behind his back, and looked at the blood pool with a pair of evil blood-red eyes full of expectation. He was tall, burly, and majestic, wearing a large blood-colored cloak. His whole body was filled with blood and murderous aura, and the terrifying aura of the God Emperor realm was faintly puffed out on the surface of his skin. There was also a huge blood-colored altar at the bottom of the blood pool, and light also lit up nearby. As the blood-colored altar lit up, the water in the blood pool bubbled. It didn't take long. A huge blood dragon suddenly appeared in the blood pool. Since the blood water in the blood pool was much less, it could no longer completely cover the blood dragon. Therefore, the upper half of the blood dragon's body is still exposed. Blood Chief Demonic Dragon, I want to thank you. Looking at the giant bloody dragon, the Blood Emperor had evil eyes, and smiled sinisterly. What a despicable guy. As soon as he saw the Blood Emperor, the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon was furious and couldn't help but curse. I have imprisoned you for more than 8 million years, but you are still so strong. It seems that you have not drained enough blood. The Blood Emperor sneered. None of your 7 super unicorns are good, they are all despicable and shameless people. The Blood King Demon Dragon continued to curse. The weak prey on the strong. This is the law of the world. Aren't your 10 super dragons also fighting among themselves? The Blood Emperor laughed, and the sound shook the void of the hall. That's because there's a traitor. The Blood King Demonic Dragon cursed angrily. After the disappearance of the ancestral dragon, the top 10 super dragons broke into internal strife. The main reason was that the two traitors, the Nine-Tailed Dragon and the Star Dragon, were involved. Don't say so much, I am about to break through to the second level of the God Emperor realm, and I must devour this super dragon like you. The Blood Emperor's eyes turned cold and he slowly walked towards the Blood King Demonic Dragon. In his eyes, the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon was extremely weak, his level had plummeted, and he was no longer an opponent. Is this the Blood Emperor, one of the 7 super unicorns? A cold voice suddenly appeared in the palace out of thin air. Who? The Blood Emperor suddenly stopped and looked around with a wary expression. This palace has strong restrictions and outsiders cannot enter, but just now he heard a strange voice. This made the Blood Emperor extremely vigilant. The next moment, the Blood Emperor's eyes suddenly widened, and he watched helplessly as a mysterious young man in white walked down from the top of the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon. A little blood unicorn dares to squeeze our dragon clan like this. I will kill you today. Yi Yun smiled coldly. The heaven-destroying sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he slashed out with one strike. This. Before the Blood Emperor could react, a sword suddenly fell on his body. His whole body was as thin as paper and was split into 2. The 2 halves of the body turned into 2 masses of blood, flowing in the void, and then came together again. The Blood Emperor was formed. When did a powerful person in the God Emperor realm appear in the dragon clan? The Blood Emperor looked at Yi Yun with a horrified expression. As a blood unicorn, he is extremely talented and possesses powerful blood magical powers. Even if his body is cut into countless segments, he can break it into whole pieces and reassemble into the original body. This is our dragon clan, the new Lord Ancestral Dragon. Seeing Master Zulong split the Blood Emperor in 2 with one sword, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon was extremely excited and shouted proudly. The new Zulong, how is this possible? The Blood Emperor looked horrified and looked at Yi Yun with wide eyes. Didn't Zulong disappear? How could there be a new Zulong successor? Nothing is impossible. You, a mere little blood unicorn, are just a little insect in front of the ancestral dragon of my dragon clan. Seeing the horrified look on the Blood Emperor's face, the Blood King Demonic Dragon felt inexplicably happy and couldn't help laughing wildly. The Blood Emperor's face was indifferent, but at this moment he calmed down. What can the new Zulong do? Now it is no longer 8 million years ago. I have become a powerful man in the God Emperor realm. Even this new ancestral dragon cannot do anything to me, let alone the 7 super Kirans of my Kiran clan. The Blood Emperor licked his lips with a sinister look in his eyes. At this moment, the entire palace was suddenly filled with a lot of blood. The Blood Emperor's whole body seemed to be standing clearly and fuzzy in the vast blood, becoming indistinct and difficult to distinguish between true and false. The 7 super unicorns have only just broken through to the God Emperor realm. Are they already so arrogant? Yi Yun smiled slightly. In his eyes, the Blood Emperor, who was only at the level of the God Emperor, was really pitifully weak. Even if the opponent has pervasive blood magical powers, powerful regeneration abilities, and weird and unpredictable evasion techniques, In Yi Yan's eyes, he was also vulnerable. The strength between the two is not on the same level at all. Now our Qilan clan has 7 powerful men in the God Emperor realm. How can your dragon clan fight with us? The Blood Emperor laughed crazily and stretched out his hand to send the message. He wants to summon the other 6 super unicorns. In this way, 7 against 1 will definitely win easily. In the eyes of the Blood Emperor, this new ancestral dragon has only practiced for 8 million years, and is at the first level of the God Emperor realm at best. Although this guy hides his aura and makes himself look like he is only in the God King realm, he will never go beyond the 2nd level of the God Emperor realm. The light from the fingertips flew out and suddenly disappeared inexplicably. The Blood Emperor's expression changed. In the void, he felt a mysterious power that forcefully annihilated his message. Xiaobu, let's do it. Yi Yan smiled faintly and shook his head gently. He did not put away the curtain. Call. The black sky-covering cloth suddenly appeared, like wind and residual clouds, wrapping up the blood energy and the Blood Emperor in the entire palace. Then the sky-covering cloth shrank, and the Blood Emperor was wrapped in a piece of black cloth like a rice dumpling, unable to move. What kind of treasure is this? Master Zulong is so powerful. Seeing this astonishing scene, the Blood King demonic dragon was extremely excited. It naturally knows how powerful the Blood Emperor is. However, such a powerful Blood Emperor of the God Emperor realm was wrapped up in the black cloth of Lord Zulong and was subdued in an instant. It's incredible. Yi Yan took 1 step forward and came to Zhitianbu. Looking at the frightened Blood Emperor, he stretched out his heaven-destroying sword and patted his head. Are you still arrogant? What kind of treasure is this, and why have I never heard of it? The Blood Emperor looked at the piece of black cloth in front of him and shouted in horror. This piece of cloth doesn't look like a treasure at all. However, it was strange that he, a strong man in the God Emperor realm, was easily subdued, making it impossible for him to use all his magical powers. Fortunately, we didn't summon the other 6 super unicorns. I'm afraid they will be wrapped in this black cloth when they come. The Blood Emperor secretly rejoiced. You haven't heard of many. Have you heard of this sword? Yi Yan patted the Blood Emperor's face with the heaven-destroying sword, making a snapping sound. This sword. The Blood Emperor looked at the heaven-destroying sword and was surprised to find that it seemed to be just an ordinary sword, almost like black cloth. An inexplicable feeling of horror suddenly emerged in his heart. This sword. I'm afraid it's as scary as this black cloth. Just when he was scared, he suddenly noticed streams of sword light flowing out from the tip of the sword. The sword light injected into his body not only suppressed his magical powers, but also suppressed his cultivation in the God Emperor realm. A hole suddenly appeared in the chest, and blood flowed out, flowing into the blood pool like a stream. The Blood King Demon Dragon, the Blood Emperor, uses you as a furnace. He has sucked so much blood from you. Now it's your turn to get it back. Yi Yan smiled softly. The sky-covering cloth suddenly let go, and the Blood Emperor, unable to move, fell from midair and fell into the blood pool. Thank you, Lord Zulong. Tears flowed from both eyes of the blood demonic dragon, and he prostrated himself in the blood pool, sobbing bitterly. Now that your realm has plummeted, and you are not yet at the level of the God Emperor, you are slowly absorbing the Blood Emperor in this blood pool. He has absorbed you for 8 million years, so you will in turn absorb him for 8 million years. Yi Yan smiled slightly. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the center of his eyebrows and injected into the center of the Blood King Demon Dragon's eyebrows. Lord Zulong, this is. Feeling a skill suddenly injected into his mind, the Blood King Demonic Dragon was a little confused and didn't understand why for a moment. This is the Wanxiang Suishing technique. After practicing this technique, you can change your image at will. Yi Yan smiled, looked at the Blood Emperor in the blood pool, and said softly, "Since the Blood Qilin clan absorbs blood, you will temporarily pretend to be the Blood Emperor from now on." When he heard that Master Zulong asked him to play the role of the Blood Emperor, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon was a little confused, blinked and said, "This? The blood feud between the Dragon Clan is easy for me to solve. You don't have to worry, just practice here with peace of mind," Yi Yun ordered with a smile. He originally wanted to kill this blood unicorn, but then he thought that it would be too cheap to kill him. He might as well let the Blood King Demon Dragon breathe out his bad breath. In turn, let the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon absorb the essence and blood of the Blood Emperor to make up for the fallen state. This Blood Emperor is already at the pinnacle of the first level of the God Emperor realm. After the Blood Chief Demon Dragon absorbs him, he will definitely become a powerful God Emperor realm player in the future. I understand, Lord Zulong. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon absorbed some of the Blood Emperor's essence and blood, and his aura became much stronger. He transformed into a blood-robed young man and knelt at Yi Yun's feet. "Get up." Yi Yun waved his hand, and a force of strength lifted the Blood King Demonic Dragon up. "What happened 8 million years ago that caused you to be captured by the Qilin clan?" Yi Yun asked. "Lord Zulong, about 8 million years ago, Shi Qilin led 7 super unicorns to suddenly attack Zulong. Our 4 super dragons tried their best to protect us, but in the end we were outnumbered. I was protecting Zulong and others. During the retreat, he was accidentally captured by the 7 super unicorns, and finally fell into the hands of the Blood Emperor." The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon bowed and slowly told the past events of that year. Yi Yun's heart moved. "Who are the 4 super dragons? In addition to me, there are also the Chaos Demon Dragon, the Dream Dragon, and the Space Mirage Dragon," the Blood King Demonic Dragon said. "There was chaos back then. How did you meet the previous ancestral dragon?" Yi Yun frowned and asked. "Back then, the 10 super divine dragons fought in the Hidden Dragon continent, and the war even spread to the Divine Land. Later, we met Lord Zulong, who came back from the ancient world, and took our 4 seriously injured super divine dragons to the distant Xinglin continent, recuperate. Recalling the past, his eyes gradually became darker, and the Blood King Demonic Dragon spoke slowly. "On the Xinglin continent, after only 1 million years of rest and before we could fully recover, Shi Qilin led 7 super Qilins to surround the Shenlong Sect. Master Zulong and our 4 super Shenlongs had no choice but to fight." When the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon said this, he paused for a moment, with hatred flashing in his eyes, and continued, "We were injured originally. Especially Master Zulong, who was more seriously injured. In this fierce battle, they were at a disadvantage from the beginning. Lord Zulong had no choice but to burn his essence and blood, launch a magical skill to increase his combat power, and seriously injured Shi Qilin, thus achieving a lose-lose situation. It's a self-rebel dragon technique, right? Didn't Zulong teach it to you?" Yi Yun asked with a frown. "Master Zulong taught it to us, but he warned us not to use it unless we are In a life-or-death crisis. After all, this technique consumes essence and blood, and it will take a long time to recover in the future, and it may even affect our breakthrough to the God Emperor territory. The Blood King demonic dragon sighed. Indeed. Yi Yin looked silent and sighed softly. His self-defying dragon art is a supreme magical skill that Zulong realized. After being trapped in the ancient world. Without his self-rebel dragon art, it would have been impossible for Zulong to escape from the nine-tailed dragon clan. After Lord Zulong severely injured Chen, his injuries were actually more serious and he could hardly take action. So Dream Mysterious Dragon and Space Mirage Dragon protected Lord Zulong and left. The Chaos Demon Dragon and I burned our essence and blood to activate his self. The Dragon Reverse technique blocked the 7 super unicorns. When the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon said this, his eyes became increasingly sad, and he sighed. This battle was extremely chaotic. I held back 4 super unicorns, and the Chaos Demonic Dragon held back 3 super unicorns. We each fought in different areas, fighting and retreating. In the end, I was captured by the 7 super unicorns. Later, Chen rewarded me to the Blood Emperor and asked him to swallow my essence and blood to help the Blood Emperor cultivate. Did the Chaos Dragon escape? Yi Yin asked. The whereabouts of the Chaos Demonic Dragon are unknown. I once tricked the Blood Emperor, but it seems that he has not fallen into the hands of the 7 super unicorns. When the Blood King Demonic Dragon said this, his spirits perked up. That's good, maybe the Chaos Demonic Dragon is hiding somewhere too. Practice. Yi Yin sighed. The battle between the Dragon Clan and the Qilin Clan in the Xinglin continent must have been extremely tragic back then. The 2 super divine dragons, the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon and the Chaos Demonic Dragon, both used his self-reverse dragon art, doubling their combat power. Only then did he block the 7 super unicorns. The cost is also huge. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon was captured, and the Chaos Demonic Dragon was seriously injured and his whereabouts are unknown. Did Zulong and the other 2 super dragons finally escape and ascend to heaven? Yi Yin thought for a while and asked. She must have disappeared and her whereabouts are unknown. The Blood King Demonic Dragon sighed. Yi Yin was silent for a moment and then asked, I heard that Chen also disappeared? Yes, Chen disappeared inexplicably about 100,000 years ago. No one knows where he went. The Blood King Demonic Dragon frowned and said. Did he disappear 100,000 years ago? Hearing the words of the Blood King Demonic Dragon, Yi Yin blinked and seemed to have thought of something. This point in time. It is basically the same as the collapse of the Shenlong Sect in Songnan continent. 100,000 years seems to be a very strange time. Blood Chief Demon Dragon, from now on you will stay in the Blood Qilin clan and play the role of Blood Emperor properly. There was silence for a moment. Yi Yin smiled softly, and suddenly condensed the sword intent of 3 heaven slaying swords. I'll give you these little swords. If anyone doesn't have eyes, I'll kill him. Directly. Yi Yin threw these 3 small swords to the Blood Kui Demon Dragon. Thank you, Lord Zulong. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon hurriedly caught the 3 small swords and held them in his palms. Feeling the astonishing sword intent on the swords, he couldn't help but feel frightened. Okay, then I'll leave here first. Yi Yin took back the covering cloth, smiled softly, and then fell into the blood pool. He stood on the bloody altar and activated the formation again. A bloody light enveloped him and then disappeared. This new Lord Zulong is really too powerful. He slaughtered the Blood Emperor. Like a dog. Now the 7 super Qilins of the Qilin clan are vulnerable too. Lord Zulong. Looking at the blood pool, the Blood King demonic dragon murmured to himself. And laughed easily. There is a new Lord Zulong. The dragon clan will surely rise. In the Blood Dragon Cave, among the dense blood clouds, a burst of blood light rose, and Yin appeared on the bloody altar again. After leaving the blood cloud and arriving at the exit of the Blood Dragon Cave, Yin released Qingyu Moyue and others from the small world. The immobilization spell was lifted. Everyone was confused, feeling like they were in a trance just now. Mr. Yi, what happened just now? Qingyu asked with a confused look on his face. There was a blood tide just now, and almost all the creatures in the entire secret territory perished. The situation was too critical at that time, so I protected you. Yin sighed and said. Blood tide? Everyone's expressions changed drastically when they thought of the bloody river. That river of blood was terrible. All true God Realm monks, without exception, can't stop him. After the blood tide, the Blood Dragon Cave has no meaning anymore. Let's go. Yin stepped into the whirlpool and left the Blood Dragon Cave. The others looked at each other and hurriedly chased after him. Master. As soon as she saw Yin and others coming out, Xiao Kai immediately flew over on the ferry boat. Yin stepped onto the ferry boat. Mou and Luo Huan also stepped on it. Qingyu and others hesitated for a moment, and then also stepped on the ferry boat. Amidst bursts of rumbling sounds, the bloody vortex slowly disappeared, and the secret realm of Blood Dragon Cave was closed. The immortal boat left here and flew towards the Shenlong Sect. Qingyu, do you have any news about other branches of Shenlong Sect? Yin stared into the distance and asked lightly. Mr. Yi, I once heard the previous sect leader say that there is a branch of the Shenlong Sect located in the distant Yuanling domain. Qingyu thought for a while and said. Okay, the Shenlong Sect you are in has been taken into this small world by me. You don't have to go back. Come to the Yuanling realm with me. Yin smiled softly and took out a green bead. These branches of the Shenlong Sect have occasionally maintained contact with each other during these millions of years, which is really a good thing. In this way, by following the clues, all the Shenlong sects can be brought together. Good. Looking at the green bead in Yin's hand, Qingyu hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. This Mr. Yi is unfathomable. In the secret territory of Blood Dragon Cave, all of them would have perished if Mr. Yi had not taken action. A ray of light fell, and Yin put Xiao Yu into the small world to practice. On the ferry boat, only 3 women, Mou, Qingyu, and Luo Huan, were left. Qingyu stood in front of the ferry boat, responsible for leading the way. Half a day later, in Yuanling domain, inside Xingyuan city, an immortal boat flew out. Master Qingyu, is it the 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan, one of the 5 celestial demon clan, that lives in this Yuanling realm? Mou looked at some demonic monks in Xingyuan city, suddenly thought of something, and asked with a surprised look on his face. Yes, Master Moyue. Qingyu looked into the distance with emotion and smiled softly. The 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan has been living in the Yuanling domain since this era. Mou looked silent and sighed. As members of the Shenlong Sect, we should go and see Lord Zhou. It's a pity that the journey is too long. A sect like ours simply doesn't have the strength to come to Yuanling realm. Qingyu smiled awkwardly. Her Shenlong Sect and Mou Shenlong Sect are both similar in strength, and they are both small sects. There is no ability to come to Yuanling realm at all. Yi Yun was also helpless after hearing the conversation between the two sect leaders. On the Xinglan continent, some branches of the Shenlong Sect are simply too weak. Qingyu, do you know where the Shenlong Sect is? Yi Yun changed the topic and asked. It is said that there is a Shenlong mountain in this domain, and the Shenlong Sect branch of this lineage is located in the Shenlong mountain. Qingyu thought for a while and said. Good. Yi Yun nodded and smiled. Then he found a monk and asked about the location of Shenlong mountain, and Shaokai flew over in the ferry boat. Shenlong mountain is not far from Xingyuan city, only tens of thousands of miles away. The immortal boat entered Shenlong mountain and descended over Shenlong Sect. Who? More than a dozen Shenlong Sect disciples immediately rose into the sky and surrounded the immortal boat. Yi Yun winked at Qingyu. Qingyu understood, clasped his hands in his fists, and said politely, Dear fellow disciples, I am the sect leader from the Divine Dragon Sect in the Sky Domain. I would like to see the sect leader of your noble sect. The Sky Domain Divine Dragon Sect? Several disciples were stunned for a moment, seemingly at a loss. A white light rose, and an old man in white clothes suddenly appeared in front of the ferry boat. Elder Zhao Ming of the Divine Dragon Sect has met the leader of the Qingyu Sect. The old man in white clasped his hands and said very politely. Elder Zhao, you don't have to be polite. Qingyu looked at Elder Zhao with a smile on her face, and was surprised when she saw the other person's cultivation level clearly. This Elder Zhao's cultivation has reached the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Lord realm. Much taller than her. This also shows that the Shenlong Sect in the Yuanling domain is extremely powerful. I, the leader of the Shenlong Sect, am not in the sect now. Elder Zhao said slowly. What? Not here? Qingyu was taken aback and asked subconsciously, May I ask where your sect master is? Tomorrow is the birthday banquet of the 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan's Lord Jiao. Yuan. My sect leader has gone to celebrate his birthday with generous gifts. Elder Zhao said with a smile. He looked at the people on the immortal boat up and down, and suddenly suggested, since you are all members of our Shenlong Sect, and it is a rare opportunity to come to Yuanling realm so far away, why not also go and celebrate Lord Zhu Yuan's birthday? What Elder Zhao said is absolutely true. Master Zhu Yuan is really a great benefactor to our Shenlong Sect. Now that we have arrived in the Yuanling realm, we should wish Master Zhu Yuan his birthday. Qingyu said slowly with a solemn expression. Her words naturally came from the bottom of her heart. No matter which branch of the Shenlong Sect they are no strangers to Master Zhou Yuan. This kind of kindness has been passed down from generation to generation. Elder Zhao, why don't I ask you to lead the way? We are going to visit the 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan. Yi Yun said suddenly. Yi Yun naturally felt grateful to this Master Zhou Yuan. Without Lord Zhou Yuan, there would be no Shenlong Sect today. Who is this? Elder Zhao glanced at Yi Yun with confusion in his eyes. This is Mr. Yi, he comes from the Shenlong Sect in the Divine Land. Qingyu explained with pride. After experiencing the experience in the Blood Dragon Cave, Mr. Yi's status in her heart has become extremely noble. From the Divine Land? Elder Zhao's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. As an elder of the Shenlong Sect, he naturally knows these secrets. Let's go, Elder Zhao, let's catch up on old times on the way. Yi Yun smiled softly. Good. Elder Zhao agreed and quickly landed on the immortal boat. At the same time, he ordered the surrounding Shenlong Sect disciples to return to the sect. Xiao Kai drove the ferry boat, turned around, and under the guidance of Elder Zhao, flew towards the location of the 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan. When the immortal boat flew up, Elder Zhao was extremely shocked. The speed of the ferry boat is too terrifying. The little girl in colorful clothes driving the ferry boat seemed to him unfathomable, at least at the level of a god king. Elder Zhao, what is Master Zhou Yuan's current level of cultivation? Standing on the ferry boat, Yi Yun began to have a family affair with Elder Zhao. Lord Zhou Yuan should be a powerful person in the God-Emperor realm. Elder Zhao thought for a while and said, "You have already reached the level of the God-Emperor, why do you still like to have birthday banquets?" Yi Yun smiled softly. Mr. Yi doesn't know something. There is a rumor in the world that Master Zhou Yuan was seriously injured in order to protect the Shenlong Sect. Even after recuperating for millions of years, the injury never healed, but became more and more serious. They said they would not live long. The Zhou Yuan Holy Spirit clan holds a birthday banquet every 100,000 years. They also want to use the lively festive atmosphere to make Lord Zhou Yuan, who has only a short lifespan, happy. When Elder Zhao said this, he couldn't help but sigh. As a disciple of the Shenlong Sect, I naturally have great admiration for Master Zhou Yuan, and from the bottom of my heart, I hope that Master Zhou Yuan will recover from his injury soon. However, this rumor has become more and more intense in recent years. Many people believe that Lord Zhou Yuan will not live long. I see. It seems I came to the right place this time. After hearing what Elder Zhao said, Yi Yun smiled meaningfully. Now that he is here, Master Zhou Yuan must not be allowed to die. The ferry boat galloped all the way, and after 2 hours, it finally arrived outside the mountain gate of the 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan. At this moment, there were crowds of people outside the mountain gate and it was very lively. These are powerful men from all forces, traveling thousands of miles to attend Master Zhou Yuan's birthday banquet. A loud scolding voice suddenly sounded like thunder in front of the mountain gate. Those guys from the Shenlong Sect, get out of here. If it weren't for protecting your Shenlong Sect, my saint ancestor wouldn't have been hurt. Several burly men blocked the entire mountain gate. One of them pointed in a certain direction and scolded sternly. There are 3 people standing over there. The person in the middle is a young woman in the divine realm. She is fair skinned and beautiful, but her face is full of sorrow. There are 2 women beside her. They look older, but their cultivation level is only at the peak of the 10th level of the divine sovereign realm. Oh, the Shenlong Sect is about to perish, right? Look at this sect leader, who is at the 1st level of the divine realm, but he still has the nerve to lick his face and wish Master Zhou Yuan a birthday? Don't you know that Master Zhou Yuan's injury is because of the Shenlong Sect? Among the crowd, a man in the God King realm crossed his arms and sneered. This little sect leader of the Shenlong Sect with a low cultivation level came to wish Lord Zhou Yuan a birthday. It is really a slap in the face of the Zhou Yuan Holy Spirit clan. They should not be allowed in. Another God King realm man sneered in a low voice. The 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan is still very fond of the old relationship. If it were me, I would have slapped them to death. Another old man in the God King realm smiled with a straight face. Seniors, our Shenlong Sect has a close relationship with the Zhou Yuan Holy Spirit clan. We sincerely wish Master Zhou Yuan his birthday. I beg you, seniors, to be merciful. looking at the powerful God-King realm around him. An older Shenlong Sect elder said with trepidation, clasping his hands into his fists. Your Shenlong Sect is so boastful that you dare to mention our origins? Isn't it because of your Shenlong Sect that Mr. Zhou Yuan was injured? A God-King realm expert frowned and sneered. His words immediately resonated with countless people around him, and for a while all kinds of cynicism came flooding in. Yes, the culprit is the Shenlong Sect. The Shenlong Sect's crimes are extremely heinous. Without Shenlong Sect, how could Master Zhou Yuan be injured? The men from the Zhou Yuan Holy Spirit clan crossed their arms and did not speak. At this time, they just stared at the three women from the Shenlong Sect with a sneer on their faces. At this moment, these three women, whose highest level of cultivation was only at the divine realm, were trembling for a moment amid the huge waves of verbal attacks from many powerful men. Wen Li, the leader of the Shenlong Sect in the Yuanling realm, stood in the crowd with a pale face, his delicate body crumbling in the face of the crowd's attack. For Master Zhou Yuan's birthday banquet, she, the leader of the Shenlong Sect, must attend. There is no other reason. Master Zhou Yuan once acted righteously and saved the Shenlong Sect twice. Seniors, please do your best. We sincerely wish Master Zhou Yuan a happy birthday. Wen Li clasped his hands in his fists, facing a group of powerful people in the God-King realm, and even some powerful people in the God-Emperor realm. With a look of begging in his eyes. Get out of here. We Shenlong Sect is almost finished. Waves of cynicism sounded again. Wen Li felt extremely sad, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. She is too weak. He was only at the first level of the divine realm. Standing among the crowd, he felt so humble and had no right to speak. The two female elders of the Shenlong Sect lowered their heads and burst into tears. There's no point in crying. Get out of here. Don't embarrass yourself here. The God-King realm man who had been ridiculing the Shenlong Sect sneered impatiently. On the immortal boat in the void, everyone's eyes turned red when they saw what was happening below. This is too much. Luo Huan's little fists clenched so hard that his silver teeth almost broke. What a bully! Qingyu's eyes were moist and her heart was filled with panic. As the leader of the Divine Dragon Sect in the Sky Domain, she felt the same way. Countless taunts fell on my heart like knives. Mr. Yi. Mou looked sad and looked at Yi Yin for help. You should be killed for laughing at the Shenlong Sect. Yi Yin looked calm and suddenly uttered a simple sentence. A shocking sword light fell. Before anyone could react, the God-King realm man who had been mocking the Shenlong Sect was split into two by the light of a sword in full view of everyone. Puff. Blood spurted out and spread all over the floor. Some people didn't even have time to dodge, and they let out a cry of surprise when blood splashed on their faces. Yi Yun waved his hand, and the ferry boat, controlled by Xiao Kai, landed next to Wen Li. Who are you, Your Excellency? Seeing an immortal boat suddenly appear, someone asked warily. The sword light just now fell from this immortal boat. Yi Yun flicked the heaven-destroying sword and said calmly, I am also a member of the Shenlong Sect. I was the one who killed this blind guy just now. Who else is dissatisfied? This person. Everyone looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. This guy who seemed to only be in the true God realm, killed a God-King realm guy with one sword. He was truly an extremely terrifying swordsman. Mr. Yi is so powerful, he can kill the God-King with just a raise of his hand. Qingyu took a breath of air and looked at each other with Mou, with surprise in their eyes. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so strong. The divine king realm in his hands was just as fragile as tissue paper. Is this person from the Shenlong Sect? Wenli stared at Yi Yun blankly. The horror in his heart was indescribable. In the Shenlong Sect, when did such a powerful master appear? Could it be that it comes from other branches? Yi Yun turned around, looked at Wenli, and smiled slightly. What's your name? My name is Wenli. Wenli was stunned for a moment and answered honestly. The name is very nice. Don't cry, little girl. Yi Yun smiled slightly and waved his hand gently, and the tears in the corners of Wenli's eyes evaporated instantly and disappeared. Wenli was stunned. Is this such a handsome young man in white, with unfathomable strength really a member of the Shenlong Sect? Yi Yun turned around and looked at everyone with sharp eyes, full of provocation. If someone no longer has eyes, then he will continue to kill. Even if he kills until he bleeds like a river, he will never show any mercy. At this time, several men from the Jiuyuan Holy Spirit clan looked at Yi Yun and frowned. Their 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan does have a connection with the Shenlong Sect, but in the eyes of these juniors, this connection is really not worth it. To the Holy Ancestor. Now, as the Holy Ancestor's birthday banquet is approaching, they can only rely on their status as juniors to mock the people of the Shenlong Sect. But he didn't dare to take action to kill the people of Shenlong Sect. Otherwise, once the Holy Ancestor knows about it, they will not be able to live with it. The faces of the many God King realm experts around were uncertain at this time, and the anger in some people's hearts began to burn. Killing people in front of the mountain gate of the 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan, I think you have the heart of a bear, but the guts of a leopard. An old man at the 7th level of the God King realm suddenly came over to kill him with a sword. This is also a sword cultivator. The sword's intention is astonishing, and its attack is extremely fast as lightning. Die. Yi Yun uttered a word and the sword in his hand disappeared. Puff. The old man was also split into 2 parts by a sword, and blood spurted out in all directions. Many people were unable to dodge and were drenched in blood. Ah! Countless people screamed and looked at Yi Yun in horror. This man is terrible. He kills people when he moves, he is cruel and ruthless, and he draws his sword very fast. Many people didn't even see Yi Yun take action. They only felt that the old God King Realm sword cultivator died in a blink of an eye. Oh my God, when did the Shenlong Sect have such a powerful person? Some people turned pale and began to retreat. None of them want to be killed by the sword. Everyone looked at Yi Yun with their mouths tightly shut. No one dared to provoke him again. The men from Jiuyuan Holy Spirit frowned at each other. Are you from the Shenlong Sect? One of the men asked coldly. Good. Yi Yun smiled faintly, put away the heaven-destroying sword, clasped his hands into fists, and said with a smile, I came here to wish Lord Jiuyuan his birthday. The man waved his hand and issued an expulsion order unceremoniously. My holy ancestor was so seriously injured because of the Shenlong Sect. We, the 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan, do not welcome the Shenlong Sect now. You go away and don't come to provoke us again. Trouble. I saw that the other party issued an eviction order. Yi Yun's expression remained unchanged, and he smiled slightly and said, Haha, I have a supreme elixir that can cure Master Jiuyuan's injuries. Do you dare to stop me? The supreme elixir? The man was startled at first, then shook his head and sneered, How can there be any supreme elixir in this world? If there were, my holy ancestor would have gotten it long ago. Seeing that the men from the 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan did not believe it, Yi Yun still remained patient and smiled calmly. My supreme elixir can bring the dead back to life. Speaking of which, the body of the God King Realm old man, who was split into 2 pieces, was caught in front of him by Yi Yun. What are you going to do? Everyone is dead, why don't you whip the corpse? Seeing Yi Yun's strange movements, the man's expression changed. Yi Yun ignored him and continued with a faint smile, my supreme elixir can bring the dead back to life. The 2 corpses were put together, and 3 drops of the 3 light divine water flew over and fell into the old man's mouth. The 3 light divine water disappeared. Then, the 3 colors of light were like flowing stars, covering the old man's whole body. Everyone looked at this scene, a little stunned. This sword is too fierce. The body was cut in half and the soul was beheaded. Everyone saw it clearly at that time. After being so completely dead, can he be revived again? I'm coming. Seeing such a magical scene, Luo Huan became excited. This? Wenli also looked at Yi Yun, his expression looking extremely dull. She couldn't believe that a dead person could be saved. Look, the bodies have grown together. Someone exclaimed. Everyone took a breath of air conditioning. The 2 parts of the body really grew together under the wrap of the 3-color light. This is so amazing. What's the point of being together? The soul has been scattered, can we still bring it back to life? The man from the 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan crossed his arms and sneered. However, the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. Because he found that the old man in the God King realm suddenly beat a few times in his chest, and it seemed that his heart had resumed beating. How can this be? He roared in his heart. After a few breaths, as the 3-color light disappeared, the dead old man in the God King realm opened his eyes, looked at the stunned people around him, and said with a confused look on his face, did I remember that I wasn't dead just now? How come I'm alive again? Already? It's alive, it's really alive. What kind of medicine is this? It's incredible, like a dream. This is the supreme elixir. The monks around were all excited and talking a lot. How is it? How is the effect of my supreme elixir? As a member of the Shenlong Sect, am I qualified to wish Lord Zhu Yuan a birthday? Yi Yun looked at the man and asked with a smile on his face. Yes, there is. The man suppressed the horror in his heart and nodded repeatedly. This elixir is amazing. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would simply not believe that there were such miraculous elixirs on the Xinglin continent. If their holy ancestor takes this supreme elixir, his injuries may be cured. Wenli, we can go in. Yi Yun turned around and smiled, then swaggered into the mountain gate. Luo Huan was extremely excited and was the first to follow. Xiao Kai collected the ferry boat and followed Yi Yun quietly. Master Wenli, let's leave quickly. Don't keep Mr. Yi waiting. Qingyu came to Wenli's side and whispered. Ah. When Wenli Ruming woke up, although she had doubts in her heart, she knew it was hard to ask questions in front of everyone, so she quickly led the 2 elders to chase him. Yi Yun led the 3 masters of the Shenlong Sect, guided by the disciples of the 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan, to a wide square on the top of the mountain. At this moment, there are many people waiting in the square. Tomorrow is Master Zhu Yuan's birthday party. Perhaps Yi Yun's elixir alarmed the 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan, but this time, the Shenlong Sect was actually assigned to the VIP seats. This also aroused suspicion among the surrounding monks. The Zhu Yuan Holy Spirit clan is located in the huge Yuanling Mountains. Deep In the mountains, surrounded by clouds and mist, there is a small secret realm. This place is an important place, and only the upper echelons of the 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan can enter. A middle-aged man at the 9th level of the Divine Emperor hurriedly flew into this secret realm. Lord Holy Ancestor, there is good news. After entering the secret realm, after taking a few breaths, the middle-aged man suddenly knelt down. Not far from him, an old man in yellow robe was sitting. This is Master Zhou Yuan. For the 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan, he is the 9 Yuan Holy Ancestor. Most of the 9 Yuan Holy Spirits are tall and burly, with bulging muscles, strong blood and thick hair. However, the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor in front of him was as skinny as firewood, with deep-set eyes, sparse hair, and wrinkled skin, exuding an aura of despair. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor still closed his eyes, like wrinkled lake water, and showed no reaction at all. Lord Holy Ancestor, the Shenlong Sect has brought a supreme elixir, and said it would be given to you at your birthday party tomorrow, to help you recover from your injuries. The middle-aged man looked at the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor seriously, and said in surprise, "The supreme elixir? Haha, how can there be any supreme elixir in this world?" The 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor opened his eyes slightly, and smiled softly. The injuries on his body cannot be cured by any medicine. There are very few magical medicines in the world that can treat powerful people in the God Emperor realm. The middle-aged man's expression was stagnant, but he still explained. Unwillingly, someone once saw with their own eyes that a God King realm monk who had just died was revived by this elixir. It's nothing more than nothing. The 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor shook his head, looked into the distance, and sighed. In any case, the Shenlong Sect is considerate. You have to take care of them in the future. After saying that, the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor then closed his eyes and stopped talking. In the secret realm, there is deathly silence. Seeing that Zhou Yuan Saint Ancestor issued an order to expel guests, the middle-aged man moved his lips twice, and finally turned around and left, without saying anything else. There were more and more people in the square, and it was almost full. Yi Yun waved his hand to place a ban and communicated with Wen Li and others. "Mr. Yi, it turns out you are from the Divine Land." After hearing what Yi Yun said, Wen Li was also shocked. No wonder Mr. Yi is so powerful. It turns out he arrived at Xinglin continent from a distant divine land. As the leader of the Shenlong Sect, she is naturally no stranger to the divine soil. Since Lord Zhou Yuan has great kindness to our Shenlong Sect, I must heal his injuries no matter what, Yi Yun said with a smile. That's really great, Mr. Yi. There are rumors in the world that the 9 Yuan Master has a short lifespan, so we held this birthday banquet. Wen Li felt sad and sighed. You don't have to worry. Master Wen Li, Mr. Ye's supreme elixir can definitely cure Master Zhou Yuan, Qingyu said with a smile beside him. Wen Li nodded silently. Later, Yi Yun and Wen Li chatted. The leader of the Shenlong Sect obviously knew more than MOU. It turned out that Lord Zhou Yuan had taken action against the Shenlong Sect twice. The first time was more than 8 million years ago, when the Dragon Clan and the Qilin clan had an unimaginable battle. The 7 super unicorns failed to capture Zulong, so they wanted to vent their anger on the Shenlong Sect. At this time, Master Zhou Yuan took action. Although Lord Zhou Yuan was 1 against 7, he was not defeated. After all, after a bloody battle between the 7 super unicorns and the Dragon Clan, all of them were seriously injured at that time, and their combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. The second time Master Zhou Yuan took action was 100,000 years ago. At first Qilin disappeared inexplicably. At that time, there were several major Kirin holy lands, and their anger was implicated in the Shenlong Sect. Master Zhou Yuan took action again, forcibly preserving the inheritance of the Shenlong Sect. But from more than 8 million years to 100,000 years ago, during the millions of years in between, the Shenlong Sect had been living in extremely difficult life under the oppression of the 7 Qilin holy lands. The strength continues to decline, and it is getting worse day by day. Yi Yun was also very sad about the situation of Shenlong Sect. Xinglin Continent was originally the home ground of the Qilin clan, and the Dragon Clan was just an outsider. The ancestral dragon has disappeared, the whereabouts of the 4 super dragons are unknown, and their top combat power has been reduced. Under the pressure of the 7 Qilin holy lands, there is no possibility of the development of the Shenlong Sect. Mr. Yi, in order to continue the inheritance of the Shenlong Sect, there are different voices within the sect. Some people want to hide from the world. Some want to please the Qilin Holy Land, and some want to please the 5 major demon clans. So in about 3 million years, by that time, the Shenlong Sect had been split into 4 branches, namely, the 4 sects, the southeast, the northwest, and the 4 sections. The Shenlong Sect in our Yuanling domain can be regarded as the Shenlong East Sect. Wenli said slowly. Shenlong Dongzhou? Yi Yun was stunned for a moment. He had never thought that the Shenlong Sect would split into 4 sects, east, west, north, and south, due to different ideas of survival. From a survival point of view, it is understandable to split into 4 sects. East, west, north, and south, each embracing different thighs. But can anyone's thighs be hugged? Holding the thigh of Qilin Holy Land, this is a bit unreasonable. Which of the 4 sects in the east, west, south, and north has taken refuge in the Qilin Holy Land? Yi Yun asked with a frown. I don't know about this. It's just that someone said that at the time, but I don't know if they did it. Wenli shrugged and smiled helplessly. Mou blinked at the side and said in surprise, I didn't expect it. It turns out that our Shenlong Sect is divided into 4 sects, east, west, north, and south. I didn't expect it either. Qingyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Wenli looked at the 2 women and sighed. Actually, the branch of the Shenlong Sect where the 2 sect leaders probably belongs to the east sect of our Shenlong Sect. The east sect split earlier, and probably branched out into more than a dozen branches. It can still exist today. Yes, I'm afraid there aren't many left. Well. Qingyu and Moyue looked at each other with silent expressions, and sighed in unison. The Shenlong Sect where the 2 of them belong has experienced some ravages from external forces during these long years, so a lot of information has been lost. As a result, they don't know. If calculated according to affiliation, the branch of the Shenlong Sect that the 2 belong to is the east sect of the Shenlong Sect. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and suddenly asked, Wenli, is the Shenlong Sect? You belong to the headquarters of the Shenlong East Sect? Mr. Yi, my sect leader is only at the 1st level of the divine realm. How can I be worthy of being the sect leader of the Eastern Sect headquarters of the Shenlong Sect? Wenli smiled bitterly, thought for a while, and said, I once heard that the Shenlong East Sect should be in the Xiaogu territory. They are relatively strong. It is said that they are doing well there. Yi Yun nodded. He looked around at the monks in the square and smiled faintly. I don't know how many branches of the Shenlong Sect will come to Master Zhou Yuan's birthday banquet. I'm afraid it's just us. Lin Li's eyes became distant, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Generally, the small Shenlong Sect branches don't know about it at all, and the big Shenlong Sect branches may not come over. After all, they all have their own backstage, and the power of the 7 Kirin Holy Lands under the pressure. I'm afraid I won't even dare to come here. It's really a mess. Yi Yin shook his head, with a helpless smile on his face. The major branches of the Shenlong Sect are really struggling to survive in the Xinglan continent, which is extremely difficult. All aspects must be taken into consideration. Maybe I came to attend Master Zhou Yuan's birthday party, but was kicked off by other Kirin Holy Landers on the way. The so-called wearing small shoes a beating on the way is a light thing. Maybe some Qilin Holy Land will kill people directly. Even if the 7 great Qilin Holy Lands do not take action themselves and send other Qilin races at will, the major branches of the Shenlong Sect cannot afford it. Yi Yin scanned the whole place and found that there was not a single monk with Qilin bloodline in the entire square. This also explains the conflict between the 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan and the Qilin clan has reached an irreconcilable level. Time passed by, and it was the next day. Master Zhou Yuan's birthday banquet also officially kicked off. However, before Master Zhou Yuan appeared, the patriarch of the Zhou Yuan Holy Spirit clan appeared in front of everyone. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the void. Holy Ancestor Rui has arrived. Someone shouted loudly, and the sound almost spread throughout the Yuanling realm. Rui Saint Ancestor? When many people heard these 4 words, including the members of the 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan, their expressions changed drastically. Rui Saint Ancestor is as famous as Zhou Yuan Saint Ancestor. It comes from the Rui Jade Spider clan among the 5 Celestial Demon clan. He is also a rare powerhouse in the God Emperor realm in this world. Call. An invisible pressure suddenly fell from the depths of the void, pressing on everyone like a towering mountain. Even the powerful ones in the God Emperor realm were frightened and felt like ants in their hearts under the pressure of the God Emperor realm. Mou, Qingyu, and others were beside Yi Yun, but they did not feel the terrifying pressure of the God Emperor realm. Sacred Ancestor Rui, isn't this the ancestor of the Rui Jade Spider clan? Mou stared into the void with a look of disbelief on her face. Right now, a faint silver figure appeared above the square. This is a girl wearing a silver robe, with a graceful figure, delicate jade-like features, crystal clear skin, and picturesque eyebrows, just like a fairy in a painting. Most of the people in the square had never seen Saint Ancestor Rui. However, when they saw the silver-robed girl, they all naturally realized that this was the legendary and terrifying Saint Rui. Everyone was horrified. Because the Rui Jade Spider clan is not only extremely powerful physically, they are also good at using various poisons. There are so many kinds of poisons that they are said to be endless. The Rui Jade Spider clan often kills people invisibly. Many people die without knowing how. When poisoned, except for the Rui Jade Spider clan, there is no antidote at all. All the 5 demon clans are ruthless, but the monks from all walks of life in the Xinglan continent are still most afraid of the Rui Jade Spider clan. The person coming to Yuanling Mountain now is the strongest member of the Rui Jade Spider clan, the Rui Saint Ancestor who is already in the realm of the God Emperor. So, that's even more scary. Many people were pale, sweating all over their bodies, and trembling, fearing That they would die inexplicably. Rui Jade Spider. Yiyan looked up at the girl in silver robe, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he suddenly thought of the little cutie raised on the carriage. At that time, the Rui Jade Spider was a little doormat in the warehouse. Old Zhou Yuan, this saint ancestor has arrived at Yuanling Mountain, why don't you come over and pick him up as soon as possible? Saint Ancestor Rui stood in the void, with a calm face and no ripples in the ancient well, and calmly shouted towards the depths of Yuanling Mountain. The void fluctuated. A skinny old man in yellow robe appeared out of thin air. The person who came was none other than the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor. Rui, if you come to the birthday banquet, I, the Holy Ancestor, welcome you. If not, get out of here. The Zhou Yuan Holy Master's face was gloomy, he waved his sleeves and said unceremoniously. As soon as they saw the two saint ancestors facing each other tit for tat, everyone in the square was shocked. Mou, Qingyu, and Wenli were also dumbfounded. As the leaders of the two celestial demon tribes, the two powerful god Emperor-level men were so explosive when they met. Could it be that a world-shattering war was about to break out? Zhou Yuan, I have no interest in your birthday banquet. Saint Ancestor Rui put her hands behind her back, and her whole body was shrouded in silver light. Her eyelids narrowed slightly, and a ray of cold light was continuously released. Saint Ancestor of 9 Yuans, you have endured for millions of years, but you can't live much longer now. Why don't you hand over the holy armor of 9 Yuans? In this way, I can detoxify you and let you live for millions more years. Saint Rui said coldly. Saint Ancestor Rui's words were like a huge stone thrown into a lake, causing an uproar. Is the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor poisoned? Many people were in disbelief when they heard the news. Yi Yan's eyes flashed, looking at the gray skin of the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor, and smiled faintly, you are really poisoned. The 9 Yuan Holy Spirits are extremely powerful physically. Even if their heads are cut off, it will not take long for them to grow back. Therefore, as the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor in the realm of the God Emperor, his physical body was terrifying, and the injuries on his physical body were of no avail to him. But now the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor has been poisoned by an unimaginable, strange poison. If his physical body was not more powerful and his cultivation level was not high, he would have been poisoned to death by this poison long ago. Mr. Yi, can your supreme elixir be able to detoxify it? Wenli asked anxiously. The person is not dead. It is just detoxification. There is no need for the elixir. Yi Yun smiled softly. There are so many poisonous spiders in his warehouse. Isn't it easy to detoxify them? Even if you don't use poisonous spiders, Yi Yin still has many natural treasures and miraculous medicines in his warehouse that can still detoxify. Therefore, Yi Yin did not pay attention to the poison in the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor at all. Hearing the words of Saint Rui, Saint Ancestor Zhou Yuan suddenly sneered, and a yellow light appeared on his body, turning into a set of yellow holy armor. This is the 9 Yuan Holy Armor. After putting on the 9 Yuan Saint Armor, the aura of the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor suddenly became more powerful than before. Rui, just give up on this idea. If you want to take away the 9 Yuan Holy Armor, we will have a head-on fight. The 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor sneered. Head-on confrontation? Saint Ancestor Rui smiled softly and shook his head. If you and I confront each other head-on, we will both lose. This is the loss of our 5 heavenly demon clans, and it is easy for the 7 Qilin Holy Lands to take advantage of us. Snort. The Zhu Yuan Saint Ancestor's face was gloomy, and he shouted coldly, "Since you know it, why don't you get out of here? Don't be so rude, she is also a beauty after all, a stunning beauty on the same level as you." Saint Ancestor Rui chuckled, and a smile that confounded all sentient beings appeared on his beautiful little face. A crystal jade arm like a lotus root was carried behind his back, slowly moving in front of his chest, and his jade hand was clenched into a small fist. "Saint Ancestor 9 Yuan, guess what I have in my hand?" Rui Saint Ancestor smiled and said. The Zhu Yuan Saint Ancestor's face was stiff, and he just stared at the Rui Saint Ancestor coldly without speaking. "What exactly is this?" The monks from all sides were also staring at the fist of Saint Rui at this moment, secretly guessing what was inside. When everyone thought of the status of Saint Rui, they naturally knew that this powerful man in the God Emperor realm would not target without purpose. The thing held in his hand must be something extremely amazing. Haha, interesting. Yi Yun was also very interested, looking at the fist of Saint Rui with a faint smile on his face. Seeing that everyone's eyes were attracted to him, except the Zhu Yuan Saint Ancestor, who looked like he was refusing to give in, the Rui Saint Ancestor was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled slightly and slowly opened his fists. "On the palm of your hand, there is a black dragon scale. This dragon scale looks small, but it is filled with an aura of chaos, giving people an extremely powerful feeling. 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor, do you know what is this?" Rui Saint Ancestor smiled proudly. "This is..." The 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor's pupils shrank and his gaze fell on the black dragon scales. After a while, he guessed and said, "Are these the dragon scales on the Chaos Demonic Dragon?" "Yes, you are so familiar with the Dragon Clan, you can still recognize him easily, but it wouldn't be possible if it were someone else." Saint Rui smiled slightly. In the VIP seats below the square, the expressions of everyone in the Shenlong Sect changed greatly when they heard about the Chaos Demonic Dragon. "Mr. Yi, this is one of the 4 super divine dragons under the Dragon Ancestor of my divine dragon sect," Wenli said tremblingly, very excited. Yi Yin nodded and smiled, with a calm expression, and said calmly, "Everything in the world is unpredictable. I didn't expect that Saint Rui actually had news about the Chaos Demonic Dragon. I really couldn't find it without wearing iron shoes, and it took no effort to get it." The 3 female sect leaders of the Shenlong Sect all looked at Yi Yun with hope. The 3 women knew that Mr. Yi must have a solution. "Rui, do you have any clues about the Chaos Dragon?" The 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor took a deep breath and asked with a complicated expression. "Good." Saint Ancestor Rui nodded and smiled softly. "If you hand over the 9 Yuan holy armor, I can hand over the Chaos Demonic Dragon to you." This. Facing Saint Ancestor Rui's request, Saint Ancestor Zhu Yuan took a breath of air, with a complex expression and excitement. If he hands over the 9 Yuan holy armor, his combat power will be greatly damaged and he will no longer be a match for the Rui Saint Ancestor. The 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan and the Rui Jade Spider clan had a grudge between the 2 races before the last era, which has continued into this era. The 2 Celestial Demon clan have similar strength, and there has never been a winner. This piece of 9 Yuan holy armor has reached the half-step super god level. It is the treasure of their 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan. Without this treasure, with his current physical condition, he would definitely not be a match for Saint Ancestor Rui. But if he doesn't hand over the 9 Yuan holy armor, he won't be able to rescue the Chaos Demon Dragon. This put Zhu Yuan Saint Ancestor in a dilemma. Yi Yun below looked at the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor, his eyes full of expectation. He also wanted to see how the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor chose. Saint Ancestor Rui smiled and waited quietly for the answer from Saint Ancestor Zhou Yuan. There was deathly silence all around. The hearts of all the monks seemed to have stopped beating, and their eyes were fixed on the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor, anticipating the choice of this powerful man in the God-Emperor realm. On the other side of the void in the square, stood some high-level powerhouses from the 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan. The faces of these high-level powerful men were complicated, especially the patriarch who stood among the crowd like stars holding the moon. Clan leader, you should advise the holy ancestor not to give my clan's 9 Yuan holy armor to the holy ancestor Rui. An old man at the 6th level of the divine emperor realm quietly sent out a message. The middle-aged man at the 9th level of the divine emperor realm, who is also the current patriarch of the 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan, thought for a while and then said through a message, "Don't worry, a mere chaos demonic dragon is not worthy of the holy ancestor's friendship. The 9 Yuan holy armor comes out." That's so good. The old man at the 6th level of the divine emperor nodded, feeling relaxed. Right now, a shocking scene happened. The 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor suddenly grabbed his body, and the yellow 9 Yuan Saint armor appeared in his hands. "Take it, Rui, give me the chaos demonic dragon." The 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor gritted his teeth and said, "Call." With a big hand throw, the 9 Yuan holy armor flew towards the Rui Saint Ancestor. Saint Ancestor 9 Yuan, you are really affectionate and righteous to the Dragon Clan, and I really admire you. You wait here for 3 days, and I will go and get the Chaos Demonic Dragon back for you. Saint Rui took over the 9 Yuan holy armor, a proud smile appeared on his beautiful face, and he disappeared as soon as he turned around. 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor, you Holy Ancestor 9 Yuans, don't worry. I am true to my word and will never lie to you. As the silver-robed girl disappeared, a string of laughter like silver bells dropped in the void. The Zhou Yuan Saint Ancestor's face was gloomy, and he stood quietly, like a stone sculpture, without saying a word. All the members of the Zhou Yuan Holy Spirit clan did not dare to breathe when they saw that the Holy Ancestor was in a bad mood, and they did not dare to step forward to comfort him. After all, the 9 Yuan holy armor has fallen into the hands of the Rui Saint Ancestor, and this has become an indisputable fact. Without the 9 Yuan holy armor, the 9 Yuan holy ancestor would not be the opponent of the Rui holy ancestor. Well, the patriarch of the Zhou Yuan Holy Spirit clan turned pale and let out a long sigh in his heart. He never dreamed of it. My own Saint Ancestor actually personally gave the 9 Yuan holy armor to Saint Ancestor Rui for the sake of the Chaos Demonic Dragon. This way, their 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan is at the bottom of the 5 Celestial Demon clan. Just when the Rui Saint Ancestor disappeared, Yi Yin took out the heaven destroying sword and threw it lightly. The heaven-destroying sword merged into the void and disappeared. Mr. Yi, what should we do now? Wenli Lucian Wushu said. Don't worry, let's treat Master Zhou Yuan first. Yi Yin smiled softly. The departure of the sky-destroying sword was naturally in pursuit of the Rui Saint Ancestor. In Yi Yin's opinion, Rui Saint Ancestor should not have the Chaos Demonic Dragon in his hands. If he had, he would have taken it out long ago. Right now, the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor looked around and sighed softly. This is the end of the birthday banquet. Everyone, please retreat. Is the birthday party over? It just started, now it's over. Although the monks from various major forces couldn't believe it, the 9 Yuan Saint ancestor had spoken, and they had no choice but to leave. The huge square became empty within a dozen breaths. The 9 Yuan Saint ancestor stood in the void, looking at the few young monks at the VIP table. He frowned slightly and felt a little confused. He looked at the middle-aged man in the clan and said through a message, "Why is there still someone who hasn't retreated?" The middle-aged man, who is now the patriarch, flew to the side of Zhou Yuan Saint Ancestor and said respectfully, "Master Saint Ancestor, these are people from the Shenlong Sect. The reason why they refuse to leave is probably because they want to use their souls. The medicine will heal you. The Shenlong Sect is interested." The 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor sighed with emotion, and his mood became agitated. He floated down and came to the front of the Shenlong Sect. "Who is the sect master?" Although the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor looked poor, he still showed a smile when he looked at the people of the Shenlong Sect. Wenli met Lord Zhou Yuan. Seeing the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor coming in person, Wenli clasped his hands in his fists with a humble expression and bent half of his body. "I've met Master Zhou Yuan." Mou, Qingyu, and Luo Huan also hurriedly saluted. Yi Yun just nodded and smiled. Xiao Kai, who was silent next to her, also nodded slightly. Gazing across Yi Yun, the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor looked at Wenli again and asked with concern, "Master Wenli, what difficulties has your Shenlong Sect had in these years? Do you still have enough training resources? If not, even if you open your mouth, no matter how much you say, my 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan is one of the 5 great heavenly demons, and I still have some background. Lord Zhou Yuan, our Shenlong Sect is okay." After hearing what the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor said, Wenli was so excited that tears could not help but fall from the corners of his eyes. Yi Yun sighed. Lord Zhou Yuan is already seriously ill, yet he still misses a small branch of Shenlong Sect so much. This moved him very much. Yi Yun waved his hand and placed a restriction around him. The 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor looked at Yi Yun with a puzzled look. "Lord Zhou Yuan, I can cure the poisonous wounds on your body, and I can also make up for the loss of the holy armor to you." Yi Yun smiled softly. "Who are you?" The 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor looked at Yi Yun in surprise. This man seemed to be of low cultivation, but he felt quite mysterious. But what he said just now is really a bit exaggerated. As a strong man in the God-Emperor realm, he was naturally very aware of how serious the poisonous injuries on his body were. Yi Yun looked at the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor and smiled meaningfully. "I come from the Divine Land, the Hidden Dragon Continent." Divine Land? Hidden Dragon Continent? Hearing what Yi Yun said, Zhou Yuan Saint Ancestor was stunned for an instant. As an ancient celestial demon clan from the last era, he naturally knows about the Divine Land and the Hidden Dragon Continent. The original 5 demon clans lived in the area of the Divine Land in the last era. However, he later hid in the Xinglin continent. "How can I trust you?" Taking a deep breath, the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor stared at Yi Yun and said in a deep voice. Yi Yun stretched out a finger. In an instant, the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor found that his body could not move. He was extremely frightened. The young man in white clothes in front of him didn't seem to have a high level of cultivation, but his magical powers were far superior to him. Perhaps this person's realm is much higher than him. Yi Yun retracted his fingers and the immobilization spell was released. In just a short moment, he verified it for the 9 yuan saint ancestor. But none of the few monks nearby noticed it. Zhou Yuan pays homage to Senior. The 9 yuan saint ancestor, who resumed his actions, immediately knelt at Yi Yun's feet. His cultivation level is several realms higher than his. Such a person is definitely far superior to him. Seeing the 9 yuan saint ancestor kneeling down, Wen Li and others were also stunned with surprise. Fortunately, there are restrictions around it. The people of the Zhou Yuan Holy Spirit clan in the distance didn't know what happened. Just call me Mr. Yi. Yi Yun smiled slightly and personally helped the 9 yuan saint ancestor up. The 9 yuan saint ancestor has great kindness to the Shenlong Sect, and it is worthy of him to do this. Mr. Yi. The 9 yuan saint ancestor shouted excitedly. Yi Yun asked with a smile, Zhou Yuan, you have more than one poisonous wound on your body. How did you get it planted? Mr. Yi, since you are with Sect Master Wen Li and others, you should also know some things about the Shenlong Sect. More than 8 million years ago, the Qilin clan launched an attack on the Shenlong Sect. The ancestral dragon and the 7 super Qilins fought against each other. In the end, they all missing. Later, the 7 super unicorns returned to the Shenlong Sect and wanted to vent their anger. I showed up to fight with them. 1 against 7, although I didn't lose, I was still poisoned by the 10,000 poison Kirins. This was the first time I was poisoned. As for the poison of the 10,000 poison Qilin, I have only suppressed it for millions of years, but I have never been able to drive it out of my body. 100,000 years ago, Shi Qilin suddenly disappeared, and the 4 major Qilin holy lands wanted to attack the Shenlong Sect again. He once again intercepted the 4 super unicorns. Although he was not poisoned this time, he had another battle with Rui Saint Ancestor on the way back and was poisoned by her again. Both poisons are extremely complex and strong. The fusion inside my body turned into a new and inexplicable poison. Not only was I unable to suppress this new poison, it actually began to devour my vitality and continuously damaged my body. The 9 yuan saint ancestor said in a deep voice, his face looking extremely helpless. It turns out that you have been poisoned by 2 of the most powerful poisons in the world. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows, quite surprised. The 10,000 poison Kirin, one of the 7 super Kirins, has already reached its peak in poison-using skills. As for the Rui Saint Ancestor, he is no weaker than the 10,000 poison Kirin in using poison, and the strength of the 2 is almost on par. Although the Zhou Yuan Saint Ancestor is very powerful, he has been poisoned by 2 kinds of strange poisons, the 10,000 poison Kirin and the Rui Saint Ancestor, which are at the same level as the God Emperor. When these 2 strange poisons are blended together, new changes occur, even if his methods. No matter how strong the sky is, no matter how powerful the body is, there is no way to resolve them one by one. Therefore, the current 9 yuan saint ancestor is so thin that he has very little life left. Zhou Yuan, you have suffered. Yi Yun expressed deep sympathy for the suffering of the 9 yuan saint ancestor, stretched out a hand and gently patted the 9 yuan saint ancestor's shoulder. Yi Yun, don't worry, I can cure the poison on your body. Mr. Yi, do you have any idea? The 9 yuan saint ancestor's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a life-saving straw, and he couldn't help but get excited. Haha, there are so many ways. Yi Yun smiled softly, turned his palm, and a black bottle appeared in his palm. Seeing this black bottle, the 9 yuan saint ancestor was slightly startled. The smell emanating from the bottle actually gave him a familiar feeling. In the last era, he once felt the breath of the super god-level blood-slaying evil sword. The black bottle in Mr. Ye's hand actually had the same aura. Could it be that? The 9 yuan saint ancestor did not dare to think about it anymore. Go ahead and do drugs. Yi Yin gently threw the black bottle, and the bottle floated on the head of the 9 yuan saint ancestor, and a black light fell. Holy Lord Zhou Yuan only felt a strange energy coming down from the top of his head. This energy produced an unimaginably powerful suction force, and the strange poison that had penetrated deep into the bone marrow was instantly absorbed by this energy. Wisps of black and green poisonous gas floated toward the mouth of the bottle, under the black light beam. This scene amazed everyone around. No one expected it. Mr. Yi actually used a magic weapon to exorcise poison from the 9 yuan saint ancestor. What kind of treasure is this? Many people are speculating in their minds. However, only the 9 yuan saint ancestor could guess that the black bottle Mr. Yi was holding should be a super god-level magic weapon. There were too many poisons in the body of the 9 yuan saint ancestor. The black bottle took about a stick of incense to completely absorb all the poison in his body. At this time, the 9 yuan saint ancestor felt an unprecedented sense of relief coming from his body, and the original pain from the poisonous wounds disappeared. Yi Yin put away the black bottle and took out a white bottle with a green stream hanging from the bottle's mouth. Drink it. Yi Yin smiled and said, "This is the water of life. It can replenish your lost lifespan and the loss of your physical body." The 9 yuan saint ancestor felt the strong breath of life and opened his mouth without hesitation to swallow the green water of life. Just one gulp. He felt that the lost longevity was returning rapidly. Amazing. The 9 yuan saint ancestor was filled with shock and continued to swallow the water of life. As the water of life continued to flow into the body of the 9 yuan saint ancestor, the originally thin body gradually became stronger. Seeing the 9 yuan saint ancestor's body recovering, Yi Yin was quite pleased and nodded with a smile. The effort of a stick of incense. The 9 yuan saint ancestor stopped swallowing the water of life, took a step back, and knelt at Yi Yin's feet again. "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for saving your life." The 9 yuan saint ancestor looked excited and kowtowed 3 times. "You don't have to be polite to me." Yi Yin smiled slightly and helped the 9 yuan saint ancestor up again. "Maybe I should give him a super god-level armor?" Looking at the respectful Zhou Yuan saint ancestor, Yi Yin suddenly had such an idea in his mind. Zhou Yuan saint ancestor Yi Bo Yun Tian has devoted a lot to the Shenlong Sect. It would not be an exaggeration to give him a super god-level armor. But super god-level treasures are too sensitive. From the last era to this era, there was only one blood-slaying evil sword. Forget it, it's better to be half-step to the super god level. Yi Yin rejected his previous thoughts and decided to give the 9 yuan saint ancestor a half-step super god level treasure. Not a battle armor. It is an offensive treasure. As for the 9 yuan holy armor, Yi Yin will naturally help the 9 yuan holy ancestor to get it back. This way. The 9 yuan saint ancestor has 2 half-step super god level treasures for attack and defense, which are enough for him to be proud of the world. Yi Yin looked at the 9 yuan saint ancestor, his eyes suddenly became profound, and countless purple runes flickered in his eyes. Saint Ancestor 9 Yuan, it turns out that your 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan is a 9-headed lion. Yi Yin said in surprise. Yes, Mr. Yi. The 9 Yuan Saint ancestor nodded and smiled. In his opinion, Mr. Yi was so powerful that it was easy to see through his true form. You, the 9 Yuan Holy Spirit clan, are extremely powerful and have strong bodies. You are indeed a fighting clan. In this case, I will give you a pair of gloves. Yi Yin suddenly smiled, flipped his palm and sent out a pair of golden gloves. Mr. Yi, you are too polite. The 9 Yuan Saint ancestor waved his hands repeatedly, not daring to accept the gift. However, when he glanced at the golden gloves, his eyes showed shock. This golden glove turned out to be a half-step super god level magic weapon, comparable to the 9 Yuan holy armor. Take it, you have paid so much for the Shenlong Sect. Yi Yin smiled lightly and handed the golden glove to the 9 Yuan Saint ancestor. Thank you, Mr. Yi. The 9 Yuan Saint ancestor held the golden glove and was in a state of excitement. He has now returned to his peak strength. With this pair of half-step super god-level golden gloves, even if Rui Saint ancestor has the 9 Yuan holy armor, he is still confident to defeat her. Mou, Qingyu, Wenli, you guys are waiting here. Yi Yin looked around, gave a gentle instruction, smiled at the 9 Yuan Saint ancestor, and said, let's go see the whereabouts of the chaos demonic dragon. Yes, Mr. Yi. The 9 Yuan Saint ancestor quickly put away his golden gloves, followed Yi Yun into the sky, and disappeared into the void in an instant. Xiao Kai still stayed where she was. This was also Yi Yun's order, asking her to stay here. A certain valley in Xinlin continent is isolated from the world by a powerful formation. This valley is extremely vast and lush, with golden cattail trees growing everywhere. Each cattail tree is extremely tall, growing in front of the sun and emitting golden light, making the entire valley seem to be dyed with golden light. Deep in the valley, there is a light golden mist, and only one golden cattail tree grows here. This golden cattail tree is like a towering giant tree, towering into the clouds and emitting terrifying fluctuations. Underneath the tree, there were clouds of golden mist that made it difficult to see the roots of the trees. Holy Ancestor Rui, since you are here, why not show your true form? The golden cattail tree swayed and let out an old laugh. Giggle. Along with a string of laughter like silver bells, a girl wearing a silver robe, her voice changed from blur to clear, slowly appeared in the void. Snort. Saint Ancestor Rui stepped on the void, his eyes flickered, and he snorted coldly against the clouds of golden mist. Golden Saint Ancestor, if I come even half a step later, the chaos demonic dragon will be sucked to death by you, right? How could it be? You and I have already made an agreement. At the very least, I have to leave it a small life so that you can have an explanation to the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor. Golden Pushu chuckled. This huge golden cattail tree is one of the 5 heavenly demon clans, the golden ancestor of the golden demon cattail clan. He is also a terrifying God Emperor realm powerhouse. Explain? Saint Ancestor Rui's pretty face was slightly cold, and he sneered, I think this matter is not that simple. Crash. The golden tree body swayed and made a soft sound. The golden Saint Ancestor was surprised and asked, what do you mean by this, Rui Saint Ancestor? Golden Saint Ancestor, under your terrifying swallowing ability, the chaos demonic dragon has been rooted in you for so many years. Logically speaking, it should have died long ago, right? Rui Saint Ancestor's eyes were filled with divine light and he said calmly, haha, after all, the chaos demonic dragon is also a super dragon. It is a Rare holy spirit in the Xinlin continent. If you kill it, it will be gone. In addition, there is an agreement between you and me. How could I kill it so easily? The Golden Saint Ancestor smiled casually. Saint Ancestor Rui's eyes were like lightning, as if he had penetrated the golden mist below, and he smiled meaningfully. I heard that the chaos demonic dragon's innate magical power is very powerful. Maybe some people are coveting it. Ha ha. The Golden Saint Ancestor suddenly burst into laughter, and the golden tree body swayed. He smiled awkwardly and said, "The 5 great demon clans all say that you, the Rui Jade Spider clan, are ghosts and monsters. You, the Rui Saint Ancestor, are even more. It's because of this that I can't hide any of my plans from you. Golden Saint Ancestor, you have refined the magical power of the chaos demonic dragon. Your current strength should have surpassed that of the immortal Saint Ancestor, right?" Saint Ancestor Rui frowned slightly and said silently, "The immortal Saint Ancestor comes from the immortal Stone clan, and his original strength surpassed that of the Golden Saint Ancestor." "Well enough." The Golden Saint Ancestor smiled, looked at the Rui Saint Ancestor up and down, and suddenly said with an envious look on his face, "Tsk tisk, now that you have obtained the 9 yuan holy armor and your strength has improved to the next level, the two of us will become each other." Hee hee. Saint Ancestor Rui smiled deeply. Above the two people in the void, a sword flashed away. Although the two Saint Ancestors were powerful, no one noticed it. Beyond the valley, 2 figures suddenly appeared, and as soon as Yi Yun stretched out his hand, the heaven-destroying sword returned to his hand. "Mr. Yi, this is the Golden Valley." The 9 yuan Saint Ancestor looked around vigilantly, and suddenly said with a surprised look on his face, "Could it be that the chaos demonic dragon actually fell into the hands of the Golden Saint Ancestor?" "About there." Yi Yun nodded gloomily. The 2 figures flashed again and disappeared outside the Golden Valley. "Somebody is coming?" Feeling the fluctuations in the void, Saint Rui was startled and immediately prepared for defense. 2 figures walked out of the void. One of them was the 9 yuan Saint Ancestor, whom she was familiar with, but she had never seen the other young man in white. The cultivation level of the young man in white seems to be only at the true God level. This surprised Saint Ancestor Rui. However, when he saw Saint Ancestor Jiu Yuan's face glowing red and his figure returning to his former burly and muscular form, Saint Rui was immediately stunned. "Saint Ancestor 9 Yuans, the poison in your body has been cured?" she exclaimed softly. "It's solved." A cold voice sounded. After the 9 yuan Saint Ancestor said these 2 words, his face became extremely serious, and his eyes released a fierce light. The entire void became extremely heavy, containing a strong smell of gunpowder. Before the 9 yuan Saint Ancestor was poisoned and injured, his original strength was ranked first or second among the 5 heavenly demon Saint Ancestors. However, after being injured, his strength was greatly reduced. The Jiu Yuan Saint Ancestor was boiling with fighting spirit, which immediately made the Rui Saint Ancestor and the Gold Saint Ancestor feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. "How is this possible? You were poisoned by the 10,000 poison Kirin and me. How could anyone in the world possibly cure it?" Holy Ancestor Rui shook his head repeatedly, in disbelief. Whether it was her or the 10,000 poison Kirin, when they poisoned the 9 yuan Saint Ancestor, the 2 powerful God Emperor Realm Masters had already shown their special skills. These terrible toxins may not be able to be solved even if the too powerful God Emperor realm masters do it themselves. After all, two super poisons have been fused, and it will take a long time for the two of them to work together to undo it. However, what is surprising is that the poison on Zhou Yuan's saint ancestor's body disappeared. Could it be that, after fighting poison with poison, did both poisons disappear? Saint Ancestor Rui looked at Saint Ancestor Zhou Yuan, and a sense of absurdity arose in his heart. If that were the case, that would be hilarious. The 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor's eyes were cold and he sneered, I can only say that you are a frog in the well. Saint Ancestor Zhou Yuan, did you rush into the Golden Valley just to find a fight with Saint Rui? If you dare to bully her, this Saint Ancestor will not stand idly by. The Golden Saint Ancestor shouted decisively. Zhou Yuan, this old guy from the Golden Saint Ancestor really knows how to do favors. Yi Yun looked at the huge golden cattail tree and sneered repeatedly. Under the golden cattail tree, within the golden mist, crawled a huge dark black dragon. It is the Chaos Demon Dragon. At this moment, the Chaos Demonic Dragon was extremely thin, and it was tens of thousands of times worse than the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon. The dragon's scales were dry and cracked, and white bones were exposed on its body. The huge body of blood had long since disappeared without a trace. The Chaos Demonic Dragon was dying and now fell into a coma. Yi Yan took a quick look and found that the soul of the Chaos Demonic Dragon was so weak that it was about to dissipate. It can be said, even if Rui Saint Ancestor hands over this Chaos Demonic Dragon to 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor, it will not live for many years. It's good that I'm not dead. Yi Yan sighed silently, feeling much relieved. As long as he is not dead, he can bring the Chaos Demon Dragon back to its peak. Mr. Yi, let me teach this old guy a lesson. The 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor said respectfully. Mr. Yi? Rui Saint Ancestor and Gold Saint Ancestor both looked at the young man in white, and were both stunned at the same time. Who is this Mr. Yi? The majestic 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor was proud and had never been so polite to others. Golden old man, I said that I couldn't find the Chaos Demon Dragon for so many years. It turns out that you hid it, devoured it, and refined it. The 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor burst out with terrifying energy and blood. His eyes were extremely fierce, and he punched him. Boom! This punch was earth-shattering, as if the entire Golden Valley was shattered. The Golden Saint Ancestor stretched out a thick golden tree trunk and hit the terrifying fist of the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor. Boom! The golden tree trunk shattered, and the Golden Saint Ancestor tree shook for a while, and then most of its power was released. Relying on the physical battle, the Golden Saint Ancestor still lost. 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor, are you crazy? You want to fight me? The Golden Saint Ancestor was furious. 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor. Saint Rui's body flashed and he stood in front of the Golden Saint Ancestor. With an indifferent expression, the Chaos Demonic Dragon is not dead, so why do you have to fight against the Golden Saint Ancestor? It's almost as good as not dying. Before the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor could speak, Yi Yan looked at the two of them coldly and said with a faint sneer, you two are the same as each other. Working together, neither of you are a good thing. Who is this Mr. Yi? Saint Ancestor Rui looked at Yi Yun warily and asked in a deep voice. I am from the land of the gods. Yi Yun smiled softly. What? From the divine land? Rui Saint Ancestor and Golden Saint Ancestor were stunned for a moment, and there was an uproar in their hearts. How did the strong man from the divine land come to Xinglin continent? Call. Saint Ancestor Rui suddenly grabbed the huge chaotic dragon from below with a big hand. Saint Ancestor 9 Yuans, I give you this chaos demonic dragon. I have fulfilled my promise, Rui Saint Ancestor said coldly. After saying that, a golden light circulated, and then there was a layer of brilliant golden armor outside of her silver robe. It is the 9 Yuan holy armor. Saint Ancestor Rui, you have to deal with the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor. First, leave this guy named Yi to me. The golden Saint Ancestor shouted, and a golden branch penetrated from one end of the void, and then came out from the other end of the void, piercing Yi Yun like lightning. Aha! Before Saint Rui could take action, Yi Yun cut off the golden branch with a single stroke of his sword. Ah! The golden Saint Ancestor exclaimed, obviously not expecting that Mr. Ye's swordsmanship was so amazing. Yi Yun pointed out his finger, and Rui Saint Ancestor was immediately unable to move. Then he turned his fingers into palms and grabbed them in the air. Yi Yun caught the golden 9 Yuan armor in his hands. 9 Yuan, the property returns to its original owner. Yi Yun smiled softly and threw the holy armor to the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor. Rui, how could you let this person take away the 9 Yuan holy armor? When the golden Saint Ancestor was confused, he suddenly saw the young man in white slashing towards him with a sword. This sword seemed a little slow, but it suddenly came close. The golden Saint Ancestor was startled. The 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor, who was preparing to take action, was also shocked by Mr. Ye's sword skills. Not to mention the golden Saint Ancestor, even if he wears the 9 Yuan holy armor, he basically has no ability to avoid this sword. Aha! The shocking sword light roared past and split the huge golden cattail tree into two in an instant. The golden Saint Ancestor let out a scream, and the two huge tree trunks that were separated jumped up violently. The aura of chaos emerged from the fracture. After a while of twisting, they turned into two huge golden cattail trees. Seeing this scene, Yi Yun became quite interested. Mr. Yi, the chaos demonic dragon is said to have the immortal body of chaos. This kind of innate magical power seems to have been refined by the golden Saint Ancestor. The 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor said solemnly. The chaos immortal body is the innate magical power of the chaos demonic dragon. Even if the physical body is cut into countless pieces, it is impossible for it to perish. This old guy has really gained a lot of benefits from being rooted in the chaos demonic dragon for so many years. Yi Yun looked indifferent and nodded. In the past, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the Chaos Demon Dragon were able to cut off the Queen of the Ancestral Dragon and successfully hold back the 7 super unicorns. These two super dragons naturally have extremely powerful innate magical powers and combat power. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon can be reborn with a drop of blood, and the Chaos Demonic Dragon possesses the Chaos Immortal Body. These two super dragons are extremely powerful in preserving lives. So I'm responsible for the aftermath. Therefore, we can successfully hold back the 7 super unicorns with 2 against 7. The mantis stalks the cicada, followed by the oriole. What is unexpected is that although the injured Chaos Demon Dragon escaped the 7 super unicorns, it was seriously injured and fell into the hands of the Golden Demon Pooh. The Golden Demon Pooh clan, as one of the 5 heavenly demon clans, can compete with the Qilin clan and is naturally extremely powerful. I am going to kill you. Being split in two by a sword, the dignity of the Golden Saint Ancestor seemed to be challenged. The two trees shook violently, and golden cattail flowers floated down. Golden cattail flowers as big as millstones are densely packed and everywhere, spreading like a tide in the void, rushing towards Zhou Yuan's Saint Ancestor and Yi Yun. Mr. Yi, be careful. The 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor put on the 9 Yuan holy armor, and golden hot light emitted from his body, blocking the golden cattail flowers. Boom! He punched out, and this punch had the power to destroy the world and forcefully knock out a golden cattail tree. Yi Yin raised the tip of his sword, and a golden cattail flower was pulled over by him. It is somewhat similar to Xiaohua's parasitic magical power. After observing it twice, Yi Yin smiled softly. With a slight movement of the sword, the golden cattail flower disappeared. It's over, Holy Ancestor Rui seems to be possessed by evil spirits. Seeing the Rui Saint Ancestor still standing in the void like a sculpture, the Golden Saint Ancestor shouted in his heart that something was wrong, and suddenly disappeared in a flash. This Mr. Yi has strong swordsmanship and strange magical powers. In addition, with the help of the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor, although its golden cattail magical power was powerful, it could not cause any harm to the two of them. Therefore, at this moment, the Golden Saint Ancestor chose to escape. Still want to escape? Yi Yin sneered, stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the air, and an unimaginable force came, and a tree body of the Golden Saint Ancestor was grabbed out of the ground. Mr. Yi is too strong. The 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor secretly glanced at the Rui Saint Ancestor who was as dumb as a clay sculpture, and then glanced at the Golden Saint Ancestor, feeling extremely shocked. The Golden Saint Ancestor was caught close by, and because he was imprisoned by a powerful force, he could not break free even if he twisted the tree body desperately. You can't kill me. The Golden Saint Ancestor suddenly laughed ferociously and said with a loud laugh, I have billions of clones spread all over the Holy Lin continent. Now, I have refined the innate magical power of the Chaos Demonic Dragon. My vitality is even more powerful. I am almost immortal. Even if you kill me in this body, it won't help at all. Tough mouth, little one. Facing the arrogant Golden Saint Ancestor, Yi Yun just smiled faintly. He waved his hand gently, and a piece of black cloth flew out. This piece of black cloth flew higher and higher, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the depths of the void. Then a terrible scene occurred. The black cloth that was originally only a few feet in size suddenly became infinitely huge, covering the vast sky of the entire Shenlong continent. It's dark. No light could fall, and the Shenlong continent fell into deathly darkness. Even though Saint Rui couldn't move, he was instantly frightened to death when he saw this terrifying scene. This piece of black cloth can actually cover the sky. Cover the sky? What is this concept? Saint Ancestor Rui was so frightened that he simply did not dare to speculate any further. What kind of treasure is this? The 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor widened his eyes and looked at the darkness around him in disbelief, feeling a turmoil in his heart. At the same time, the entire Shenlong continent fell into a huge panic, and even the powerful ones in the God Emperor realm were trembling with fear. Black cloth covered the sky, covering the entire Shenlong continent, and endless black light suddenly rolled down and penetrated into every place in the Shenlong continent. The golden cattail flowers and tiny golden cattail trees hidden in the earth, rocks, mountains, rivers, and various creatures were all caught out instantly by the terrifying black light. Call. The black light rolled back up and returned to the black cloth. The endless black cloth suddenly shrank and returned to its original size. falling from the depths of the void into the Golden Valley. Falling in front of Yi Yun. This process happened so fast, almost in the blink of an eye. Although the sky shielding cloth covers a huge area and covers the sky, all living creatures in the entire Xinglin continent cannot detect it. Golden Saint Ancestor, go in and see if there is anything missing. Yi Yun smiled indifferently and threw the tree body of the Golden Saint Ancestor in the void into the black cloth wrapped in it. Ah! All my clones were caught. What kind of treasure is this? Within the black cloth, the horrifying voice of the Golden Saint Ancestor came. Okay, now that everything is ready, I can send you on your way. Yi Yun smiled softly and raised his hand to snap his fingers. Snapped. The black cloth stirred for a while, and the Golden Saint Ancestor and his clones wrapped in them instantly turned into golden dust, falling down with a rustling sound. Golden Saint Ancestor is dead? Saint Ancestor Rui, who was still unable to move, suddenly saw those golden dust floating down from the black cloth, which scared her so much that she fainted. Horrible. Witnessing the fall of the Golden Saint Ancestor, the 9-Yuan Saint Ancestor also felt chills all over and was so shocked that he could not speak. After the death of the Golden Saint Ancestor, the entire vast Golden Valley suddenly became silent. All the members of the Golden Demon Pu clan were lying on the ground, trembling, for fear that they would also be killed by Yi Yun. Yi Yun glanced at it lightly, then stretched out his hand to take back the sky-shielding cloth. Then he took out the 8-treasure glass bottle and poured a few drops of Songguang divine water down. The 3 light divine water fell into the emaciated chaos demonic dragon, quickly blended into it, and turned into 3-color light, shrouding the huge dragon body. The chaos dragon's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, the 9-Yuan Saint Ancestor next to him was stunned. Mr. Yi has too many elixirs. Jiao Yuan Saint Ancestor thought in his heart, worshipping Yi Yun even more. It takes less than a stick of incense. The chaos demonic dragon recovered from its injuries and regained its energy. It transformed into a human form and knelt at Yi Yun's feet. Thank you, my benefactor, for saving my life. The chaos demon dragon kowtowed 3 times in a row and said very gratefully, "Get up." Looking at the restored chaos demon dragon, Yi Yun was still deeply moved. He sighed softly, and then took out another vial. Although the chaos demonic dragon has recovered from his injuries, his level has dropped a lot. Now he is only at the God King level. Inside the vial is rejuvenating water. Take this water and your cultivation will be restored. Yi Yun smiled softly. The chaos demon dragon took the vial and poured it into his mouth without any hesitation. The rejuvenating water continued to fall into his mouth, and his cultivation aura continued to grow stronger. The cultivation level that was originally on the 2nd level of the God King realm, in just a few breaths, broke through to the 3rd level of the God King realm, and then the 4th level. As if riding a rocket, the realm of the chaos demonic dragon continues to soar. It was only after he was promoted to the 10th level of the Divine Emperor realm that he stabilized. Thank you, benefactor. After recovering his cultivation, the chaos demon dragon respectfully handed the vial to Yi Yun and thanked him very excitedly. You're welcome, you and I are both dragons. Yi Yun took the vial, shook his head and smiled softly, releasing an aura of the ancestral dragon from his body. Feeling the powerful suppression coming from his blood, the chaos demonic dragon trembled all over and knelt down without hesitation. See Master Zulong. The chaos demonic dragon said loudly, looking extremely excited. He never expected that after the Golden Valley had been suppressed for millions of years, Lord Zulong would personally save him. Lord Zulong? The 9 Yuan Saint ancestor rubbed his eyes and looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. This Mr. Yi from the Divine Land is actually the ancestral dragon? Just when he was wondering. Suddenly, Yi Yun smiled faintly and said softly, I am the new Zulong. The previous Zulong disappeared and has not been found yet. When the 9 Yuan Saint ancestor heard this, he took a breath and felt a lot more relaxed. So you are the new Zulong. The chaos demonic dragon murmured to himself, suddenly feeling sad and bursting into tears. The life and death of Lord Zulong of the previous generation is now uncertain, which makes the reborn chaos demonic dragon extremely sad. Don't worry, I will find the last ancestor dragon. Yi Yun stretched out his hand, personally helped the chaos demon dragon up, and comforted him softly. Now the situation has changed drastically. I have rescued the Blood Chief Demon Dragon. He is pretending to be the Blood Emperor in the underground palace of the Holy Mountain of the Blood Qilin clan. It is absorbing the blood of the real Blood Emperor, the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon. Hearing Yi Yun's words, Chaos Demon Dragon was shocked. This new Lord Zulong is too powerful, and his skills are a bit too big. As soon as he took action, he suppressed the Blood Emperor of the God Emperor realm. The 9 Yuan Saint ancestor was also shocked when he heard what Yi Yun said. He did not expect that the Blood Emperor of the Blood Qilin clan had been suppressed, and now the Blood Emperor had been replaced by the Blood King. Demon Dragon. You were unconscious just now, so you don't know yet. The Golden Saint ancestor who tortured you for millions of years has been killed by me, and even his clone didn't escape. Yi Yun patted the Chaos Demon Dragon on the shoulder and said with a smile. Ah. The Chaos Demon Dragon was stunned. The new Lord Zulong not only suppressed the Blood Emperor, but also killed the Golden Saint ancestor? Is this strength terrifying? He knew very well how powerful the Golden Saint ancestor of the Golden Demon Pu clan was. Even if the previous ancestral dragon was still alive, he might not be able to completely kill the Golden Saint ancestor and his clones. Chaos Demon Dragon, more than 8 million years ago, when you and the Blood Demon Dragon were responsible for breaking up the Queen, how did you end up in the hands of the Golden Demon Pu? Yi Yun asked. Lord Zulong, at that time I activated his self-rebel dragon art regardless of the cost, severely damaged several super unicorns, and fled. Unexpectedly, the Golden Saint ancestor hiding in the dark took action and suddenly captured me. The Golden Saint ancestor appears like ghosts and is good at concealing his magical powers. He brought me to the Golden Valley without knowing it. He took root in my body, absorbed my energy and blood, and tried to refine my innate magical powers. The Chaos Demonic Dragon explained in a low voice as he recalled the past. Did this Rui Saint ancestor participate in this action? Yi Yun raised his gaze and looked not far away. Seeing Saint Ancestor Rui standing in the void like a clay sculpture, the Chaos Demonic Dragon sighed, shook his head, and said, Saint Ancestor Rui did not participate in the sneak attack millions of years ago. She only did it 100,000 years ago. Only then did he realize that I was being suppressed deep in the Golden Valley by the Golden Saint Ancestor, so he came forward to negotiate with the Golden Saint Ancestor and took away a scale on my body, saying that he wanted to ask the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor for the 9 Yuan Holy Armor. Having said this, he glanced at the 9 Yuan Holy Armor on the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor. Mr. Yi helped me get this back. The 9 Yuan Saint ancestor shrugged and smiled. The Chaos Demon Dragon nodded when he heard this, and said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, Master Zulong appeared and shattered the conspiracy of Rui Saint Ancestor and Golden Saint Ancestor. This Rui Saint Ancestor is not the culprit." Yi Yun pointed and the immobilization technique was lifted. Rui Saint Ancestor slowly woke up. Seeing that the Chaos Demonic Dragon had returned to normal and even reached the 10th level of the Divine Emperor realm, Saint Rui was puzzled, but he also knew that this must be Mr. Ye's grand gesture. She knelt down in the void and begged bitterly, "Mr. Yi, I was also obsessed with it for a moment, and then I became interested in the 9 Yuan holy armor. What do you think we should do with it, Zhou Yuan?" Yi Yun looked at the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor. Rui Saint Ancestor is also the leader of one of the 5 heavenly demon clans, but he has not done many evil things. He wanted to hear the views of the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor. "Mr. Yi, if you wish, it's all in vain. Why don't you just spare her life?" The 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor thought for a while and said, "Although the 5 heavenly demon clans have been fighting for many years, they only fight within themselves. Facing the Qilin clan, they still unanimously fight against each other. Therefore, the 5 great demon tribes were able to gain a firm foothold on the Xinglan continent." "That's fine." Yi Yun nodded in agreement. Today's Rui Saint Ancestor is no longer the opponent of Zhou Yuan Saint Ancestor. When the Golden Saint Ancestor dies, I believe that this act of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys will definitely teach the Rui Saint Ancestor an unforgettable lesson. I have a request. Yi Yun looked at Saint Ancestor Rui and said calmly, "Don't reveal today's events to anyone, especially the Qilin clan." "I understand, Mr. Yi, I swear to God." Saint Rui nodded quickly and began to swear to heaven. This Mr. Yi was so terrifying that he easily killed the Golden Saint Ancestor. Unless she was worried about her longevity, she would definitely not tell anyone. After letting Saint Ancestor Rui leave, Yi Yun took the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor and the Chaos Demon Dragon to break through the void, left the Golden Valley, and returned to Yuanling Mountain. On the way, Yi Yun told the Chaos Demon Dragon that the Dark Sky Dragon was still alive. This news made the Chaos Demon Dragon extremely excited. Among the 10 super dragons, the Chaos Demon Dragon and the Dark Sky Dragon have a very deep friendship, and they are like brothers. Without stopping at Yuanling Mountain, Yi Yun took the Chaos Demonic Dragon back to Dongyue territory, activated the teleportation array, and sent the Chaos Demonic Dragon away. Before leaving, Yi Yun also gave him some training resources, which could help the Chaos Demonic Dragon quickly break through to the God Emperor realm. Returning to Yuanling Mountain again and declining the kindness of Zhou Yuan Saint Ancestor to stay, Yi Yun took Mou, Qingyu, and others back to the Shenlong Sect of Sect Master Wenli. According to Yi Yun's idea, I want to take away this Shenlong Sect as well. However, as soon as everyone returned to the sect, a person who claimed to be from the eastern sect of the Shenlong Sect also arrived at the Shenlong Sect. This is a young man with a long sword tied to his back. His cultivation is at the first level of the Divine Lord realm, and he has the blood of a divine dragon. The young man came closer, clasped his hands in his fists, and said politely, I have met Sect Master Wenli. I come from the Shenlongdong Sect of the Xiaogu territory. This is a letter from my sect master. After saying that, the young man handed over a letter. Wenli nodded lightly, took the letter, opened it and read it. After a while, what does this fellow disciple, your sect leader, mean by the great opportunity? After reading the few lines of the letter, Wenli frowned and looked at the young man and asked in confusion. The general meaning of this letter is that a great opportunity has appeared in the Xiaogu territory, which is related to the future of the Shenlong Sect. Therefore, the disciples of the Shenlong Sect of their lineage were invited to go to the Shenlong East Sect to explore this opportunity together. I don't know the specifics. You should be able to find out when you get to our Shenlong East Sect. The young man shook his head and smiled. Mr. Yi. Wenli looked at Yi Yun with a look of help. Since it's about the chance of Shenlong Sect, let's go there. Yi Yun nodded and smiled. Even if this young man doesn't come, he still has to go to the eastern sect of the Shenlong Sect in the Xiaogu territory. Now it's a coincidence. It just so happened that Shenlong Sect Dongzong sent an invitation letter. Although it was unclear, it was just the right time to find out. Good. Wenli nodded. The letter has been delivered. I'm waiting for you in the Xiaogu domain. The young man clasped his hands in his fists, smiled and left. He actually had some doubts. The master of the Shenlong Sect had the same cultivation level as him, but his strength was really weak. He couldn't figure out why the master wanted to invite disciples from this lineage of the Shenlong Sect. Mr. Yi, a messenger disciple of Shenlong Sect, his cultivation level is almost catching up with mine. I don't know why they want us to send disciples there. Seeing the young man leaving, Wenli felt weak and said with a wry smile. Perhaps there are some things in this world that only Shenlong Sect disciples are suitable to do. Yi Yun looked into the distance, with a leisurely smile. This Shenlong Sect Dongzong is a bit interesting. It seems to have a big plan. You must go and take a look. After some thinking, Wenli selected 10 disciples. All 10 people have the blood of the dragon and are relatively strong. Everyone rose into the sky. Yi Yun took out a green bead and collected this lineage of Shenlong Sect. Perhaps because he had seen Mr. Yi display his power in Yuanling Mountain, Li was not too surprised. Everyone took the ferry boat and flew towards the distant city. One day later, after teleporting dozens of times in succession, they entered the Xiaogu territory. That letter contained the address of the eastern sect of the Shenlong Sect. So Yi Yun and others found it easily. Arrive at Shenlong Dongzong Square. Yi Yun discovered that more than 10 branches of the Shenlong Sect had arrived. The leaders of each branch have similar cultivation levels to Wenli, and almost all of them are women. Very beautiful. This made Yi Yun wonder. Wenli, why are all the branch leaders of our Shenlong Sect women? Yi Yun asked with a smile. A woman shows weakness to others, so that our Shenlong Sect will not stand out too much and arouse the jealousy of the Qilin clan. Wenli thought for a while and said, I see. Yi Yun nodded, and then looked at Shenlong Dongzong. He did not see Long Xian in Shenlong Dong Sect. In the entire Dong Sect, the one with the highest level of cultivation was just an old man at the first level of the God King realm. The leader of the East Sect is a male whose cultivation is at the 10th level of the divine realm. This realm is indeed much higher than that of Mou, Qingyu, and others. Waited for a while. The leader of the Shenlong Sect, who was on the 10th level of the divine realm, suddenly floated out and stood in front of the square, with his hands clasped in his fists and a very polite smile. Dear Sect Masters, thank you for your hard work for coming all the way. Let me introduce myself. I am Long Padian, the current Sect Master of the Shenlong East Sect. I've met Master Long. Everyone in the square clasped their fists and greeted Long Padian one by one. Dear sect leaders, you are all part of my Eastern sect, so we are all one family. This opportunity is extremely important, so I called everyone here. Long Padian looked at everyone and said expectantly. Sect Master Long, what kind of opportunity is this? Linley couldn't help but ask. Every sect master, you should have heard of Zhongtian sect, right? Long Padian smiled. Palm Heaven sect? Upon hearing this name, many people's expressions changed. This is the most powerful force on the Xinglin continent. It is known as the ruler of the sky and is equal to the way of heaven. The powerful Qilin clan, in front of the Zhongtian sect, also bowed its head and obeyed, unable to raise its head at all. Only because Zhongtian sect was too arrogant, he was finally struck by thunder and disaster from heaven, and disappeared in the Xinglin continent overnight. The name of Zhongtian sect is like thunder. I have naturally heard of it. I wonder what the opportunity mentioned by Sect Master Long has to do with the long-lost Zhongtian sect? A young woman wearing a golden robe, with a serious look on her face, asked. Extremely solemnly. The Zhongtian sect has raised 10 sacred beasts, all of which are from the Zhongtian Qilin clan. The Zhongtian sect has used a unique technique to breed the Zhongtian bottle in the body of the Zhongtian Qilin. I believe you all know this secret, right? Long Padian explained with a smile. Among the people in the square, some looked confused, while others nodded. Seriously. It looks like some people know and some don't. Yi Yun looked at Long Padian with interest. Regarding the matter of Zhongtian Qilin giving birth to Zhongtian Ping, he naturally also knew that the master of the Shenlong Sect invited everyone here. With great fanfare, was it for the purpose of holding Tianpian? But such a group of people, who are either true gods or divine kings, even if they include these divine disciples from the Shenlong East sect, it is really not enough to obtain the sky palm bottle with such mere strength. Back then, when there was a thunderstorm from the sky, not all the 10 great unicorns died. One of them escaped to the Xiaogu region. Long Padian looked at everyone, with a confident smile on his face, and his voice became louder. After a long period of gestation, this Zhongtian Qilin has given birth to the Zhongtian base. Dear sect masters, this is an opportunity for our Shenlong sect. Once we get the heaven palm bottle, we can communicate with the way of heaven and let our Shenlong sect rise. Holding the sky bottle? After listening to Long Potion's words, all the sect leaders and disciples of Shenlong sect in the square looked at each other in disbelief. The sky palm vase, this is an incredible divine object in legend. Can communicate with the way of heaven and has terrifying functions. Today's Shenlong sect has a low status and weak strength. If it gets the help of palm vase, it will definitely be able to take off. Many people get excited when they think of this. Yi Yun's eyes flashed, and he suddenly said loudly, Master Long, the heaven palm sect has been destroyed by God. Aren't you afraid that if this heaven palm vase is obtained by our Shenlong sect, there will be a thunderstorm from the sky? How is that possible? Long Padian glared at Yi Yun and said angrily, our Shenlong sect is different from the Qilin clan. The Qilin clan used to be somewhat favored by the Heavenly Tao because of the Zhongtian Qilin. Later, the Heavenly Tao destroyed the Zhongtian sect. The Qilin clan is no longer a favorite in the eyes of heaven. Now if our Shenlong sect gets the palm heaven bottle and is favored by heaven, we might be able to soar into the sky and compete with the Qilin clan on the Xinglin continent in the future. Sect Master Long is really far-sighted. After listening to Long Potion's words, Yi Yun laughed instead. This guy is quite ambitious. Yi Yun really appreciated the fact that he wanted the Shenlong Sect to compete with the Qilin clan. At this moment, Yi Yun thought of Dong Huangtai. In the beginning, Dong Huangtai relied on this palm bottle to unify the demon world. If this Long Padian is recognized as the master of Zhang Tianping, he might also become the second Eastern Emperor Tai on the Xinglin continent. Sect Master Long, where is this heavenly palm Qilin now? Someone asked. In the ancient Xiaogu territory, in an extremely hidden secret realm. Long Padian had a mysterious look on his face, looked at everyone and laughed. In this secret realm, we still need to rely on you, to enter it and explore the opportunities. Sect Master Long, why do you say that? Mou frowned, coughed and said, you should have seen that our Shenlong Sect branches are not very strong. Most of them are in the true God realm, and very few are even in the Divine Lord realm. In terms of strength, we are comparable. Shenlong Dongzong is much weaker. Yes, Master Long, we are not very strong, so I'm afraid we can't be of much help. Another woman yelled. Dear Sect Masters, I have traveled thousands of miles to invite you here, hoping that you can be of great help. Long Padian cupped his hands and smiled. Everyone looked at Long Padian with puzzled faces, looking forward to his next words. Our Dong sect has explored the secret realm before. Once you enter, you won't be able to go very far. Long Padian said slowly. Why? The doubts in everyone's eyes became even stronger. After this Zhang Tian Qilin escaped from the Zhang Tian sect, it was stained with a lot of thunder and lightning. Later, in order to give birth to the Zhang Tian bottle, it hid in a secret realm. Although it hid, its original the thunder and lightning of the heavenly tribulation have not disappeared, and there are still many remnants in the secret space. Long Padian looked at everyone and said expectantly, the Palm Heaven sect was so powerful in the past, but it was wiped out by this terrifying thunder and lightning. This shows that these thunder and lightning are extremely terrifying, and the higher the cultivation level, the more people enter this place. The secret realm makes it easier to attract the remaining thunder and lightning of the heavenly tribulation. Once entangled, it will be instantly turned into ashes. Even for a strong man in the God Emperor realm, the chance of falling will be even more terrifying. Where is the Divine Emperor realm? Seeing that Long Potion's words were a bit mysterious, Yi Yun asked in a high voice. Oh, what are the powerful ones in the God Emperor realm? We are all ants in the way of heaven, and the chance of falling for the powerful ones in the Divine Emperor realm is higher than that in the Divine Emperor realm. Long Padian curled his lips and said angrily. Although he is a monk in the Divine Sovereign realm, he talks about the Divine Emperor realm and the Divine Emperor realm in a clear and logical manner, and seems to have no awe at all. It seems that the lower the cultivation level, the safer it is. Yi Yun grinned. Yes, the lower the level of cultivation, the safer it is. True God realm is the best. Even lower levels of Divine Lord realm are fine. Just don't go to high levels. Long Padian sighed deliberately. A woman at the 10th level of the True God realm laughed. Then we will have a place to use. Yes, if you can enter the secret realm and find the Heaven Palm bottle, our Shenlong Sect will rise completely. Another female sect leader said with great ambition and fist in her heart. Everyone in the square was very excited, as if they could get the heavenly vase at their fingertips. Long Padian took 2 steps forward, with a serious look on his face, clasped his fists, and said in a deep voice, everyone, holding the sky vases of great importance. We can't delay any longer, otherwise the Qilin clan will find out, and we will have no chance. Okay, let's set off now, Master Long. Everyone responded. Yi Yun stood among the crowd, with a thoughtful expression on his face. The place where Zhang Tian Qilin fell is supposed to be extremely secret. Why? Is it known to the little Shenlong Dongzhou? Is it really just luck? Yi Yun decided to follow the others to find out whether there was a sky palm bottle in this secret territory. He is the one who has seen the heaven vase. Naturally, you can tell the truth from the false. Long Padian took out an immortal boat, and everyone stepped on it. The immortal boat rose into the sky and flew towards somewhere. After flying for only an hour, the ferry boat penetrated deep into a vast mountain range. This mountain range has lush vegetation, but there are few monsters. In a valley in this mountain range, the ferry boat suddenly landed and stopped at the edge of an inconspicuous pool. Long Padian jumped down from the ferry boat and stood by the pool. He looked around with a vigilant expression and said quietly, "Dear sect masters, the depth of this pool is the entrance to that secret realm. It's so hidden." Luo Huan couldn't help but complain. This pool is so ordinary that no one would have thought that there is a secret realm hidden beneath the pool. Hidden within the secret realm is a unicorn with a palm in the sky. It's really hidden, or else it wouldn't be discovered by anyone. Long Padian smiled slightly and instructed carefully, "Dear sect masters, there are no living creatures in this secret territory. The Zhangtian Qilin died long ago after hatching the Zhangtian bottle, so you only need to avoid the remaining thunder and lightning of the heavenly tribulation." Understood. Everyone replied. My cultivation level makes it inconvenient for me to enter the heaven palm vase in the secret realm requires the help of all the sect masters and fellow disciples. Long Padian clasped his hands and said very politely, "Don't worry, Master Long. This is an opportunity for our Shenlong Sect to rise. We will never give up," a woman said loudly. Then she turned around and jumped into the pool first. Her disciples also jumped in. Seeing this, others followed suit and entered the pool. Yi Yan winked at Qingyu, Mou, and others, and jumped in. After seeing everyone disappear, Long Padian glanced in the direction of the pool, and his consciousness penetrated. The water in the pool is thousands of feet deep. At the very bottom, there is a small whirlpool more than 1 foot long, slowly rotating. Everyone from the Shenlong Sect branch entered the secret realm through this vortex entrance. Haha, I, a member of the Divine Dragon Sect, have the blood of the Divine Dragon. Even though my cultivation level is low, my body is strong and I possess the Divine Dragon body technique. It shouldn't be a problem to avoid those thunder and lightning. Long Padian stood there and smiled calmly. Long Padian, are you too confident? Not long after Long Potion's words, an old voice suddenly echoed in the valley. Bidian, meet your lord. Long Potion's expression changed, and he immediately clasped his hands into fists and bent half of his body. A red figure flew over from a distance and landed on the edge of the pool. This is an old man wearing a fiery red robe. The old man is energetic, his face is red, and his whole body is filled with astonishing fire. The fiery red robe on his body was actually embroidered with a red fire walking unicorn pattern. Long Padian took 2 steps forward and stood behind the red-robed old man with a respectful expression. Haha, I have great confidence in these young disciples of your Shenlong Sect. After a few seconds, the old man in red robe suddenly smiled, making the atmosphere in the space less tense. Sir, I will definitely live up to your cultivation, Long Padian said solemnly. The red-robed old man in front of him comes from the Shenhua Qilin clan. The Divine Fire Qilin is one of the 7 super Qilins on the Xinglin continent. The red-robed old man's eyes flashed, staring at the pool, and suddenly said, Padian, what do you think are the chances of these people getting the sky palm bottle? The probability should be very high. After all, I, a disciple of the Divine Dragon Sect, possesses the blood of the Divine Dragon, has a strong body, and has extremely good body skills. I think it should not be difficult to enter the depths of the secret realm and find the sky palm bottle. Long Padian considered the words and spoke extremely carefully. Yeah. The old man in red robe showed a look of satisfaction on his face. Then smiled calmly and asked lightly, is there someone bold enough to refine the heaven palm vase in advance? No, sir, I have already told them before that the sky palm vase must be handed over to me, the head of the Shenlong Sect. Long Padian replied with a smile. The Shenlong Sect has always had extremely strict rules. As the leader of the Shenlong Sect, he is supreme authority over the leaders of these branches. That's good. I'm waiting for good news from you. The old man in red robe nodded with satisfaction, turned around and patted Long Padian on the shoulder, and disappeared in an instant. Long Padian felt relieved. Looking at the direction where the red-robed old man disappeared, his eyes showed awe. If Shenlong Dongzong wants to survive, it must have a backstage. Their backstage is the Shenhua Qilin clan. At this time, Yi Yun and others had entered the secret territory. This secret realm was in ruins and lifeless, not even a green spiritual grass. As far as the eye can see, there are only endless gray mountains. When entering the secret realm, Yi Yun put Xiao Kai away, lest her state of God Emperor affect the stability of the secret space. A woman from the Divine Lord realm walked in front and said very vigilantly, Everyone, we must be more careful and don't attract thunder and lightning. The words just fell. There was a muffled sound in the void, and a dark blue thunder suddenly fell from the void. There was a look of horror on the woman's face. Under the blue lightning, she couldn't move, and she felt like an ant in her heart. The expressions of others also changed drastically. Flash! Yi Yun stretched out his hand and suddenly grabbed the woman close to him. Boom! The dark blue lightning fell to the ground and made a loud noise, blasting a deep pit with an invisible bottom on the ground. Terrible! The woman was shocked and turned pale. She almost died just after entering the secret realm. Thank you so much for this, fellow student. After a few seconds, she came back to her senses and immediately saluted Yi Yun and said very gratefully, You and I are both disciples of the Shenlong Sect, so there is no need to be so polite. Yi Yun smiled slightly. He suddenly walked forward and said calmly, My fellow disciples of the Shenlong Sect, I am walking in front and you follow behind me. Hearing Yi Yun's words, many people had incredulous looks in their eyes. Is this young man in the true God realm too arrogant? Mou, Qingyu, and others quickly chased after him and stood behind Yi Yun. Dear sect leaders, this Mr. Yi comes from the Shenlong Sect in the Divine Land. He came to Xinglin continent this time just to save our Shenlong Sect. After receiving Yi Yun's approval secretly, Wenli suddenly turned around, clasped his hands into fists, and spoke to everyone with a solemn expression. What? From the Divine Land? Everyone was shocked when they heard Wenli's words. After all, most people are the masters of the Shenlong Sect branch. He is no stranger to the divine land. Let's go, everyone. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions in his eyes, Yi Yin smiled softly and walked out first. The major sect leaders were puzzled, but for a moment they didn't ask any more questions and quickly followed Yi Yin. Walk 10 feet away. There was another muffled thunder in the air, and a blue lightning fell from the sky again. This blue lightning was no ordinary lightning. It exuded a world-destroying aura of terror. It made people tremble as soon as it appeared. There was a feeling of being unstoppable in the face of the brilliant heaven. Yi Yin threw the heaven-destroying sword. As soon as the sword came out, the invisible and terrifying sword intent immediately tore apart the blue thunder and lightning that landed. In the eyes of everyone, the originally menacing blue thunder and lightning suddenly disintegrated and turned into countless blue particles, disappearing into the void. This scene made everyone marvel. Mr. Yi, your sword dispelled the thunder and lightning? One woman asked. So be it. Yi Yin smiled softly and suddenly increased his speed. The woman looked shocked. What kind of sword is this? There is no discernible quality. However, the thunder and lightning that can destroy the Divine Emperor realm and even the Divine Emperor realm will break when encountering this sword. This is incredible. Everyone, hurry up and catch up. This Mr. Yi from Shintu is really awesome. Someone said excitedly. Everyone also speeded up and chased Yi Yin one after another. After the sky-destroying sword appeared. Even if everyone triggers thunder and lightning, they will not pose a threat at all. So, have a safe trip. There is no danger in this huge secret realm. Dear Sect Masters, our destination has arrived. After half an hour, Yi Yin suddenly froze his figure and showed a smile on his face. On the horizon ahead, a huge figure like a mountain lies. This is a pom-pom unicorn. However, after it had been dead for a long time, its unicorn body turned into a large mountain, with some mist still surrounding the mountain. This is the Zhongtian Qilin. Someone shouted. At this moment, everyone became excited. Seeing the Zhongtian Qilin meant that the Zhongtian bottle appeared. As long as you get the Heaven Palm bottle, the rise of the Shenlong Sect is just around the corner. Let's go and have a look. Yi Yin smiled softly and flew over calmly. Everyone followed behind. What a strong pressure. Just after flying not far away, some true God Realm disciples could not bear the pressure and stopped in midair. Mr. Yi, why don't you go get the sky bottle alone? Mou endured the pressure on her body and said with a wry smile. Yes, Mr. Yi. Everyone nodded and looked at Yi Yin. That's fine. Yi Yin agreed and quickly flew towards the Palm Sky Qilin. This kind of pressure is really light and gentle to him. Yi Yin came to the top of this mountain, which is the area above the head of Qilin Zhongtian. Human race? An old and deep voice suddenly came from Zhongtian Qilin's body. The white mist surged and a figure condensed. Opposite Yi Yin is a unicorn made of mist. When the white mist formed this unicorn, its whole body vibrated, and the next moment it turned into a green unicorn. This green unicorn gave Yi Yin a very familiar feeling. It was almost the same as the Palm Heaven unicorn from Shintu. A wisp of obsession. Yi Yin looked at the green unicorn and sighed softly. This Palm Heaven Qilin has died long ago, and now it is just a trace of obsession that still remains in the body. Good. Zhongtian Qilin looked at Yi Yin, his eyes were slightly cold, and said coldly, human race, go back, I can't give you the Zhongtian bottle. Yi Yin was stunned for a moment. He clearly felt that this Sky Palm Qilin was discriminating against the human race. Why can't you give us humans? Yi Yun asked quietly. The Palm Heaven bottle I hatched can only be given to the Qilin clan. Zhang Tian Qilin said coldly. For the Qilin clan? Yi Yun suddenly laughed, looked around, and said with a mocking smile, there are a lot of thunder and lightning left in this secret realm. The Qilin clan dare not enter it. Once they enter, they will be killed by the thunder and lightning. Humph. So what? Sooner or later, the Heaven Palm bottle and my body will definitely fall into the hands of my Qilin clan. Zhang Tian Qilin shook his head, quite proudly, and sneered, I can wait for this obsession. Anyway, the Zhang Tian bottle will not be broken. Unless the heavenly law collapses one day, the Zhang Tian bottle will disappear. Seeing Zhang Tian Qilin's proud look, Yi Yun couldn't help but smile. What a fun guy. With just a trace of obsession, you want to stop yourself? Yi Yun's eyes flashed, and in the depths of his eyes, countless tiny purple runes changed. He began to look for the Zhang Tian bottle. In just a short moment, Yi Yun discovered that there was a familiar silver vial hidden on the head of Zhang Tian Qilin. It is the Palm Heaven vase. Zhang Tian Qilin was still laughing, not noticing that Yi Yun had discovered the location where it hid the Zhang Tian bottle. Maybe it didn't expect it either. In this secret area, there is such a terrifying big man. Such a big shot, even heaven is as afraid of him as a tiger. Come over. Yi Yun suddenly smiled softly and reached out to grab somewhere. Whoosh, the silver Palm Sky bottle opened the Palm Sky Qilin's head and turned into a ray of silver light and flew into Yi Yun's hand. What? My Heaven Palm bottle. Zhang Tian Qilin was shocked. He never expected that the Zhang Tian bottle in his body would fly out of control. Come back. Zhang Tian Qilin was furious and stretched out a claw to grab the Zhang Tian bottle. The Palm Sky bottle buzzed. But no matter how hard it tried to break free, it couldn't break free from Yi Yun's hand. Zhang Tian Qilin looked at Yi Yun with a gloomy face, and asked in a deep voice, Your Excellency, who are you? Master of the Shenlong Sect. Yi Yun smiled softly and patted the Zhang Tian bottle with the Tianzhan sword. The buzzing Zhang Tian bottle suddenly calmed down. Palm Sky Qilin's pupils shrank sharply. This Palm Sky bottle was connected to its mind. The moment it was hit by the sword, it felt an indescribable panic. Shenlong Sect? Impossible. How could the Shenlong Sect have such a strong person like you? Zhang Tian Qilin roared angrily, feeling a little out of control. Yi Yun ignored it. He just kept turning the Palm Sky bottle in his hand, observing the silver texture on it, with an extremely leisurely expression. Far away, Mou and others saw smiles on their faces when they saw that Yi Yun had easily obtained the Heaven Palm bottle. Mr. Yi is too powerful. It seems that in his eyes, no one can be his enemy. Mou murmured to herself. Yes, Mr. Yi is too strong. With Mr. Yi, our Shenlong Sect will surely reunify and move towards glory again. Qingyu said firmly. Look. Wenli smiled, pointed in the distance with his finger, and said with a smile. This unicorn is going crazy and wants to attack Mr. Yi. It's an egg against a rock. Mou and Qingyu smiled in unison. The other female sect leaders of the Shenlong Sect also laughed. By now, they are also full of endless confidence in this Mr. Yi from the sacred land. I am going to kill you. Zhang Tian Qilin saw his beloved Zhang Tian bottle being played with by Yi Yun, and his heart was filled with anger. In his excitement, he actually rushed towards Yi Yun. Its current strength is only half a step to the Divine Emperor realm. In Yi Yun's eyes, this was no different than an ant. Roll. Yi Yun waved his hand impatiently and slapped him away. Bang. The Zhangtian Qilin was slapped away by Yi Yun, and its green body slammed into its huge body. There was a muffled sound. Being hit by this ferocious force, its green body began to become unstable. And the green mist loosened and began to sway. It's amazing, I'm no match for you. Zhangtian Qilin looked at Yi Yun with a look of hatred and let out a sad laugh. Good guy, so you thought I'm not your opponent? Yi Yun raised his head, looked at Zhangtian Qilin, and said with a smile, I know that your cultivation has been damaged and your strength has dropped to half a step of the Divine Emperor. Even if you return to your peak, you are still no match for me. Do you understand? Zhangtian Qilin was silent for a moment, then suddenly lowered his head and sneered, haha, although I am not your opponent, our sect master, killing you is like crushing an ant. Master of Zhangtian Sect? Is he dead or missing? Yi Yun asked, with interest. Zhangtian Qilin remained silent, but the green mist on his body began to become unstable. It seemed that this obsession was about to dissipate after being slapped by Yi Yun. Zhangtian Qilin's face was complicated, and the mist on his body fluctuated violently, as if it might disappear at any time. Damn it. Sooner or later, the Palm Immortal King will return in triumph, and that day will be your death. Palm Heaven Qilin roared vigorously, the sound rumbled and spread throughout the secret realm. After shouting this sentence, the fog dissipated, and this obsession completely disappeared. Yi Yun looked at the direction where the Zhangtian Qilin disappeared, and his expression suddenly changed. The words spoken by this Zhangtian Qilin when he was about to die gave him a huge touch. This Qilin said, one day, the Palm Immortal King will return. This sentence contains too much information, because it contains two words, Immortal King. In the world of Shenlong continent, even a strong man in the God Emperor realm cannot know about the Immortal King. The Immortal King is many times more powerful than Biluo Immortal Lord and others. Above the Immortal Lord is the Immortal Lord, and above the Immortal Lord is the Immortal King. The power of an Immortal King is unquestionable in the immortal realm. However, there was once an invincible immortal king sitting in the Zhangtian sect of Shenlong continent? This really shocked Yi Yun. If an immortal king from the immortal realm enters the Shenlong continent, with the immortal king's powerful strength, he can indeed be on par with heaven, or even stronger. Yi Yun raised his hand, and Immortal Biluo appeared in front of him. Immortal Biluo, have you ever heard of the immortal King Zhangtian in the immortal realm? Yi Yun asked in a deep voice. Palm Immortal King? Immortal Biluo frowned slightly, recalled it carefully, and then gently shook his head. My lord, I have never heard of it. Just now, when Zhangtian Qilin's obsession disappeared, he said that this Zhangtian sect should have a Zhangtian Immortal King. Yi Yun smiled calmly. Immortal Biluo has never heard of Immortal King Zhangtian, which is actually not surprising. The immortal realm is vast and boundless, and there should be many immortal kings. Biluo Immortal Lord is just an immortal lord with limited knowledge, and it is impossible to know all the immortal kings. But this Palm Immortal King may not be too famous. If it is famous far and wide, Biluo Immortal Lord may have heard of it. Sir, are you saying that there is still an immortal king in this world of Shenlong continent? Immortal Biluo looked shocked. If an immortal king wanted to come to the lower world, the resources consumed would be unimaginable. Even the immortal king would be unable to bear such consumption. One more thing is, after cultivating to the immortal king level, there is no need to come to such a barren lower realm again. This is of no benefit. Even fairy kings like them are not willing to come to the lower world. After all, there is nothing of interest to them here. Yes. Yi Yan nodded. Suddenly his heart moved, and with a wave of his hand, Yu Lingfei appeared in front of him. Hello, sir. After Yu Lingfei appeared, she immediately saluted Yi Yun with a very respectful attitude. Yu Lingfei, now we have arrived at Xinglin continent. Yi Yun smiled. Is this the Xinglin continent? Yu Lingfei suddenly became excited and looked around, seemingly looking for something. There's no need to look for it. This is a secret realm in the Xinglin continent. You may have some clues about your identity. Yi Yun smiled softly. I briefly talked about some things about Zhongtian Sect and Zhongtian Qilin. Could this palm immortal king be your true self? Yi Yan asked. It's very possible, sir. Yu Lingfei nodded solemnly, feeling extremely excited. As soon as the master arrived at Xinglin continent, he had already found some clues. You are really a noble person. I believe that it won't take long. With my master's extraordinary skills, I will be able to rescue myself. Think of this. Yu Lingfei wasn't that anxious anymore and relaxed. If there is an immortal king in Xinglin continent, it can only be yours. It is impossible for two immortal kings to exist at the same time. Yi Yan looked into the distance and said with a chuckle. Yes, the world like Xinglin continent may not be able to withstand two immortal kings. Yu Lingfei nodded solemnly. If my guess is correct, it was after your true self was sealed that the Zhongtian Sect faced an unimaginable disaster. A thunderstorm descended from the sky, unleashing the wrath of heaven and completely destroying the Zhongtian Sect. Yi Yun analyzed slowly. This Palm Heaven sect claims to be on equal footing with Heavenly Tao, which is indeed arrogant. It's easy to make Tian Dao hold a grudge. Once it had the chance, it would destroy the Zhongtian sect. This is more common sense. Anyway, the Palm Immortal King was sealed, so he couldn't spare any time to do anything to the way of heaven. However, the ray of obsession of Zhongtian Qilin still stubbornly believes that one day the Zhongtian Immortal King will return. Perhaps. In Zhongtian Qilin's heart, Zhongtian Immortal King is omnipotent, superior to the way of heaven, and invincible in this world. My master's analysis is very accurate. It should be like this. Yu Lingfei smiled slightly, and her smile looked very charming. Okay, you two go back first. Yi Yan remained calm, not affected by this charm at all, and took Yu Lingfei and Biluo Xianjun away with a wave of his hand. In the small world of Green Pearl, he separated the two women so that they would not have any interaction for the time being. Yi Yan withdrew the heaven-destroying sword, held the pom-pom bottle, swung his body, and flew back to Mou and others. I got the heaven palm bottle. Yi Yan smiled softly and shook the silver bottle in his hand. It turns out this is the palm heaven vase. Luo Huan came over curiously and couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Buzz. The palm sky bottle suddenly trembled, and a force came out. Yi Yan hurriedly shook it gently to suppress the Zhongtian ping. If Luo Huan encountered this power, he would be shattered to pieces. Luo Huan was also startled and stuck out his tongue, not daring to touch it again. When the others saw this, they also realized how terrifying the heaven palm vase was. They just watched and admired it, not daring to do anything again. Mr. Yi, you seem to have summoned 2 women just now. I wonder if they are. A female sect leader of the Shenlong Sect was curious and asked with a smile. My old friends from Shintu are practicing in my little world. I called them out just now because I wanted to ask about something. Yi Yun explained casually, then waved to everyone and took the lead to fly towards the exit of the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, Long Padian still remained silent, standing on the edge of the pool with his hands behind his back, waiting quietly. It's thousands of miles away from here. The red-robed old man from the Shenhua Qilin clan was standing on the top of the mountain, looking in this direction. Beside him, there was also an old man in red robe standing. The 2 were of similar age and had similar cultivation levels. The 2 of them looked calm and waited quietly. After all, the little guys from the Shenlong Sect had just entered the secret realm not long ago, and it was absolutely impossible for them to come out so soon. On the northwest edge of Xinglin continent, in a vast desert, stretches a mountain range burning with raging flames. This is the Divine Fire Mountain Range. The Shenhua Qilin clan that dominates the Xinglin continent lives in the Shenhua Mountains. Deep in the Shenhua Mountains, there is a mysterious place where the flame temperature is extremely high. Even the Shenhua Qilin clan regards this place as a forbidden place. A young man in a red robe is sitting in a red pavilion here, looking into the distance with a faint smile on his face. The young man in red robe has sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, with jade trees facing the wind. He has a noble temperament and exudes a faint aura of the God Emperor realm. This person is the Fire Emperor of the Divine Fire Qilin clan, one of the 7 super Qilins. Beside him, sitting there, was a woman in white clothes. This woman looked to be about 20 years old, with icy muscles and jade bones, beautiful appearance, and an exceptionally cold temperament. It's like a piece of ice. The cold aura on her body was completely opposite to the fire aura on the Fire Emperor's body. Fairy Guanghan, these little ants from the Shenlong Sect have most likely taken out the heaven palm bottle. If so, you will be able to get out of trouble. The Fire Emperor picked up an ancient wine pot, poured a glass of red fire wine, and said with a gentle smile. Although his smile was light and breezy, there was an indescribable respect in the Fire Emperor's demeanor. It seemed that the cold woman in front of him was his boss. So best. Fairy Guanghan picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and said lightly. There was no smile on her beautiful little face, as if it was an iceberg that would never change for thousands of years. The Fire Emperor didn't take it seriously, as he seemed to have been used to this. As long as Fairy Guanghan is out of trouble, she can practice the yin-yang counter chaos flame heaven kung fu with me. When I complete my magical technique, I can surpass Lord Shi Qilin, and then unify the Qilin clan and destroy the 5 great demon clans. The Fire Emperor said with a smile, strong anticipation in his eyes. Fire Emperor, you not only want to unify the Xinglin continent, but also the Divine Land, Songnan continent, the ancient world, and even the demon world. And strive to find that woman as soon as possible. Fairy Guanghan's eyes showed a layer of cold silver light, and she said calmly. Fairy Guanghan, is that the woman named Ji Qingmei? The Fire Emperor raised his eyebrows and asked calmly. Good. Fairy Guanghan nodded, with a cold face. She looked down at the wine glass. Her expression became extremely deep, and she said slowly, I came to the lower world this time just for the baby in her arms. Fairy Guanghan, I remember you said that the baby was just a dead baby. Since it is already dead, why bother killing it again? The Fire Emperor asked, curiously. Regarding Yi Qingmei and the dead baby, Fairy Guanghan once mentioned it, which impressed him deeply, but he had no chance to ask again later. Now taking advantage of Fairy Guanghan's good mood, the Fire Emperor just expressed the questions in his heart. It is indeed dead. It is a dead baby when it is born, but the big people in the upper world are not worried and always think it is an ominous sign, so they have to kill this baby, no matter what. Fairy Guanghan smiled softly, and silver flames bloomed in her eyes. She looked at the Fire Emperor and said coldly, in the hearts of those big shots, only by crushing the bones of this dead baby and dissipating it forever can we completely feel at ease. That's my mission in the lower world. I see. The Fire Emperor looked solemn, and his mood suddenly became a little heavier. Although he is a powerful man in the God Emperor realm on the Xinglin continent and one of the 7 super unicorns, the Fire Emperor is self-aware. He is just a creature from the lower world. In the eyes of the immortals in the immortal realm, they are just as humble as ants. Fairy Guanghan is his only chance, the only chance to unify the lower world, and then go to the fairyland with Fairy Guanghan. Therefore, he must not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No matter what, the Fire Emperor wanted to help Fairy Guanghan get out of trouble. Therefore, he is bound to get this heaven palm base. Even if he falls out with a few super unicorns, he won't hesitate. Fortunately, the Shenhua Qilin clan discovered this secret realm very early, and kept it secret so that it has not been spread out so far. Any race that is tested, once it fails, will face the end of being killed by the Shenhua Qilin clan. If the Shenlong Sect fails to get the sky palm bottle this time, no one will be spared, and they will all be killed on the spot. But the Fire Emperor still had great confidence in the Shenlong Sect. On the one hand, these disciples from the Shenlong Sect were not very high level, and on the other hand, because these people had the blood of the Shenlong. Wow! As the pool water rolled, figures flew out of it. Long Padian was startled. How long had it been since we entered? Why did everyone come out? Did the operation fail? He hurriedly counted the number of people and found that no one had died, and a look of confusion suddenly appeared on his face. Did you get the heaven palm bottle? Long Padian asked, quickly. Everyone smiled and said nothing. Sect Master Long, I got it. Yi Yin suddenly raised his hand, and the Zhongtian bottle hidden in his sleeve appeared in his hand. This is the Zhongtian bottle. Long Padian was startled at first, and then stared at the Zhongtian bottle carefully, with a look of surprise and joy in his eyes. He never expected it. This time everyone from the Shenlong Sect acted so smoothly. Without losing anyone, I got the Zhongtian bottle. Give it to me quickly. Long Padian stretched out his hand and said impatiently. I can't give this to you. Giving it to you would be harmful to you. Yi Yun smiled softly and put the Zhongtian bottle back with his backhand. This Long Padian is just a monk at the divine realm, and he is not even qualified to hold the sky palm bottle. Unless Zhang Tianping takes the initiative to recognize him as the master. Long Padian was unhappy. He glared fiercely, showed the majesty of a divine monk, and sneered, why did you say that? If I give it to you, you will be shaken to pieces by it. Yi Yun smiled lightly. Nonsense. You, a young cultivator at the true God realm, can hold it. As a big monk at the divine realm, shouldn't I be able to hold it? Long Padian stared with a fierce light in his eyes. The sect leaders of the major Shenlong sects all around saw a strange look on their faces when they saw Long Padian turning his back. In this look, there is actually a hint of schadenfreude hidden inside. This Long Padian actually wanted to fight Mr. Yi, he was simply overestimating his capabilities. This is the mental state of most people at the scene. Great, the Shenlong Sect lives up to expectations. Thousands of miles away, the two old men in red robes on the top of the mountain looked happy and suddenly flew over. Further afield, deep in the Shenhua Mountains, the Fire Emperor stood up suddenly and said with a look of surprise, "Haha. That's great, the sky palm bottle has been taken out. These ants from the Shenlong Sect are really blessed with great luck." Fairy Guanhan said calmly with an expressionless face and a cold face. The monks of the divine dragon bloodline can be regarded as foreigners from the divine land. Maybe it is, because of God's mercy. The Fire Emperor laughed, his expression showing disapproval. Because of Zhang Tian Qilin, after Tian Dao destroyed Zhang Tian's sect, it seemed that it was not friendly to the Qilin clan. Therefore, they racked their brains and could not succeed in this secret realm. Did not expect. Now it has been realized by these monks of Shenlong Sect. From the Fire Emperor's point of view, apart from Tian Dao's prejudice against the Qilin clan, it seems that it has no prejudice against foreign racial creatures. Ask your people to get the sky palm bottle as soon as possible. Fairy Guanghan's eyes were cold, and the silver flames boiled in her eyes. Okay, kill these little guys from the Shenlong Sect, and they will immediately launch a void transport and return here. The Fire Emperor said with a smile, and drank the wine in one gulp. It is very important to hold the sky bottle, and the news must not be leaked. Therefore, even if these monks from the Shenlong Sect successfully helped their Shenhua Qilin clan obtain the sky palm bottle, they would not be able to escape death in the end. This is fate. Two red figures fell from the sky and landed next to Long Padian. Meet the adults. As soon as Long Padian saw the old man in red robe, he immediately saluted respectfully. Bring the palm heaven bottle. An old man in red robe casually grabbed Yi Yun's direction. Yet surprisingly, the silver palm sky bottle remained motionless in Yi Yun's hand, and the old man in red robe did not grab it at all. How can this be? The red-robed old man's expression changed, and he looked at Yi Yun with squinted eyes. Does Zhang Tianping recognize you as the master? The old man in red robe asked, coldly. The white-clothed young man in front of him only had the cultivation level of the true god realm, but he was unable to capture the sky palm vase. There is only one possibility. Zhang Tianping has recognized this young man in white as his master. What will happen if you admit it? What will happen if you don't admit it? Yi Yun's expression remained unchanged, but he smiled faintly, with a hint of sarcasm in his smile. The eyes of the female sect masters and disciples from the major divine dragon sects behind him also changed at this moment. They stared at Long Padian angrily. No one expected that Long Padian, the leader of the Shenlong Sect's eastern sect, would actually join the Shenhua Qilin clan. The fiery red unicorn pattern embroidered on the old man in red robe is the best proof. The red-robed old man's body was filled with fire, which made all the sect masters of the Shenlong Sect guess a possibility. It is Shenlong Dongzong who has taken refuge with the Shenhua Qilin clan. If the sky palm recognizes you as the master, then congratulations, you will have the right to live. The old man in red robe narrowed his eyelids slightly and stared at Yi Yun sharply. What a loud tone. Yi Yun smiled coldly and turned to Long Padian. Master Long, when did the Shenlong Dong sect join the Shenhua Qilin clan? Who do you think you are? Do I need to answer your question? Long Padian frowned and sneered with an unhappy expression. Facing the arrogant Long Padian, Yi Yun just smiled indifferently, but disappointment surged in his heart. The dignified leader of the Shenlong East sect actually took refuge in the Shenhua Qilin clan. Doesn't he know the grudges between the Qilin clan and the Shenlong sect? The branch sects of the major divine dragon sects behind him, even though they were so weak and in difficult situations, they still tenaciously carried on. The inheritance. He has not taken refuge with any Qilin clan. Yi Yun felt very chilled by Long Potion's choice. Long Padian, how can you join the Shenhua Qilin clan? Mou was angry and asked loudly. Long Padian, more than 8 million years ago, Shi Qilin led 7 super Qilin to besiege our Shenlong Sect and Lord Longzhu. Have you forgotten these things? Qingyu roared angrily. Long Padian, you are the scum of the Shenlong Sect. Wenli was so angry that he was shaking all over. Long Padian. Long Padian. A female sect leader named Shenlong Sect, even though she was weak, showed no fear at this moment and cursed at Long Padian. Long Potion's face turned green and red. Being scolded by so many people made him feel very angry. The 2 old men in red robes crossed their arms, with a look of gloating on their faces. In their view, this is dog-eating dog within the Shenlong sect. Anyone who enters the secret realm will eventually be silenced. The end is the same. If you dare to talk nonsense again, do you believe that I will destroy you? After a while, Long Padian finally couldn't bear it any longer. He released a powerful aura from his whole body, raised a palm, and roared angrily. Destroy us? Yi Yun smiled coldly, suddenly raised the palm sky bottle, looked at the 2 old men in red robes, and said coldly, the palm sky bottle has recognized me as its master. If you, Shenhua Qilin clan, want to get the palm sky bottle, help me kill it first. Kill Long Padian. Good. An old man in red robe didn't think twice and slapped him away. Bang. Long Padian didn't even react, before he turned into a ball of blood mist and died on the spot. When everyone saw that Long Padian was dead, their eyes showed expressions of understanding and hatred, and then they looked at the 2 old men in red robes, showing expressions of hatred again. Although everyone was in agitated mood, they still stood where they were. Because they know, with Mr. Yi here, these 2 red-robed old men are no match. You killed someone from my Shenlong East sect. What crime should you deserve? Yi Yun's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at the old man in red robe, who took action, with a flash of fierceness in his eyes. He also slapped it down. The old man in red at the God King realm didn't even react, and was slapped into a blood mist by Yi Yun. He died on the spot. You, how come you have such a high level of cultivation? But you're not dead yet? Another old man in red looked at Yi Yun and said with a look of horror. In this secret area, the higher the cultivation level, the easier it is to fall. Being able to kill his clansmen with one palm, his strength is probably close to that of the God Emperor. If he enters the secret realm with such cultivation, he will inevitably be killed by the thunder and lightning of the heavenly tribulation. You ask too many questions. Yi Yun smiled faintly and slapped him down. Bang! The old man in red robe was also photographed into a ball of blood mist. The 2 powerful men of the divine fire Qilin clan were so easily beaten to death by Yi Yun in front of the major sect leaders of the Shenlong Sect. This made everyone applaud. Deep in the Shenhua Mountains, the Fire Emperor and Fairy Guanghan, who had Then staring at this place suddenly changed their expressions. This young man in white is actually a monk in the Divine Emperor realm. Then, how did he sneak into the secret realm and obtain the sky palm bottle? Fairy Guanhan's eyes flashed and she sneered with an unhappy expression. Fairy, don't worry, he's just a god emperor, let me capture him first and then talk about it. The fire emperor stood up, his face became extremely serious, and he thrust out his big hand and reached into the depths of the void. Above Yi Yun's head, there was a muffled sound in the void, and a big flaming hand reached out of the void like a huge dark cloud of flames. Seeing such a terrifying scene, Qingyu, Wenli, and others couldn't help but change their expressions, and thought of a possibility. The person who can produce such a terrifying vision must be the work of a powerful person in the God Emperor realm. A red beam of light suddenly fell from the palm of the big hand. Everyone, wait for me to come back. Yi Yun just smiled slightly, then waved his hand gently, and a strong wind blew up, blowing everyone from the Shenlong Sect far away. The red light beam fell, completely covering Yi Yun. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yun and the flaming hands deep in the void disappeared. Although the movement of the Fire Emperor was loud, restrictions had already been placed in this area, so other powerful people in the God Emperor realm would not be able to discover it. Deep in the Shenhua Mountains, a beam of light fell, and finally a figure in white appeared. It was Yi Yun. Yi Yun held the sky bottle in his hand and looked at the man and woman opposite, with a look of surprise on his face. Although this beauty in white with a cold temperament tried to hide it, the faint fairy aura about her body was still not hidden from Yi Yun. Haha, I originally came to the Shenhua Qilin clan to find trouble with the Fire Emperor. I didn't expect that the last of the 5 great immortal kings of the Lin family would be here. Yi Yun smiled secretly in his heart, holding the palm bottle, and walked over slowly. It's quite sensible. The Fire Emperor put his hands behind his back and looked at Yi Yun, approaching with a majestic expression. Fairy Guanhan's face remained as cold as ice. Yi Yun walked up to the two of them, less than 5 meters apart. Still sensible? Yi Yun looked at the Fire Emperor and asked in a funny tone, Fire Emperor, you are such a handsome boy, you actually have a beautiful lady by your side. Hearing this, Fairy Guanhan frowned. How could a creature from this lower world speak so vulgarly? It's really disgusting. What nonsense are you talking about? This is Fairy Guanhan, not my Taoist companion. The Fire Emperor deliberately kept a straight face and roared coldly. In fact, he really wanted to be Fairy Guanhan's Taoist companion, but unfortunately he didn't have the qualifications. Yi Yun looked at Fairy Guanhan and said with a deliberately surprised expression, Fairy Guanhan, she really lives up to her name, as cold and beautiful as a plum blossom in winter. Fairy Guanhan frowned and shouted coldly, Fire Emperor, why are you talking nonsense to him? She originally wanted to take action, but considering her noble status as an immortal, she gave up the idea. If she takes action, it will only dirty the beautiful hands of her female immortal. Bring the palm heaven bottle. Seeing Fairy Guanhan giving orders, the Fire Emperor reached out and grabbed Yi Yun without hesitation. Roll. Yi Yun raised his brows, and suddenly stretched out a slap. It was incredibly fast, and fell from mid-air, hitting the Fire Emperor deep underground in one fell swoop. Looking at the red soil around him, the Fire Emperor was stunned. He is a powerful man in the God Emperor realm and one of the 7 super unicorns. Why was he suddenly photographed in the dirt? Hiss. Fairy Guanhan looked at Yi Yun, her silver pupils shrank undetectably, and her eyes were filled with shock. This young man in white didn't seem to have a high level of cultivation. However, in one round, the Fire Emperor, who was a strong man in the God Emperor realm, was actually photographed on the ground. It can be seen that its strength is terrifying. Fairy Guanhan looked at Yi Yun seriously, her silver eyes flashing like silver flame steaming. No need to look, it looks like it's the God King realm. Yi Yun shrugged and smiled. At this moment, he no longer hides his cultivation realm and returns to the realm of the God King. Second level of God King realm? Fairy Guanhan looked surprised. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Yi Yun smiled faintly and looked at the cave ahead. At this moment, the Fire Emperor finally woke up completely. He turned into a ray of fire, rose from the ground into the sky, and struck Yi Yun with a palm in midair. 9 Yuan God Fire Flame. With a roar, a dark red flame spurted out, forming a flaming unicorn and rushing towards Yi Yun. Dang dang. Yi Yun knocked on the palm heaven bottle twice and said to himself, as for the bottle, you should be able to put something in it, right? If you can't, it will be useless to keep you. After saying that, Yi Yun held up the heavenly palm vase, with its mouth facing the flaming unicorn. This flame unicorn is just a magical power of the Fire Emperor. It is composed of 9 Yuanshan fire flames. The 9 Yuan divine fire flame is the natal flame of the divine fire, Qilin. There is such a saying circulating in Shenlong continent. When the flames of the 9 Yuan god come out, they can burn everything. This person actually knows how to use the sky palm bottle? Seeing Yi Yun lift up the silver palm sky bottle, Fairy Guanhan frowned and moved her fingers slightly. At this moment, she couldn't help but want to take action. But when she thought of the vulgarity of the creatures in the lower world, Fairy Guanhan still held back. Until the last moment, it was not her turn to take action. Maybe he was scared. The Zhongtian bottle, which possesses a certain spirituality, had just been lifted up by Yi Yun Tua when it suddenly buzzed and burst into silver light. Silver light flowed around like mercury, forming a silver vortex at this moment. The silver vortex rolled and made a rumbling sound. It also creates a strong suction force. Right now, the flaming unicorn, composed of the 9 elements God's flames, rushed right in front of him. Swirled by the silver whirlpool, the flame unicorn was unable to escape. It was sucked into the whirlpool before his eyes and finally disappeared. The silver vortex rolled back and returned to the Zhongtian bottle. Dang dang. Yi Yun tapped it twice with his fingers and smiled with satisfaction. Yes. This treasure of yours is okay. Fairy Guanhan, this person has a mysterious origin. He has never been seen on the Shenlong continent. Now he has obtained the palm heaven bottle. The Fire Emperor stood in the void and said solemnly. Naturally, he knew the power of pom-pom vase. In his opinion, perhaps this young man in white had already communicated with heaven and gained a certain amount of power by obtaining the sky palm bottle in the secret realm. In addition, the young man in white is not weak in strength, and he may have already reached the realm of the God Emperor. Now that he has the help of the sky palm vase, he is even more powerful. It goes without saying, I'm here to help. Fairy Guanhan's face was cold, and with a slight movement of her delicate body, she stood next to the Fire Emperor. Call. A layer of silver flame suddenly burned from the surface of her body. This layer of silver flame is extremely cold, completely opposite to the Fire Emperor's flame. Seeing the silver flame, the Fire Emperor was excited. This is Guanhan Ice Flame. The Fire Emperor licked his lips and murmured softly. He wants to practice the yin and yang reverse chaos flame technique, and he must get the help of Fairy Guanhan's Guanhan ice flame in order to succeed. This heavenly skill belongs to the immortal arts and comes from the immortal realm. This heavenly skill was naturally taught to him by Fairy Guanhan. Seeing handsome men and beautiful women standing together, Yi Yin curled his lips and put the Zhangtian bottle behind his back. Fairy Guanhan, are you sure you want to attack me? Yi Yin smiled faintly. As soon as these words came out, Fairy Guanhan immediately frowned and looked Yi Yin up and down. What do you mean? Fairy Guanhan asked coldly while looking at it. Come out. Yi Yin smiled meaningfully, and suddenly waved his hand, and 3 rays of light fell down, 1 black, 1 red, and 1 white. They were transformed into 3 people. It is the 3 great immortal kings. Meet the adults. As soon as Demon Lord Xingyuan, Lord 9 Foxes, and Lord Biluo appeared, they immediately bowed respectfully to Yi Yin. See this scene. Fairy Guanhan's pupils dilated and her whole body started to tremble. This, you. Jiuhu. Biluo. Xingyuan. Fairy Guanhan said tremblingly, her words already incoherent. The 3 people below. It was the Holy Yuan Demon Lord, the Biluo Immortal Lord and the 9 Fox Immortal Lord who came to the lower world with her from the immortal realm. How is this going? The Fire Emperor's face was complicated, and he felt suddenly uneasy. He suddenly discovered that each of the 3 people released by the young man in white had extremely high cultivation levels. They have actually reached the 10th level of the God Emperor realm. Such a level of cultivation is really terrifying for the Fire Emperor. Immortal Biluo has rich experience at the scene. He glanced around and saw the woman in white with a cold breath in the air. He bowed his hands and said with a smile, Immortal Guanhan, long time no see. A charming look appeared on Jiuhu, Immortal Lord's face, and he smiled enthusiastically. Immortal Lord Guanhan, I miss you so much. I have met Immortal Lord Guanhan. Demon Lord Xingyuan had a serious look on his face and clasped his hands in fists. Call. Fairy Guanhan sighed, and suddenly fell from the air like a deflated ball. Standing among the people. 3 immortal lords, which of these adults has descended into the realm? Immortal Lord Guanhan asked with a wry smile. In her mind, she thought that Yi Yin was an adult from the Lin family, or a subordinate of a certain immortal king, who had personally come down to supervise them. She is only one of the 5 immortal monarchs. There is not much difference from the 3 immortal kings in front of me. This. Immortal Biluo hesitated for a moment and did not speak yet. Suddenly there was a flash of fire, and the Fire King in the void got into the void, preparing to escape from the Shenhua Mountains. The Fire Emperor saw something was wrong and wanted to escape immediately. After this fight, Fairy Guanhan became Fairy Lord Guanhan, and she knew the big shots below. What does this make him do? He could only try to escape. Still want to run? Before Yi Yin could take action, the Holy Yuan Demon Lord, who was eager to show off, stretched out his hand and grabbed the Fire Emperor out of the void. Then he pressed firmly to the ground, imprisoning the Fire Emperor's cultivation, making him unable to move. Yi Yin took 2 steps forward and was less than 10 feet away from Immortal Lord Guanhan. He looked at this indifferent little face and said calmly, Immortal Guanhan, I am from Sangnan continent and I am not from your immortal domain. How can this be? Immortal Lord Guanhan exclaimed. She naturally knew that the Sangnan continent was originally called the Hidden Dragon Continent. Later, the Dragon Clan and the gods fought, and the place became extremely barren, and the aura had no divinity. How could such a big man appear in such a remote place? Immortal Biluo pushed her and reminded her kindly, Immortal Guanghan, why are you hesitating? Hurry up and pay homage to me. After being pushed by Fairy Biluo, Fairy Guanghan was still a little confused and did not react for a moment. Our 4 great immortal lords were all rescued by your majesty. Only the immortal Lord Qi Yuan, who was the one who committed the crime below, tried to seize Lord Qi after he escaped from the trap, but was finally beheaded by his Excellency. The voice of Immortal Biluo rang in the ears of Immortal Guanghan. Immortal Qi Yuan is dead? Immortal Lord Guanghan suddenly shuddered and had goosebumps all over his body. Immortal Lord Qi Yuan is ranked high among the 5 immortal lords, and his strength is definitely not weak, but he was killed by the adults. Guanghan has met your excellency. He didn't know your identity before, so he offended you a lot. Thinking of this, Fairy Guanghan looked respectful and hurriedly bowed to Yi Yun. Rise up, for he who does not know is not guilty. Yi Yun waved his hand, with a faint smile on his face. He found the remaining 5 immortal kings sent by the Lin family, except for the dead one. Now only Yi Qingmei is left. If Yi Qingmei is found, the secret of the dead baby may be solved. Seeing that Fairy Guanghan had lowered his head, the suppressed Fire Emperor was terrified and quickly begged, Fairy Guanghan, please intercede with me and ask me to spare my life. Spare you? Yi Yun smiled coldly and walked slowly to the Fire Emperor. Let me ask you, after the battle between the Qilin clan and the Dragon clan, more than 8 million years ago, where did the ancestral dragon go? Yi Yun stared at the Fire Emperor and asked with a stern expression. Immortal Lord Guanghan next to him also had cold silver flames dancing in his eyes, as if he was warning the Fire Emperor. Warn him to tell the truth. Otherwise, not only will the adults be unable to spare him, but even she, Immortal Lord Guanghan, will not be able to spare him. Ancestor Dragon? The Fire Emperor was stunned for a moment, not expecting that this adult would actually ask about the Dragon clan. But as he thought about it, he suddenly understood. This gentleman comes from the Tsongnan continent. It is said that that place was originally known as the Hidden Dragon Continent and was the hometown of the Dragon clan. I don't know where Zulong went. After that battle, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the Chaos Demon Dragon blocked our 7 super unicorns. The first unicorn was seriously injured and did not pursue them, so I don't know where the Zulong and the other 2 super dragons went in the end. The Fire Emperor shook his head, recalled the past, and spoke slowly. Yi Yun nodded when he heard this. What the Fire Emperor said was similar to what the Blood King Demonic Dragon said. The Dream Mysterious Dragon and the Space Mirage Dragon accompanied the Ancestral Dragon in their retreat. This retreat, it was unknown where they retreated to. It seems like these are millions of years. There is no news about Zulong in the entire Xinglin continent. In the past few years, have you heard any news about Zulong and the other 2 super dragons? In order to confirm the speculation in his heart, Yi Yun still asked. No, sir, after that battle, Zulong and the others seem to have disappeared, never to be seen again. The Fire King said in a deep voice. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and asked, then why did Qilin suddenly disappear? I don't know about this. The Fire Emperor shook his head and said hesitantly, more than 100,000 years ago, I once saw 2 people from the Dragon clan as guests in Lord Qilin's palace. They seemed to be discussing something. As a result, not long after Sure, Qilin. The unicorn disappeared. Yi Yun's heart moved when he heard this, and he asked coldly, "Who are these? 2 dragon clan members?" "It's the 9-tailed divine dragon and the star dragon." The Fire Emperor thought for a while and said, "Are there no people from the Phoenix clan in this meeting?" Yi Yun asked again. "No." The Fire Emperor replied firmly. "I see." Yi Yun nodded and did not continue to ask further, with a thoughtful look on his face. Since the battle 8 million years ago, Zulong and others have not shown up. Is it because they were too seriously injured and have been practicing in seclusion, or have they gone to another world? Yi Yun actually thinks that the latter is more likely. More than 100,000 years ago, the 9 tails and the star dragon found Sure. Qilin. What exactly did they plot? In that battle 8 million years ago, these 2 dragon traders did not appear at that time. This was very inconsistent with the 9-tailed dragon's style of adding insult to injury. Is it possible? After the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the Chaos Demon Dragon blocked the 7 super unicorns, the 9-tailed divine dragon and the star dragon secretly took action to intercept and kill Zulong and others? Yi Yun felt that this possibility was extremely high. After all, the ancestral dragon at that time had no strength to fight again. The fantasy dragon and the space mirage faced off against the 9-tailed divine dragon and the star dragon. It would definitely be another brutal battle. The latter waits for work and leisure. In addition, the 9-tailed divine dragon is very cunning and short-handed, and has many backup tricks. Maybe this duel between the super divine dragons will end in a disastrous defeat for the dream mysterious dragon and the space mirage dragon. The ancestral dragon, most likely, ended up in the hands of the 9-tailed divine dragon. Did Zulong really not escape? Yi Yun looked into the void, feeling a little heavy at this moment. In the hidden dragon continent, the 9-tailed dragon has killed a clone of the ancestral dragon. If the true form of the ancestral dragon falls into the hands of 9 tails, again, with this guy's ruthless character, it is really possible to take action against the true form of the ancestral dragon. "Sir, what should I do with this little unicorn?" The voice of the Holy Yuan Demon Lord brought Yi Yun back to reality from his meditation. "Seal it first." Yi Yun thought for a while and said, "The blood unicorn has been suppressed by him, leaving it to be absorbed by the Blood Chief Demon Dragon." Yi Yun planned to find an opportunity to seal the remaining 6 super unicorns one by one, and then deal with them together after catching the first unicorn. If the ancestor dragon can be found in the future, it would be best to leave it to the ancestor dragon. If not, then kill the ancestor dragon and others too. Pay homage to the ancestor dragon. The Holy Yuan Demon Lord sealed the Fire Emperor, and Yi Yun grabbed the latter with his big hand and put it away. "Where is the immortal scroll of creation?" Yi Yun turned around, looked at Immortal Lord Guanghan and asked, "My lord, please wait a moment." Immortal Lord Guanghan looked happy, and he quickly stretched out his hand and grabbed the void somewhere. A hole opened in the void, and a transparent stone flew over. Yi Yun took Immortal Guanghan and others into the pure white world. Standing in front of the black baby statue, Yi Yun studied it for a few seconds, then suddenly turned his head and grinned. "Immortal Guanghan, do you think I look like him?" "This?" Immortal Lord Guanghan stammered. She was suddenly shocked to find that when the adult and the statue of the dead baby stood together, their appearance was surprisingly similar. When she saw adults before, she really didn't dare to think about it. "Speak boldly." Yi Yun smiled softly. Immortal Lord Guanghan smiled bitterly and said, "They are exactly the same. Sir." "Good." Yi Yun waved his sword. There was a loud bang and the statue of the dead baby shattered. A ball of silver light flew out from it and merged with the body of Fairy Guanghan. At this moment, Immortal Lord Guanghan's cultivation has also climbed all the way to the 10th level of the God Emperor realm. Out of this small world, Yi Yun stretched out his big hand and put away the immortal scroll of good fortune. So far, he has a total of 5 immortal scrolls of creation. Immortal Lord Guanghan, did you come to Xinglin continent just to avoid Yi Qingmei? The Holy Yuan Demon Lord suddenly asked. Alas, I didn't hide from her. Instead, I followed Yi Qingmei from the divine land to the Xinglin continent. The purpose of her trip was to go to Shenlong Sect, meet the Zhangtian immortal king, and pray for the baby in her arms. A way to escape. Immortal Lord Guanghan sighed and looked at Yi Yun from the corner of his eye, full of fear. In Immortal Guanghan's heart, she regarded the baby in Yi Qingmei's arms as the adult in front of her. So what she just said was extremely uneasy. Afraid of making adults unhappy. Looking at Immortal Lord Guanghan, Yi Yun suddenly frowned and murmured to himself, Yi Qingmei actually came to see Immortal King Zhangtian? Yes, my lord. Immortal Lord Guanghan answered honestly. She could see that the lord seemed to be no stranger to Immortal King Zhangtian. So she didn't explain too much. When they heard that he was the Immortal King, the other 3 immortal lords were all shocked. Immortal Lord Guanghan, how come there is an immortal king in the Xinglin continent in this lower realm? The 9 Fox Immortal Lord's beautiful eyes widened and he asked in disbelief. Yeah, what's going on? The Holy Yuan Demon Lord also asked quickly. How could a majestic immortal king come to the lower realm? This is so shocking. I didn't know it before. Later, after I arrived at Xinglin continent, I learned that there is a Palm Heaven sect here. The leader of the Palm Heaven sect is a big shot called the Palm Heaven Immortal King. He claims to be on equal footing with the way of heaven. He is very arrogant. Immortal Lord Guanghan smiled bitterly and shook his head. She had never met the Palm Heaven Immortal King, or in other words, she was discovered by Yi Qingmei before she had a chance to go to the Palm Heaven sect to meet the Palm Heaven Immortal King. After a fight, she suppressed him. Could it be that someone in the lower world deliberately drags him down and proclaims himself the Immortal King? Immortal Biluo guessed. Impossible? How could people from the lower world know about the existence of the Immortal King? The Holy Yuan Demon Lord shook his head. The creatures in the lower realm have only vaguely heard of immortals, and they have no idea about the realm above the immortal realm. You don't have to guess. There is indeed a celestial immortal king in Xinglin continent. As for why this person came to the lower world, it may be a secret of the fairy world. Yi Yun looked at everyone and smiled lightly. Demon Lord Xingyuan nodded quickly. What you said is absolutely true. We are just living in a corner of the immortal realm, and there are many blind spots in our understanding of the vast immortal realm. Indeed. The other 3 immortal lords also said one after another. Yi Yun looked at Immortal Lord Guanghan and asked lightly, has Yi Qingmei seen Immortal King Zhangtian? Sir, after I arrived at Xinglin continent, I was discovered by Yi Qingmei. After a fight, I was suppressed by her using the immortal scroll of creation. So I don't know what happened next. I just heard her mention it during the suppression. The Palm Immortal King. Immortal Lord Guanghan said with a wry smile. Well, since Yi Qingmei made a special trip to Shenlong continent, after suppressing you, she should have gone to Shenlong Sect. Yi Yin said in a deep voice. Through the descriptions of several great immortals, Yi Yin could also see that Yi Qingmei was actually a very great mother. 4 children. He gave up almost everything, not even caring about his own life. So when you arrive at Shenlong continent, you will definitely find the palm immortal king. This palm immortal king is also a very courageous person. He has sent 360 clones to different worlds to practice a technique together, and finally give back to the original deity. In the whole process, the palm immortal king also asked 360 clones to find a noble person who could help her get out of trouble. This palm immortal king is so good at deduction. Could it be that Yi Qingmei found her just to deduce the life expectancy of the baby in her arms? An idea suddenly appeared in Yi Yin's mind. Yes, that must be the case. After this black dead baby arrived in the lower realm, there were already signs of turning white, so Yi Qingmei wanted to find the immortal king palm to deduce the change of turning white. Immortal Guanhan, does the baby in Yi Qingmei's arms show any signs of turning white? Yi Yin suddenly asked. Yes, sir. For some reason, after the baby arrived in the lower realm, his skin turned white in large areas. It seems that it won't take long for the blackness on the entire body to completely fade away. Immortal Lord Guanhan recalled and said. As soon as these words came out, the other 3 immortals took a breath of air, looked at each other, and then looked at Yi Yin in unison. Haha, you don't have to look at me like this, I'm not that baby. Yi Yin's eyes were keen and he noticed the strangeness of several great immortals, and waved his hand with a smile. Unless there are hard facts. Otherwise, he would not admit that he was Yi Qingmei's child. Well. Demon Lord Xingyuan moved his mouth, and suddenly he was speechless. His whole face turned red, as if a persimmon had choked his throat. The other 3 female immortals had strange expressions on their faces, and they were almost all made to feel uncomfortable by Yi Yin's words. Boom. From the distant sky, bursts of powerful aura of heavenly tribulation suddenly came. Yi Yin's expression changed. This is not an ordinary catastrophe, but a terrifying catastrophe that only happens when someone wants to achieve the Divine Emperor realm. It seems that someone on the Shenlong continent is about to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Let's go over and see the excitement. Seemingly thinking of something, Yi Yin smiled faintly and prepared to break through the void and go to the place where the incident occurred. Sir, please get on the ferry boat. The 9-fox immortal lord was very discerning and quickly took out a small immortal boat and said respectfully. Good. Yi Yin stepped onto the ferry boat, looked at this charming little face, reached out and patted her shoulder, and said with a meaningful smile, 9. Fox Fairy Lord, I heard that you were fascinated in the fairyland. Few people? Ah. Suddenly hearing the adult ask this, the 9-fox immortal lord suddenly let out a scream. She does have some beauty. In the immortal realm, there are many people who like her, and there are even great monks in the immortal realm. But how do adults know? Haha. Seeing Johu Immortal's panicked look, Billuo Immortal couldn't help laughing. It was just a joke, but it has already frightened Lord 9-fox Immortal. Let's go. Yi Yin smiled softly. Okay, let's go now. With a red face, the 9-fox Immortal Lord drove the immortal boat, broke through the void, and flew in the direction of overcoming the tribulation. On the ferry boat, Yi Yin ordered everyone to hide their realm aura. He did this because he didn't want others to find out. After all, the 4 immortal lords are all at the 10th level of the god Emperor realm. Whether in the divine land or the Xinglin continent, this realm is really terrifying. It takes 2 or 3 breaths. Above the void on the top of a mountain, the ferry boat broke out of the sky. Thousands of miles away, dark clouds were rolling, wind and clouds were surging, thunder and lightning were intertwined, crossing the sky and the earth, like a scene of the end of the world. A beautiful woman in white slowly rose into the void and flew into the terrifying thunder disaster. It is indeed the Xianbing Empress. Seeing that familiar yet cold face, Yi Yun sighed softly. After the last farewell, Empress Xianbing was seriously injured and fell from the level of the god emperor. However, after more than 3 years, Empress Xianbing regrouped and launched a new wave of attacks, proving the divine emperor realm. There was a fluctuation in the void, and a stone man with an old face suddenly came out, looked at several people and smiled. Fellow Taoists, we meet you. Like this, who are you? Yi Yun glanced at the old man, sure too, and smiled slightly. We were just passing by and didn't want to disturb Empress Xuanbing's demonstration. What, do you know Empress Xianbing? The old man, sure too, looked surprised and looked at Yi Yun again. This time, in order to protect Empress Xianbing from attaining the divine emperor realm for the 2nd time, their immortal stone clan almost came out in full force and arranged layer by layer to turn the area within 1,000,000 miles into a restricted area. Let no one in. Anyone who refuses to comply will be shot without mercy. This area was originally tightly guarded, but unexpectedly 5 people broke in quietly. This made the immortal saint ancestor extremely surprised. Among these 5 people, 4 have hidden auras and unknown cultivation realms, and the other one only has the realm of God King. However, according to his observation, the young man in white from the God King realm stood in front of the 4 people, as if he was their master. Therefore, the immortal saint ancestor did not act rashly, but came to inquire about the truth first. After some inquiries, the immortal saint ancestor also did not expect that this mysterious young man in white would actually know that the person who had overcome the tribulation was Empress Xianbing. Empress Xianbing came from the divine land, and few people in the entire Xinglin continent knew about her. Seeing the shock of the old man sure too, Yi Yun just smiled calmly. I had a relationship with Empress Xianbing. The old stone man is a powerful man in the god emperor realm, and his origin is not difficult to guess. He should be from the immortal stone clan, one of the 5 celestial demon clan. The world calls him the immortal saint ancestor, and he is as famous as the 9 Yuan saint ancestor, Rui saint ancestor, and others. It turns out that your excellency had a relationship with Empress Xianbing. The immortal saint ancestor took a breath of air and his expression became a little complicated. The origin of these 5 people was unknown, and he did not know whether they were enemies or friends. For a moment, he did not act rashly, but was full of vigilance. Immortal saint ancestor, you don't need to worry too much. Empress Xianbing and I are not enemies, and we will definitely not block her path to enlightenment. Yi Yun saw the vigilance in the immortal saint ancestor's heart, spread his hands, and smiled softly. Thank you, fellow Taoist. The immortal saint ancestor clasped his hands in his fists and smiled politely. Rumble. The sky and the earth were dark clouds were rolling rapidly, and large areas of lightning flashed down. Every thunder and lightning is extremely terrifying, even a monk in the divine Emperor realm will be reduced to ashes if it touches a little bit. The Xianbing Empress, dressed in white, with a cold face, stood proudly in the depths of the void, waving her hand to release the infinite power of ice. Covering thousands of miles in ice, fighting against the rolling thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning of the heavenly tribulation was so powerful that it shattered the ice field. In just a few breaths, it fell on the Xianbing Empress and knocked her away, vomiting blood in the depths of the void. Sir, is this Xianbing Empress the God Emperor who has attained enlightenment? For the second time? Seeing Empress Xianbing bleeding in the air, Immortal Biluo blinked and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Yes, this is a female emperor from the last era. She was seriously injured and fell from the realm of the God Emperor. Now she has achieved enlightenment. For the second time. Yi Yun said softly. The power of this catastrophe is too fierce. It is necessary to kill them all. Immortal Biluo looked a little sad and sighed, seeming to sympathize with Empress Xianbing, who was going through a tribulation. The difficulty of proving the divine emperor realm for the second time is indeed much higher. I don't know if Empress Xianbing can survive it. Yi Yun nodded and smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the face of the immortal saint ancestor beside him change greatly. He stretched out his hand and threw something, and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. Yi Yun could tell at a glance that it was a thin stone garment. The stone clothing is dark yellow and very ancient. Immortal Saint Ancestor, what kind of treasure is this? It's not low grade. Yi Yun smiled slightly. Fellow Taoist, this is the treasure of our immortal stone clan, the immortal stone clothes. It has reached the half-step super god level. Now it is helping Empress Xianbing. The immortal saint ancestor cupped his fists and smiled. You are also interested. It seems that you, the immortal stone clan, have a very close relationship with the Xianbing Empress. Yi Yun smiled. In the last era, the Xianbing Empress was very kind to my immortal stone clan. The immortal saint ancestor sighed lightly. He didn't hide much about this mysterious young man in white, because the immortal saint ancestor could also see that the few people this young man brought were far more powerful than him. Thank you very much, immortal ancestor. Deep in the void, the cold voice of Empress Xianbing suddenly came out. At this moment, she was wearing the immortal stone clothes, and a layer of dark yellow dazzling light bloomed all over her body. Endless thunder and lightning broke in and hit the immortal stone clothes, but they were unable to shake her at all. Rumble. Deep in the clouds, there was an even more angry roar of thunder and lightning, as if the heavens were angry at this moment. Click, click, streaks of blood-red lightning suddenly emerged from the clouds, like countless bloody dragons falling down. This bloody lightning is far more powerful than the previous tribulation. Thunder and lightning. Millions of miles away, some monks who were watching the fun fled away, not daring to stay any longer. At the same time, some powerful men in the God Emperor realm on Xinglin continent were also moved when they saw such horrific changes in the heavenly tribulation. Even if they have now become the God Emperor and are extremely powerful, they will not dare to touch this level of thunder and lightning. I don't know who this woman is, and what her relationship is with the immortal Saint Ancestor. Deep in Yuanling Mountain, the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor stared into the void and muttered to himself. This time, all the God Emperor level forces received a message from the Immortal Stone Clan, saying that there was a strong man in the clan who wanted to overcome the tribulation and not to let anyone interfere. Naturally, the other four major celestial demon clan would not have any objections to the Immortal Stone clan's message. But Saint Ancestor Zhou Yuan was worried that someone in the seven great Kirin Holy Lands would take the opportunity to cause trouble. If someone causes trouble, the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor, one of the heavenly demon clan, will naturally come to help. But now that he saw this level of terrifying thunder and lightning, the 9 Yuan Saint Ancestor gave up all thoughts. Once a God Emperor realm powerhouse comes into contact with this level of heavenly tribulation thunder and lightning, it will be impossible to defend against it. A proper death. At this time, the 7 Qilin Holy Lands that were observing Empress Xuanbing's journey through the tribulation also reacted one after another. This woman, even if she has an immortal stone coat, will definitely die. In the 10,000 Poison Mountains, the Poison King's cold snort came. Yes, she must die. In the depths of a mountain range shrouded in mist, someone also snorted coldly. Boom boom. Bolts of bloody lightning struck the Xian Bing Empress's delicate body and once again sent her flying away. Poof. Empress Xian Bing vomited blood and was seriously injured at this moment. Even though she has a rich background, powerful magical powers, and an immortal stone coat, she is still at her wit's end at this moment when facing the thunder and lightning that has increased countless times. In front of the raging thunder and lightning, the Xianbing Empress was like a small boat in the storm. She had no chance of survival and could only wait for death. God, this thief really doesn't give people a chance. Yi Yun sighed lightly. He raised his hand gently, and a silver bead flew out, and instantly landed on the head of the Xianbing Empress. Swish. A ray of silver light fell instantly and enveloped the Xianbing Empress. The blood-colored lightning shattered when it touched the silver light. It's that bead, Taigu. A million miles away from the center of the tribulation, on a mountain top, Tian, who was originally frightened, became excited, grabbed Taigu's arm and shook it constantly. Yes, it's this bead. That adult is here. Taigu's eyes filled with tears, his knees softened, and he knelt on the ground. Suddenly, the big man who owns several super god-level treasures is here. Their Lady Xian Bing Empress is saved. In the understanding of Taigu and Ditian, this mysterious man who possesses several super god-level treasures is truly unfathomable. The two of them have followed Empress Xian Bing for many years and spanned 2 eras. They are well informed. In their opinion, the strength of this adult has already surpassed Empress Xian Bing. This time, the Xianbing Empress demonstrated for the second time and faced unimaginable dangers in the face of the violent thunder and lightning. 2 people originally thought. This time, the Xianbing Empress is in danger, and the power of the heavenly tribulation is too strong. Not only will she fail to attain enlightenment, but she will also fall under the heavenly tribulation. However, at a critical moment, a familiar bead appears. Both of them knew that this bead was a super god-level ice treasure. Ice treasures have the same origin as the Black Ice Queen's skills and can exert even more powerful power. In this way, Empress Xian Bing can be saved. Who saved me? Empress Xian Bing came back to her senses at this moment, with an expression of disbelief on her beautiful and cold little face. She felt the silver bead above her head, and for the first time, she felt infinite joy in her heart. This bead is an ice treasure, and it has no hindrance to her skills and is perfectly integrated. No, this breath is a super god-level treasure. Empress Xian Bing was suddenly extremely shocked. She raised her head in disbelief and looked at the silver bead. This is a super god-level treasure. In the last era, she had felt a similar aura on the blood-slaying evil sword. Who is helping me? Empress Xianbing suddenly had an idea in her mind. Boom boom. Countless bloody thunder and lightning fell crazily on the silver light. From the dense clouds, more turbulent roars of thunder and lightning were heard. Heaven was angry. In Tiandao's view, the ant it wanted to kill suddenly had a powerful treasure to protect it. To Tiandao, who was aloof, it was a naked provocation. Rumble. Strips of dark purple lightning suddenly flew out from the thick dark clouds, rushing towards Empress Xianbing with the power to destroy the world. Empress Xianbing's heart tightened. Even though she was protected by the silver bead light shield, at this moment, she felt an unimaginable crisis in the deep purple lightning. It's as if life is as brittle as paper and faces the threat of death at any time. The Xianbing Empress quickly made secrets, running her unique ice-based skills, and injected beams of light into the silver beads above her head. This silver bead did not resist her. After accepting the ice technique, it instead bloomed with an even stronger silver light. There is a weapon spirit in this bead that is cooperating with me. After feeling something, Empress Xianbing felt happy. With the protection and help of this super god-level treasure, she suddenly gained greater confidence. Thousands of miles away, the immortal saint ancestor looked horrified, waving his arms, and said in disbelief, "Oh my God, doesn't heaven want to give people a second chance to prove their enlightenment? This thunder and lightning of the heavenly tribulation is too terrifying. If I get even a trace of it, they will all perish. It's a little scary." Immortal Biluo also nodded, his expression extremely solemn. Even though she was a strong person at the 10th level of the God Emperor realm, she had to take it seriously when facing this deep purple thunder and lightning. God, this thief, must he have taken the wrong medicine? Yi Yun blinked, a little angry at Tiandao's performance. So what if you give it a chance? It's just the realm of the God Emperor, not the immortal realm. As for pursuing and fighting fiercely? Do you have to kill Empress Xianbing? An unknown fire suddenly appeared in Yi Yun's heart. He took out the heaven destroying sword and curled his lips. "Xiao Jian, please let this thief sober up." "Okay, sir." Zhang Tianjian happily agreed. Yi Yun waved his hand and threw the heaven-destroying sword. The sky-destroying sword turned into a ray of light, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the depths of the void. Boom. The whole dark cloud deep in the void suddenly rolled up like a wounded beast. As if someone had stabbed it with a sword, it was frightened, and it made a strange rumbling sound. The purple lightning that originally fell also shrank back like a python, returning to its hole, as if it was frightened. The wind suddenly rose, and the dark clouds covering millions of miles, carrying endless thunder and lightning, dispersed in an instant. In just a few breaths, everything was gone. The sky became clear again. The sun was shining brightly, the sky was blue, and there were no clouds in the sky. A gentle breeze blew past the Xianbing Empress. This powerful man who had lived for 2 epochs looked like a sculpture and was completely stunned. What happened? The menacing heavenly Tao was originally going to annihilate itself. Why did it suddenly disappear? This is incredible. Originally, the Xianbing Empress was planning to control this super god level silver bead to continue fighting with Tiandao. However, all her efforts were like punches in the air and were of no use at all. "Master, it's done." The sky-destroying sword flew back and said with a smile. "Good." Yi Yun praised and took back the heaven-destroying sword. The immortal saint ancestor next to him widened his eyes and looked at Yi Yun in horror, thinking, could it be that the defeat of heavenly Tao was due to this sword? Immortal Lord Guanghan watched all this silently and sighed in his heart, as expected of you, you are really too strong. One sword forces the way of heaven to retreat. The grade of this sword is something one would not dare to imagine even in the immortal realm. Fellow Taoist, what happened just now? The immortal saint ancestor felt bold and pointed at the sky without continuing to speak. It's good to know, but it's not enough for outsiders. Yi Yun nodded and smiled, looking at the immortal saint ancestor with deep meaning. I understand, my lord. The immortal saint ancestor nodded hurriedly, like a chicken pecking at rice. One sword forces the way of heaven to retreat. He has lived for so long and has never seen such a powerful person. Even the original immortal King Pom Pom is only on an equal footing with heaven. Therefore, after the immortal saint ancestor was convinced, his title changed. Divine Land, Tongtian Island. In a cave, Lord Grimm suddenly opened his eyes, with a hint of annoyance deep in his eyes. Damn it, my sleeping will actually provoked him. Lord Grimm spoke in a very low voice that only he could hear. Fortunately, he only punished me lightly, otherwise, my sleeping will would probably be dead. After a while, Lord Grimm sighed and closed his eyes again. Although in a different world. However, he can still feel the changes in his body. He had never thought before that the terrifying man would suddenly go to Xinglin continent, which caught him off guard, resulting in no advance arrangements. It almost caused a huge own mistake. The desperate battle between our three heavens will eventually take place. Under this man's eyes, it is difficult to tell who will win in the end. Lord Grimm sighed, his ambition slowly retreated, and he began to practice again. That's not necessarily true. If he goes to the immortal realm, then the three of us will have to use our own methods. Suwani's cold voice entered the cave at this moment. You found me? Lord Grimm looked wary, his eyes flashing. Tiandao was merciful and gave this woman a chance. It's time to disperse, everyone. In several major Qilin holy lands, the helpless sighs of several god-emperor realm powerhouses could be heard. Although they were unwilling to accept the addition of a god-emperor level warrior from the immortal stone tribe, they had no choice. Only default. After the catastrophe recedes, Empress Xianbing got her wish and became a powerful person in the realm of God. Emperor. Feeling the familiar breath return to her body, Empress Xianbing couldn't help but look up to the sky and roar. After the hell. She looked around and suddenly saw several strangers standing next to the immortal saint ancestor. There was a young man among them, dressed in white. Although his appearance was a bit unfamiliar, it gave her a sense of familiarity. Empress Xianbing moved and came to the side of the immortal saint ancestor in an instant. Thank you, immortal saint ancestor, for helping me become emperor again. Empress Xianbing looked grateful and held the immortal stone close in her hands. The immortal saint ancestor was shocked. He had no time to observe the damaged immortal stone clothes, so he could only wave his hands and said, Your Majesty the Empress, I am just the icing on the cake. This is the one who helps me when it is time for me. Is this fellow Taoist? Empress Xianbing was startled and quickly looked at Yi Yun. Right now. The ice soul divine orb above his head flew over, landed in front of Yi Yun, and called out affectionately, Master, I'm back. Seeing the Bingso divine pearl recognize its owner, the Xianbing Empress immediately understood. It was the mysterious young man in white in front of her who sacrificed the beat at the critical moment and saved her life. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving my life. Empress Xian Bing did not dare to neglect, she bowed her hands and her whole body. Seeing this, Yi Yin smiled slightly. Empress Xian Bing, you already owe me 2 lives. Hearing this familiar voice, Empress Xianbing looked startled, and instantly understood who Yi Yun was. The young man in white in front of her saved her life in the Xianbing cave 3 years ago with another appearance. Now that he has become the divine emperor, he has saved his life again. Inside and outside, 2 lives. Benefactor, last time Xianbing was too arrogant and left without saying goodbye. It was really rude. I didn't expect that my fellow Taoist didn't think it was strange. He actually saved me again this time. It really makes Xianbing feel ashamed. Empress Xianbing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, to the end. Her knees softened and she knelt down to Yi Yun. Seeing such a proud Empress Xianbing kneeling at his feet, Yi Yun chuckled and helped her up with both hands. Let's not mention the past. Now that you have returned to the realm of the God Emperor, do you have any thoughts? Yi Yun asked with a smile. Continue to practice in Xinlin continent. Empress Xianbing thought for a while and said, the orthodoxy she originally left behind has long since disappeared, and now she only has 2 subordinates, and her only acquaintance is the immortal stone clan. Yi Yun's thoughts swirled in his mind, and he said with a smile, the true form of the killing empress has gone to the immortal realm to practice. You and she are both empresses of the 1st generation. No matter what, you can't continue to practice in the lower world, right? Regarding the Xianbing empress from the previous era, Yi Yun also wanted to fulfill her wish. What, the killing queen went to the immortal realm? How did she get there? Empress Xianbing was shocked. The killing empress is as famous as her and equally as powerful. Unexpectedly, after so many years, she would lag so far behind the killing queen. There is a road in the ancient world that can lead directly to the immortal realm. If you want to go, I can take you there. Yi Yun smiled softly. Then thank you, benefactor. Empress Xianbing bowed with her hands folded, her expression filled with incomparable gratitude. Don't be so polite. It's not good to talk about your benefactor. Just call me Brother Yun. Yi Yun looked at Empress Xianbing up and down, his eyes seemed to be penetrating, and he said indifferently, Xianbing, I have seen you all in Xianbing cave, you can be regarded as half of my woman, no, how about you be better? Ah. Empress Xianbing let out a coquettish cry, and her entire face turned red. She didn't expect that Yi Yun would say such words. This is so embarrassing. If in the previous era, someone would have dared to say such treasonous words, she would have killed him. The immortal saint ancestor next to him also showed an embarrassed look. He also didn't expect that this adult would speak so candidly. The other 4 immortal kings all had strange expressions. Sir, I also want to be seen by you. The 9-fox immortal lord had a charming look on his face, twisted his delicate body, and said coquettishly. Seeing that the 9-fox immortal lord was also joking, Yi Yun was in a good mood and laughed and said, haha, let's talk about it when we have a chance. Seeing that the master did not refuse, the 9-fox immortal lord looked excited. Is this okay? Immortal Biluo's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. On the contrary, immortal Lord Guanghan, who was always cold, was extremely calm, with no expression reflected on his face. Xianbing, you started late. Now that you have achieved enlightenment for the Second time, you are only at the first level of the Divine Emperor. This ice soul divine bead is given to you. With a stern look on his face, Yi Yun grabbed Empress Xian Bing's hand and stuffed the ice soul divine bead into it. This? Empress Xian Bing was confused. Such a precious super god-level treasure was given to me so easily? Yi Yun took out the heaven-destroying sword, shook it, and said, Xian Bing, you are too far behind the killing empress. If you want to catch up, you have to go to the immortal realm to practice now. This sword can take you to the immortal realm. It's not too late, let's start early. Empress Xian Bing. When she heard Yi Yun's words, she was completely stunned. Empress Xian Bing, don't doubt your strength. The Holy Yuan Demon Lord couldn't help but say. Empress Xian Bing still didn't speak, her whole body was immersed in an inexplicable shock. Can a sword send her to the fairyland? The sky-destroying sword flew down and turned into a big sword and stopped in front of everyone. Yi Yun made a gesture, signaling Empress Xian Bing to ascend the sword. Empress Xian Bing hesitated for a moment and asked uneasily, Brother Yun, can Taigu and Ditian also go together? Okay, they too are sincere, it would be good to go to the fairyland to develop. Yi Yun nodded in agreement. Good. Empress Xianbing stepped on the heaven-destroying sword, then grabbed Taigu and Ditian with her big hand. By Luo, Xingyuan, you two should go too and help me protect Xianbing for a while. Yi Yin suddenly ordered. Then he took out 2 masks and handed them to the 2 of them respectively. These 2 masks can hide your true colors, so no one will recognize you. Yi Yun instructed. Okay, my lord. Demon Lord Xingyuan and Immortal Biluo quickly agreed, took the masks, and put them on their faces. Then the 2 people coincided with each other, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. In addition to the hidden changes, this mask also contains other magical powers, which is really unimaginable. Go. Seeing the 2 immortal lords boarding the heaven-destroying sword, Yi Yun waved his hand. Master, I'll go back quickly. Zhang Tianjian said happily and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Yun smiled softly. He admired Empress Xian Bing very much, but could not bear the thought that such a talented and beautiful empress still had to undergo a long period of training in Xinglin continent. Therefore, Yi Yun opened a shortcut for her. The immortal saint ancestor. Yi Yun turned around and suddenly smiled. You have lived in the Xinglin continent for a long time. Have you ever seen the Palm Immortal King? Lord Qi, the Palm Immortal King has always been very mysterious. He never meets anyone and never shows his true face to others. Therefore, even though I have lived in the Xinglin continent for a long time, I have never seen the Palm Immortal King. The immortal saint ancestor clasped his fists with both hands and said extremely solemnly. Yi Yin touched his chin, becoming even more curious about this Palm Immortal King. Seeing Yi Yun's expression of regret, the immortal saint ancestor quickly added, although I have never seen the Palm Immortal King, I have seen a treasure of the Palm Immortal King. What treasure? Yi Yun asked, curiously. It's a big black mountain. The immortal saint ancestor gestured with his hands and said solemnly. A big black mountain? Yi Yun looked at the immortal saint ancestor, his pupil shrank sharply, and he was stunned. Could it be that what the immortal saint ancestor was talking about was the Sumer Demon Mountain? Such a mysterious Sumer Demon Mountain actually fell into the hands of the even more mysterious immortal King Zhang Tian after arriving at Xinglin continent? Sir, that black mountain is extremely strange. I have never seen it before. The whole mountain is filled with black demonic energy. It does not look like something from the immortal family. The immortal saint ancestor waved his hands and explained in a low voice. Yiyan looked solemn and nodded. Now it is basically confirmed that Sumeru Demon Mountain is in the hands of the immortal King Zhangtian. When Sumeru Demon Mountain escaped from the ancient realm to the divine land, it went to the demon realm without stopping at all, leaving the nine-tailed divine dragon clan in vain. This mountain rested in the demon realm for a long time. Tens of millions of years ago, it disappeared after leaving the demon realm. Yiyan did not expect that Sumeru Demon Mountain would return to the divine land again, and then come to Xinlin continent. At last. Obtained by the Palm Immortal King. The Palm Immortal King is so powerful that he should be able to control Sumeru Demon Mountain. And the Sumeru Demonic Mountain is in the hands of the Palm Immortal King. If the Palm Immortal King doesn't want the news to leak out, no one is qualified to know. Immortal Saint Ancestor, when did you see this Sumeru Demonic Mountain? Yiyan's heart moved and he asked. He also wanted to confirm when Sumeru Demon Mountain came to Xinlin continent. Sir, around 100,000 years ago, one day, suddenly billowing black smoke came out of the Palm Celestial Immortal Sect, and a black mountain appeared out of thin air, exuding a terrifying aura. Even the cultivators of the God Emperor realm like me felt trembling. The immortal saint ancestor recalled the past and said with a look of horror. 100,000 years ago. Yiyan's eyes were deep. Isn't this timing too coincidental? Yi Qingmei, who came from the immortal realm, was holding her child. Didn't she arrive at the Zhangtian sect in the Xinlin continent at this time? It stands to reason. The Sumeru Demon Mountain should have fallen into the hands of the immortal King Zhangtian long ago, but 100,000 years ago, it suddenly appeared in the world. Something must have happened. Maybe related to Yi Qingmei. Besides seeing this big black mountain, is there anything else to discover? Yiyan asked with a frown. Sir, this black mountain didn't appear for a long time. It only lasted for half a stick of incense. Then it suddenly disappeared, as if it had disappeared into the void. The immortal saint ancestor recalled. Yiyan nodded. He now has a suspicion that maybe 100,000 years ago, the Sumeru Demonic Mountain lost control again and flew away again. However, since the Palm Immortal King is so powerful and has controlled it for so long, it stands to reason that he should not let Sumeru Demon Mountain get out of control. Unless there is a possibility, the Palm Immortal King is also out of control. That's why Sumeru Demonic Mountain got out of control. The immortal saint ancestor murmured to himself, Sir, after that big black mountain appeared, there were rumors that the Palm Heaven Immortal King was missing. Not long after, the sky dropped a terrible thunder disaster, destroying the Palm Heaven sect. I see. A trace of solemnity flashed across Yiyan's face, as if he had a rough guess about what happened to the Zhangtian sect 100,000 years ago. Something must have happened to the Palm Immortal King at that time, so he used the Sumeru Demon Mountain that had been hidden for a long time. After experiencing this, the immortal King Zhangtian may have been suppressed by some force, so the suppressed Tiandao took action to destroy the Zhangtian sect. Could it be because of the child in Yi Qingmei's arms? An idea suddenly appeared in Yiyan's mind. Is this dead baby alive? After the dead baby was resurrected, he became the king of the dark world. He was so powerful that the celestial king had no choice but to use the Sumeru Demon Mountain to suppress him. In this battle, the Palm Immortal King was defeated and then suppressed. As a result, Shenlong Sect was destroyed by the way of heaven. After thinking about it, Yi found this speculation a bit unbelievable. Since the dead baby begins to turn white after arriving in the lower realm, it is impossible to become the king of the dark realm. The immortal saint ancestor, this time in order to overcome the tribulation. For Empress Xian Bing, your family's treasure, the immortal stone clothes, also suffered a lot of damage. Yi retracted his thoughts, looked at the immortal stone clothes in the hands of the immortal saint ancestor, and said with an indifferent smile, "This piece of immortal stone clothing was seriously damaged." Before leaving, Empress Xian Bing returned the immortal stone clothes to the immortal ancestor. "My lady, the Xianbing Empress, is kind to my immortal stone clan. Even if the immortal stone clothes are completely damaged, it doesn't matter." The immortal saint ancestor sighed. Yi smiled softly, "Let me fix it for you." Then he took out a bronze treasure chest and made it float in the air. "Repair the immortal stone clothes?" Upon hearing this, the immortal saint ancestor suddenly became excited. This adult is so powerful that he naturally has the ability to repair the immortal stone clothes. Yi grabbed the immortal stone clothes and threw it into the bronze treasure chest. The moment he opened the box again, the immortal saint ancestor saw sacred golden light flowing out from the cracks in the box. He gasped. This golden light actually gave him a magical feeling like creation. What kind of treasure is this? The immortal saint ancestor guessed in his mind. Yi put his hands behind his back and looked at the bronze treasure box with a calm expression. Although the damage to the immortal stone clothes is relatively serious, its level has not dropped. It should be much faster than the recovery speed of the Thunder Sword. Yi thought to himself. 2 hours later, there was only a snap sound, the bronze box lid opened automatically, and in the golden light, the brand new immortal stone clothes flew out. "What kind of repair treasure is this box, my lord? I have never heard of it." In the fairyland. The 9-fox immortal lord stood behind, with a look of shock on his face. In her opinion, this bronze treasure chest is more powerful than many immortal weapons. There are many treasures in the immortal realm, but there are very few treasures that can repair immortal weapons. Almost all of them are found in legends. All right. Yi waved his hand, and the immortal stone clothes flew towards the immortal ancestor, and the bronze treasure box was put away by him. "Thank you, sir." The immortal saint ancestor held the immortal stone clothes in his hands, looked excited, and thanked him quickly. "The matter here is over, let's go." Yi smiled slightly, turned around and stepped onto the ferry boat. "Okay, my lord." The 9-fox immortal lord responded quickly, drove the immortal boat, broke through the void, and disappeared in an instant. It takes a few breaths. This ferry boat returned to the outside of the pool. "Mr. Yi, you are back." As soon as they saw Yi coming back, everyone came up to say hello. "Yes." Yi smiled and waved to everyone, and said, "Dear sect leaders, let's go back to Shenlong Sect to have a look." "Good." Everyone agreed and stepped onto the ferry boat one after another. The 9-fox immortal lord drove the immortal boat and arrived above Shenlong Sect in almost an instant. The ferry boat landed in the square. "This speed is too fast." The masters of the major divine dragon sects looked at the beautiful and fragrant 9-fox immortal lord in shock, and they all speculated on the cultivation level of this strange beauty. "Ahem, Jiuhu, you should go back to practice first." Seeing that the 9-fox immortal lord attracted everyone's attention, and even some male disciples began to look entranced, Yi Yun couldn't help coughing, and put the 9-fox immortal lord away with a wave of his hand. The 9-fox immortal lord is at the 10th level of the divine emperor realm. His level is too high, and he is not suitable to appear in this world of Xinglin continent. After Yi Yun took away the 9-fox immortal lord, he waved his sleeves fiercely, and a breeze passed by, which immediately woke up many male disciples. Many people's faces turned red, and they seemed to be ashamed of what they had just done. An old man suddenly appeared, looking at everyone in surprise, and asked with an unhappy expression, "Why are you back so soon? Where is Sect Master Long?" As soon as they heard him mention Sect Master Long, many people had looks of indignation on their faces. "Long Padian, let the people from the Shenhua Qilin clan kill him," Yi Yun said calmly. The old man's eyes widened and he said in disbelief, "How is this possible? I should kill you guys if I want to, right? You deserve to die too." Yi Yun raised his eyebrows, with murderous intent on his body, and slapped the old man into a ball of blood mist. Needless to say, this elder of the Shenlong East sect, like Long Padian, had long since taken refuge in the Shenhua Qilin clan. "Why?" Wenli stamped his foot fiercely, and said bitterly, "It's so abominable. It seems that these high-ranking figures in Shenlong Sect have all fallen to the Shenhua Qilin clan." Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, figures appeared one after another. The deputy sect masters of the Shenlong Sect, including the elders, all appeared in the square. Around the square, a large number of Shenlong Sect disciples also emerged and surrounded the place. A middle-aged man looked at Yi Yun, frowned and asked, "Sir, you are also a member of the Shenlong Sect. Why are you going on such a killing spree? Don't you feel ashamed that the mighty Shenlong Dongzong has taken refuge in the Shenhua Qilin clan?" Yi Yun sneered. "Ashamed?" Looking at Yi Yun, who came with no good intentions, the middle-aged man swallowed hard and his expression changed in a complicated way. He let out a long sigh. "If we didn't submit to the Shenhua Qilin clan, our Shenlong East sect might have ceased to exist long ago. You are acknowledging thieves as your father. Even if the sect is disbanded, our majestic Shenlong sect will never surrender to the Qilin clan." Wenli said loudly with an angry look on his face. "Yes, any branch of our Shenlong sect, even if it perishes, will never seek refuge with the Qilin clan," Qingyu said in a deep voice. The words of the two sect masters also resonated with the other sect masters of the Shenlong sect. When the middle-aged man heard this, his face became even more ashamed, but the faces of the elders beside him showed anger. "If you want to die, you must die, we haven't lived enough." An elder sneered. "The Shenhua Qilin clan protects our Shenlong East sect and doesn't ask for any special conditions." "Why not?" Another elder said loudly with sharp eyes. "Why not?" Yi Yun couldn't stand listening anymore. Looking at these arrogant elders, he waved his sleeves, and a strong wind surged out. Boom boom. Those arrogant elders were all rolled up and hit the surrounding buildings. And all of them were seriously injured. Yi Yun did not attack the middle-aged man, who looked ashamed. This guy is the deputy sect leader of the Shenlong East sect, and he still has a trace of conscience, so he can be spared his life. Yi Yun took a few steps forward, pointed with his finger, and then said, "Who else wants to join the Shenhua Qilin clan? These elders will end up." An elder stood up unsteadily, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said with a ferocious smile, you actually dare to go on a killing spree in Shenlong East Sect and attack us elders. The Shenhua Qilin clan will not let you go. He raised his hand, and a flying sword flew out. Snapped. Yi Yun flicked his hand, and the flying sword instantly shattered. You are so loyal, so go down and accompany your sect master. Yi Yun sneered and waved his palm out again. Bang bang bang. All the elders turned into blood mist and fell from midair. All the disciples of the Shenlong East Sect looked at Yi Yun with horrified faces, their hearts filled with fear. This man is too strong. In the entire Shenlong Sect, no one was his opponent. Mr. Yi, you killed well, these traitors deserve to die. Seeing the horrified expressions of everyone in the Shenlong Sect, Wenli said very relieved. Yi Yun nodded, looked at the middle-aged man, and asked, "What is your name?" Sinking in the lower land. The middle-aged man clasped his hands in his fists and said extremely politely. He also saw that the mysterious young man in white in front of him was extremely powerful and did not take the Shenhua Qilin clan seriously at all. If he had been as arrogant as the elders of the sect just now, he would have fallen now. Lu Chen, I come from the Shenlong Sect in the Divine Land. I came to Xinglin continent this time because I want to end the fragmentation of the Shenlong Sect and allow our Shenlong Sect to rise again. Yi Yun looked at Lu Chen and said in a leisurely tone, God's soil? Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat and he looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. As the deputy sect leader of the Shenlong East Sect, he is naturally no stranger to the Divine Land. Being able to come to Xinglin continent from the Divine Land, one can imagine how powerful this Mr. Yi will be. Lu Chen meets Mr. Yi. When he thought of this, Lu Chen immediately walked closer and bowed to Yi Yun. You are welcome. Yi Yun smiled softly and helped Lu Chen up with one hand. Lu Chen, do you have any clues about other Shenlong sects? Yi Yun asked seriously. Other Shenlong sect? Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, and then said thoughtfully, although we are the Shenlong East Sect, we have no contact with the South Sect, North Sect, and West Sect for a long time. Yi Yun's face showed disappointment. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. I remember that the sect has an ancient book that seems to have some records. Lu Chen turned and left. Yi Yun had no choice but to stand there and wait patiently. After half a stick of incense, Lu Chen hurried back. Mr. Yi, it is said that in the distant Wulong territory, the Shenlong Nanzong once appeared. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment before he continued, the Wulong territory is adjacent to the 10,000 poison territory. The 10,000 poison territory belongs to the territory of the 10,000 poison Qilin clan. Over the years, the territory has continued to expand, and I am afraid that the Wulong territory has already been annexed. Are you worried that Shenlong Nanzong will also be suppressed by the 10,000 poison Qilin clan? Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and asked calmly. Mr. Yi, it is possible. However, our Shenlong sect has always been tenacious and good at surviving in the cracks. Maybe the Shenlong South sect has been broken into pieces and is distributed in different places, and is still being passed down. Lu Chen said softly. Yi Yun sighed. Lu Chen's words made him quite emotional. Whether in Songnan continent or Xinglin continent, it seems that every generation of Shenlong sect masters has had such a difficult time. Call. Yi Yun stretched out his arms, and everyone in the square, except for the disciples of Shenlong Dongzong, flew into the air. Swish. Yi Yun took out a green bead, a green light fell, and the huge Shenlong Dongzong disappeared. Lu Chen looked at Yi Yun's generosity and was secretly shocked. The other leaders of the Shenlong Sect became more and more impressed when they saw Mr. Ye's methods. Especially when everyone thought that Mr. Yi still had the sky palm bottle in his hand, they became even more confident in the rise of the Shenlong Sect. After collecting Shenlong Dongzong, Yi Yun followed the sect leaders to different places and collected every Shenlong Sect. This way, the entire Shenlong Dong Sect and its branches were collected by Yi Yun. This back and forth took Yi Yun several days. Then he took Lu Shen and others, riding the teleportation array all the way, hundreds of millions of miles away, to a city that once belonged to the Wulong domain. As the light of the teleportation array slowly disappeared, Yi Yun and several others walked out. Now there are not many people around Yi Yun, including Mou, Luo Huan, Qing Yu, Wenli, and Lu Chen. Lu Chen is at the 9th level of the divine realm. On the surface, he seems to have the highest level of cultivation among everyone. Ouch, there are actually some pretty girls in there. Around the teleportation array, there were several strange men standing, all green and ugly, as if they were ghosts. These people are all at the divine realm level, but slightly lower than Lu Chen. An ugly-looking man with distorted facial features stared at the beautiful women beside Yi Yun and showed a lewd smile. Little girl, I haven't tasted a woman for a long time. Come here quickly, I will reward you. There are 4 girls in total, just enough for 4 of our brothers to enjoy. The other man laughed. Lu Chen frowned and asked in a cold voice, you are all guards responsible for guarding the teleportation array, right? Why are you so ignorant of the rules? Boy, is this your first time in Oolong City? The ugly man laughed when he heard this. Yes, are there any rules in this Oolong City? Lu Chen asked with an unhappy expression. There are no rules in Oolong City. In the eyes of our Jiujia sect, whoever has the biggest fist has the rules. The ugly man laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Several other men also laughed wildly. A bunch of monsters and monsters. Yi Yun frowned, looked at a few people up and down, and sneered. These people were all poisoned, so their skin was oily green and the color was completely different from that of normal people. Mr. Yi, I didn't expect that Oolong City has become like this. I'm afraid that Oolong territory has already been annexed by Wandu territory. Lu Chen sighed and said. It doesn't matter. Yi Yun shook his head, and suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the ugly man close to him. The other few people were also unable to move at this moment. There were looks of horror in the eyes of several people. None of them expected that this man in white would be so powerful. Although the ugly man was caught by Yi Yun Ling Kong, he was still extremely vicious and threatened. You dare to arrest people from my Jujimen? Yi Yun shook his head. 9-section gate? I've never heard of it. Our Jiujia sect is one of the 3 major poison control sections. No one in the entire 10,000 poisons domain dares to offend. When the ugly man said this, a look of pride appeared in his eyes, and he sneered, damn it, let me down quickly, otherwise, today next year will be your death anniversary. Ha ha. Seeing the ugly man so arrogant, Yi Yun couldn't help but laugh. Giggle. A burst of laughter sounded like silver bells, and Qingyu, Mou, and others also laughed. I've never heard of the 3 major poison control sects. Luo Huan chuckled. Snort. The ugly man snorted coldly, with arrogant eyes, and sneered, you little foreign monks are really ignorant. Our Jiujia sect, Tian Toad Valley, and Shenlong Sect are all three major poison control sects. Everyone was stunned when they heard that Shenlong Sect was also a poison control sect. What is the poison control sect? Luo Huan asked hurriedly. One of the 7 holy lands, the 10,000 poisons holy land, creates many new poisons every year. Our 3 major forces specialize in testing poisons for the Holy Land. We are the royal forces, so in the entire 10,000 poisons domain, except for the 10,000 poisons Holy Land, no one else dares to. There's only one word for messing with us. /die. The ugly man sneered. Lu Chen was shocked and murmured to himself, I, a disciple of the divine Dragon Sect, have actually become a vassal of the 10,000 poison holy land? It seems that the Shenlong Southern Sect has done worse than your Eastern Sect, and even tried the poison. Looking at the disappointed Lu Chen, Yi Yin sighed. The Jiujia Sect disciples in front of them looked different from ordinary people. Their skin was oily green, and their bodies contained a lot of toxins. Although they are all still alive, they still have to endure pain from time to time and endure both mental and physical torture. This way, the emotions of people who are tested for poison will become very different from ordinary people. More likely to become cruel, irritable, and bloodthirsty. Are you from the Shenlong Sect? The ugly man looked at Lu Chen and asked in surprise. Lu Chen nodded. Your Shenlong Sect has occupied the title of Poison Control Sect for a long time. Whether you can choose the master of poison control this time is still up for debate. Brother, I see you haven't been poisoned yet. Go back to your sect quickly. Maybe you still have a chance to run for the position of poison master. Ha ha. The ugly man looked at Lu Chen, who had a serious face. He was a little surprised at first, and then laughed loudly. These people who have been tested for poison are really crazy. Seeing the ugly man being so arrogant, Yi Yin sighed lightly. Bang. With a slight raise of his hand, the ugly man and several others turned into blood mist and fell from the air. Mr. Yi, I never thought that Shenlong Nanzong would be in such a situation. Lu Chen came over and said with a look of regret. It doesn't matter. Yi Yin shook his head and smiled calmly. If the Southern Sect is like your Eastern Sect, and they intend to join the 10,000 Poison Qilin clan, then there is nothing worth saving. If someone has a conscience, they can be rescued. Yi Yin just finished speaking. Suddenly, a woman's exclamation was heard on the street in the distance. Master of the Shenlong Sect, please let my wife go. She is already 7 months pregnant. A man's pleas were heard. Yi Yin frowned slightly when he heard about Shenlong Sect again. Walk. He took the lead and rushed towards the scene of the incident. Lu Chen and others followed closely behind. Everyone felt a little heavy and a little annoyed. Would a disciple of the Shenlong Sect actually do such a thing of bullying and domination? The corner of the street. In front of a pawn shop, a young man in black was pulling a beautiful pregnant woman. There was a man kneeling next to him, begging bitterly. The skin of the young man in black was dark green, his body was extremely thin, and his eyes were so bulging that they almost bulged out. Although he looked weak, there was a morbid excitement deep in his eyes. Stop. After Yi Yin arrived, he waved his hand and pushed the young man in black away. The man who was kneeling on the ground and begging quickly stood up, helped the pregnant woman, and hid behind Yi Yin. Yi Yin took a look and saw that these two people were not even in the realm of true gods, they could only be regarded as ordinary people. And this young man in black is already at the divine realm. The young man in black took 2 steps back and looked at Yi Yun angrily, with an evil sneer on his face. How dare you interfere with my Shenlong Sect's affairs? Of course I have to take care of the Shenlong Sect's affairs. Yi Yun lowered his eyelids, his eyes filled with divine light, and said indifferently. He met so many Shenlong Sect disciples along the way, and this was the first time he saw such low-quality Shenlong Sect disciples. Certainly. Perhaps because he had been tested for poison, this Shenlong Sect disciple no longer looked like a normal person. At this time a thunderous sound suddenly came from the sky. Who is he? He dares to kill my Jujiman disciples in Wulong City. A powerful aura of the God King realm descended from the sky, and a burly old man in gray suddenly appeared on the street. The Lord of Wulong City, Elder Zhou of Jiujia Sect. When the young man in black saw the old man in gray who was in the God King realm, his pupils shrank sharply and he took a few steps back. I killed him. Looking at the burly old man in gray, Yi Yun looked calm and smiled lightly. The skin of this old man in gray clothes was not oily green, but dark red. The surface of his muscles was covered with earthworm-like floating textures, which looked shocking. It was obvious that the poison in his body was different from that of others. Elder Zhou, these outsiders are too arrogant and don't take Jiujia Sect and our Shenlong Sect seriously at all. As soon as he saw Elder Zhou, the young man in black seemed to have seen a savior, and he quickly spoke loudly, pushing everything to Yi Yun and others. After glancing at Yi Yun and others, Elder Zhou's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, you outsiders actually have dragon blood. It's really rare. Speaking of which. Elder Zhou paused for a moment, stretched out 2 fingers, and smiled proudly. Our Jiujia sect has all kinds of teachings, whether they are monks of special blood, or monsters, demons, etc., we all accept them. Now I will give you 2 choices. One is to choose to join our Jiujia sect and become the official disciple of our Jiujia sect, and those who died can forget about it. The other is to refuse to join our Jiujia sect. Then there is only one word for your fate in Wuyun City, and that is death. There is no distinction between teachings. Do you think you are a Jijiao? Yi Yun smiled faintly. He stretched out his hand and slapped it down in the air. Bang! Poor Elder Zhou didn't even let out a scream, his whole body turned into a ball of blood mist. This person is a monk in the God King realm. Seeing something bad, the young man in black turned around and wanted to run away. However, he found that his feet were filled with lead and he could not move at all. Yi Yun waved gently. The young man in black flew up to Yi Yun uncontrollably. Where is the Shenlong Sect? Yi Yun asked calmly. Guys, you all have Shenlong blood. Could it be that you came all the way to join our Shenlong Sect? The young man in black's eyes lit up, and he suddenly felt that he was saved. And asked, loudly. At a fart. Yi Yun stretched out his hand and slapped the young man in black hard. Yi Yun stretched out his hand to release the control, patted his shoulder, and said coldly, Boy, lead the way, otherwise I will kill you now. Yes, sir. The young man in black was so frightened by Yi Yun that he immediately acted as a guide, jumped into the air, and flew obediently toward the southeast. Yi Yun and others followed him. Little brother, has the Oolong territory been annexed by the 10,000 poison territory? Lu Chen asked from behind. The young man in black did not dare to look back and answered honestly, it has been annexed for 70 or 80,000 years. When did your Shenlong sect become the poison control sect? Lu Chen asked again. After the merger, our Shenlong sect became the 3 major poison control sects, which have continued to this day and are quite glorious. The young man in black said with a smile. Brilliant? Lu Chen's face darkened and he asked coldly, how brilliant? Now our Shenlong Sect can be regarded as a God-King level force. In the entire 10,000 poison domain, no one dares to offend anyone. Every disciple walks sideways when they come out. The young man in black said proudly, but he felt a little guilty when he said this, and quickly explained, of course, the master in white is too strong, so naturally we don't dare to do anything in front of him. When everyone heard what he said, their faces became more serious. Especially Yi Yun. Seeing another Shenlong Sect defecting to the Qilin clan, I felt even more angry. Seeing Yi Yun's gloomy face, Lu Chen sighed softly, looked at the young man in black, and asked tentatively, little brother, I heard that the Shenlong Sect and the 7 Super Kirin clan have deep grudges. Your Shenlong Sect took refuge in the 10,000 Poisons Holy Land, were you forced or did you do so willingly? I can't explain this clearly, after all, it's been too long. The young man in black spread his hands and said with a smile, I am happy. Anyway. After all, it is covered by the 10,000 Poisons Holy Land. Our Shenlong Sect is running rampant in the 10,000 Poisons territory. Which disciple doesn't like this? Lead the way and stop talking. Seeing that Lu Chen wanted to speak, Yi Yun stretched out a hand to stop him. The young man in black was very afraid of Yi Yun and did not dare to speak any more. He remained silent and flew forward with his head downcast. Everyone flew over a stretch of mountains, and not long after, they saw a green light flashing from a distance. High speed. Immediately afterwards, from 3 different directions, 3 groups of people rushed out, shouting and rushing towards the green light of the avenue. It's a poisonous spirit beast. As soon as the young man in black saw the green light, a look of surprise appeared on his face. What is this poisonous spirit beast? Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and asked lightly. The green light in the distance was a kind of monster that I had never seen before. Its body was like a mink, but it had a pair of wings. It was covered with long green hair and was smooth and oily. This poisonous spirit beast has an eye as red as jade and is extremely fast. Its body is only the size of a cow, but once it spreads its wings, it looks huge. Its cultivation has reached the half-step God-King level. Sir, the poisonous spirit beast is a kind of spiritual beast released by the Poison Holy Land. It is specially provided to our 3 major poison control sections. Which sect has captured it? Drinking the blood of the poisonous spirit beast can relieve the pain in the body. The poison you take will relieve all kinds of pain. The young man in black no longer concealed anything and quickly told everything he knew. Haha, this holy land of 10,000 poisons is quite good for you. Yi Yun smiled coldly. The 3 major poison control sects jointly captured a poisonous spirit beast. This was obviously an overabundance of monks, and they deliberately let these 3 forces kill each other. The young man in black seemed to hear the implication of Yi Yun's words, and said with a wry smile, Sir, the blood of this poisonous spirit beast is indeed very important to the disciples of our 3 major poison control sections. If you cannot drink it regularly, the blood in your body the poison will get out of control. It's just poison, what's so scary about it? Yi Yun snorted coldly. There are more than 100 poisons planted in my body, entangled with each other, corroding my body all the time, making me miserable. Can I not be afraid? The young man in black turned around and sighed helplessly. Yi Yan smiled indifferently and asked tentatively, "If I help you detoxify, are you willing to escape the control of the 10,000 poison holy land?" "Sir, if you have such a skill, I would be willing to escape from the control of the 10,000 poison holy land, even to escape from the Shenlong Sect." The young man in black clasped his hands and bent his body, looking very excited. Yi Yun pondered. This young man's previous misdeeds in Oolong City seemed to have been too seriously affected by toxins. Take a look now. It's not that he is terminally ill and cannot be cured. There's no need to leave the Shenlong Sect. I'm counting on you to lead the way. Yi Yun smiled slightly. He turned his palm, and a black and simple bottle appeared in his palm. The young man in black looked excited and looked nervously at the black bottle. He knew that this bottle must contain a miracle elixir. Yi Yun stretched out his hand and threw the bottle on the head of the young man in black, and then a mysterious black light fell down, completely covering him. Is this detoxification? Lu Chen on the side looked confused and couldn't figure it out. In his understanding, there are probably two ways to detoxify. One is to use medicine, specially refined elixirs, or some kind of natural materials, and earthly treasures. The other is to use certain exercises to detoxify. Obviously, Mr. Yi at this time did not use these two methods, but used an inconspicuous magic weapon. All right. The black light retracted into the bottle. Yi Yun grabbed the black bottle and nodded with a smile. Okay? The poison in my body has been cured? Seeing Yi Yun take back the bottle, the young man in black looked horrified, and suddenly found that all the toxins in his body had disappeared. Now, apart from being relatively weak, he has no symptoms of discomfort. The originally oily green skin turned into a weak pale color, and the previously protruding eyeballs retracted into their sockets, making him look like a normal human being. The young man in black was at a loss. A huge surprise appeared on his pale face, and Nuonua was speechless. Okay, I've removed the poison from your body, Yi Yun said with a smile. Thank you, sir. The young man in black came to his senses and immediately knelt at Yi Yun's feet. Get up and continue leading the way. Yi Yun smiled faintly, and a burst of magic power swept out, helping the young man in black up. Yes. The young man in black had a solemn look on his face, and he quickly agreed, turned around and flew forward. The green light in the distance was still running away, and the disciples of the three major poison control sects were chasing after it. Due to the continuous outflanking by the three forces, the poisonous spirit beast rushed left and right, but in the end it could not escape various pursuits and interceptions. At last, the poisonous spirit beast happened to be blocked by a group of disciples from the Shenlong Sect above a valley, and then launched a wave of violent attacks, injuring the poisonous spirit beast. The poisonous spirit beast was unable to fly after being injured and fell into the valley below. Its two wings covered its body and huddled up, as if it was sitting still and waiting to die. This poisonous spirit beast is destined to my divine dragon sect. A young man at the first level of the God King realm took back the sword in his hand and laughed in midair. Yes. The other Shenlong Sect disciples also laughed. This group of people, whose lowest cultivation level is the Divine Lord realm, is led by this young man who is at the first level of the Divine King realm. Shenlong Sect members, get out of here. In the void, a roar came from a distance, and a green poisonous cloud rolled down, pressing down like a head full of black clouds. Among the poisonous clouds, there were some strange-looking guys standing. Some people have toad faces, but their bodies are human bodies. Some people's heads and torsos are the same as human beings, but their limbs are like toads. Green and covered with thick sores. The dark green skin of most people is covered with abscesses like eyes, with pus constantly flowing out. It looks disgusting. The eyes of the young man in the God King realm suddenly turned cold, and he said with a stern smile, "You from Tian Toad Valley, this poisonous spirit beast was shot down by our Shenlong Sect, so don't even think about interfering. We in Tian Toad Valley are bound to get this poisonous spirit beast." Among the people in Tian Toad Valley, a burly God King realm man with a green toad head sneered. After laughing, his huge toad head spit out a blood-red tongue, exuding a strong fishy smell. Right now, another group of people also arrived. These were people from the Jiujia sect. They were different from what Yi Yun had seen in the city. Among these people, there were human monks, monsters, and even demons. All of them looked extremely weird. But without exception, the skins are all different colors, obviously the poisons on their bodies are completely different. Our Jiujia sect also has a share in this poisonous spirit beast. A man from the demon clan who was at the first level of the God King realm. His aura was not weak at all, and he stared coldly at the people of the Shenlong Sect. Historically, every poison spirit beast has been competed by our three major poison control sects, and this time seems to be no exception. Everyone, let's see who moves faster. Facing the arrival of the two major forces, the young man of the Divine King realm from the Shenlong Sect moved his body and threw himself towards the poisonous spirit beast below. Kill! The God King realm expert from Tian Toad Valley shouted loudly and rushed towards the Shenlong Sect young man. The God King realm expert from Jiujia Gate did not hesitate to intercept the young man from Shenlong Sect. Bang bang bang. The three of them immediately started a battle. All around, the disciples of the three major poison control sects who were at the divine level were all staring at each other, wary of each other, and did not act rashly for a while. Right now, Yi Yun and others flew over and stopped in the distance, watching the battle. Seeing that Yi Yun's group of people didn't even have the God King realm, and their highest level of cultivation was only the 9th level of the God Sovereign realm, none of the three powerful God King realm experts took it to heart. The three of them continued fighting. But the Shenlong Sect youths were 1 against 2, and still lost. Why did you Tian Toad Valley and Jiujia Sect join forces? The young man from the Shenlong Sect backed up and said with a shocked look on his face. Haha, isn't it normal to join forces? You Shenlong Sect doesn't even have the Taoist knowledge of poison control, and is about to be revoked from the title of Poison Control Sect by the Holy Land. Such a fallen dog will naturally have everyone shouting for a beating. The powerful man in the God King realm from Tian Toad Valley laughed loudly. In the 10,000 poison domain, there are 2 major poison control sects. That are enough, and your Shenlong Sect is not needed at all. The strong man from the Jiujia Sect also laughed loudly. He suddenly stretched out his hand and shouted to his fellow sect members, "Junior brothers, kill everyone from the Shenlong Sect." Yes. The Jiujia Sect disciples agreed and rushed towards the Shenlong Sect disciples. The God King realm expert from Tian Toad Valley showed a cruel smile on his face, and shouted loudly, "My disciples from Tian Toad Valley obey your orders. Kill the people of Shenlong Sect quickly, and not a single person will be left alive. Kill." A thunderous sound sounded, and the disciples from Tian Toad Valley also rushed towards the Shenlong Sect. A melee ensued. The poisonous spirit beast in the valley seemed to realize that this was the last chance to escape. It struggled desperately, flapped its wings, and fled from the southwest. But the direction it fled happened to be the direction of Yi Yun and others. "Stop running." Seeing the poison spirit beast fleeing hastily, Yi Yun seemed to have thought of something, smiled calmly, and took a photo in the air. Bang! The poisonous spirit beast in midair was slapped by Yi Yun into a ball of blood mist. Then, before anyone could react, Yi Yun popped up a bunch of flames and burned the blood mist completely. The poisonous spirit beast is gone? Everyone in Tian Toad Valley and Jiujia Sect were suddenly shocked and angry. They all gave up on the Shenlong Sect and rushed towards Yi Yun and others. Kill them. Where did these bunch of bumpkins come from? How dare they ruin the good deeds of the great men? Kill, kill, kill. The death of the poison spirit beast inspired the ferocity and bloodthirsty desire in the hearts of the two poison control sect disciples, and everyone went crazy. If the poison spirit beast dies, they will endure unimaginable pain if they cannot drink the poison spirit beast's blood. Some people even suffer from toxin attacks in their bodies and cannot suppress them, and they cannot live long. The poisonous spirit beast was killed? The young man from the Divine King realm from the Shenlong Sect wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his expression became violent. He turned into an illusory dragon shadow and rushed towards Yi Yun at high speed. "These people are crazy, Mr. Yi." Lu Chen frowned and said in a difficult voice, "Let's send them on their way." Yi Yun gently waved his sword, and the sword light turned into countless rays of light in midair, intertwining into a large net, covering everyone in Tian Toad Valley and Jujiman. Swish, swish, swish. Sword rays flew, and pieces of corpse flesh fell down. As for the God King realm young man from the Shenlong Sect, Yi Yun spared him a favor and just flicked him away with a sword. A sword. Flesh and blood flew in the void, and nearly 100 strong men from Tian Toad Valley and Jiujia Sect fell on the spot. This shocked the disciples of Shenlong Sect. Everyone looked at the white-clothed figure holding a sword in horror, stopping in midair, trembling all over. The young man at the God King realm looked at Yi Yun blankly, recalling the sword technique just now, and suddenly his eyes widened. "This is Shenlong sword technique." He blurted out suddenly and looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. This mysterious young man in white clothes has normal skin and has not been poisoned by any poison, but he has used the Shenlong sword technique. Could he be a disciple of another branch of the Shenlong Sect? It's quite discerning. Yi Yun smiled calmly, put away his sword, and waved to the God King realm. "Young man, come over." The young man from the God King realm flew over like a strange coincidence. Perhaps because of the fright, his expression became much calmer at this time. He clasped his hands into fists and asked politely, "Which branch of the Shenlong Sect is my friend from?" "Shenlong Dongzong." Yi Yun glanced at Lu Chen meaningfully and said casually, "My Excellency, Li Daofeng, has met the senior fellow of Shenlong Dong Sect." The young man in the God King realm bowed slightly and introduced himself to his family. "I've met senior brother." Others from the Shenlong Sect also flew over to greet Yi Yun. The stunned young man in black suddenly came to his senses and said with a bitter smile, "Sir, it turns out we are from the same sect." Yi Yun shook his head and sighed softly, "Although we are all Shenlong Sect, your Shenlong Southern Sect is willing to be the poison control force of the 10,000 Poison Holy Land. We have already disagreed. Snort. Luo Huan couldn't help but said, yes, you have taken refuge with the Qilin tribe. We are not a family. The Qilin tribe has such a deep grudge against our divine dragon sect. No matter what favors he gives us, our divine dragon sect should not take refuge in them. Wen Lia said with an indignant look. Several other women also stared angrily. The expressions on the faces of these disciples of Shenlong Nanzong became complicated. Us? The God King Realm young man sighed, suddenly trembled, and there was a look of pain between his brows. The poison in his body broke out. Huh? A disciple of Shenlong Nanzong looked at the young man in black, suddenly showed a familiar expression, and asked in surprise, are you seeing your brother? Zhao? It's me. The young man in black sighed, with a wry smile on his face. He is almost like a normal person now, and no longer looks like the ghost he used to be when he was poisoned, so these fellow disciples did not recognize him immediately when they saw him. Is the poison on your body gone? The disciple asked in surprise. The other disciples of Shenlong Nanzong also looked at the young man in black with shock in their eyes. Each of them has at least 100 kinds of poisons in their bodies. Only by finding the world's top alchemy master can they completely remove all the poisons in their bodies. Otherwise, you can only suppress these poisons by constantly drinking the blood of poisonous spirit beasts. The poison in my body has been detoxified. Brothers and sisters, this adult helped me detoxify it. The young man in black looked at Yi Yun with awe in his eyes and said in a deep voice. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath and couldn't believe it. You all just call me Mr. Yi. Yi Yun looked at everyone, smiled slightly, put his hands behind his back and said softly, this time I am here to detoxify you Southern Sect disciples. If you are willing to leave the holy land of 10,000 poisons and no longer want to be that lackey, you can detoxify now. After hearing these words, these disciples of Shenlong Nanzong all showed expressions of surprise. This group of disciples has reached the stage of consuming the blood of poisonous spirit beasts, but this action did not catch it. In addition to some people who continue to endure pain, another group of disciples will be poisoned and die. Mr. Yi, please detoxify us. Li Daofeng looked so excited that he knelt at Yi Yun's feet. So does everyone else. In his opinion, this Mr. Yi killed so many people in Tian Toad Valley, and Jujiman with one sword, and was much stronger than him. Mr. Yi detoxified junior brother Zhao again, which gave him hope. Seeing that the conscience of this group of disciples of Shenlong Nanzong was still intact, Yi Yin nodded, still quite pleased. He took out a black bottle, pointed the bottle mouth at everyone, and then shook it gently, and a black light flew out from the bottle mouth. The black light grew from small to large, covering everyone in Shenlong Nanzong in an instant. In a few breaths, the black light absorbed the toxins in everyone's bodies and flew back into the bottle again. The green color on everyone's bodies disappeared, and many people's appearances became more normal. But some looked weaker and shaky. You have been exposed to toxins all year round, and the vitality in your body has already been extremely weak. When Yi Yin saw this, he couldn't bear it, so he took out the water of life and swayed it out. The green water of life directly entered everyone's bodies, quickly restoring everyone's vitality. After a while, Yi Yin took back the vial and then looked at everyone with a smile. At this moment, these Shenlong Sect disciples have normal skin color and facial features, rosy complexion, full of energy, and are in very good condition. As expected of Mr. Yi. When Lu Chen saw this scene, he was both surprised and happy. Mr. Yi has too many tricks. Not only is it powerful in combat, it also has all kinds of strange magic. Weapons. A black vial that absorbs any toxins. The white vial replaces the lost vitality. No matter what kind of bottle, in his opinion, it is an unimaginable treasure. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Li Daofeng knelt on the ground and burst into tears. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Other disciples of Shenlong Nanzong also started crying. These people are hovering on the edge of life and death, and this time they lost the poisonous spirit beast, so they can feel the joy of rebirth even more. Let's go and visit your sect. Yi Yun smiled softly. Yes. Li Daofeng stood up, took out an immortal boat, piloted it himself, and flew to Shenlong Nanzong with Yi Yun and others. One day later, everyone descended on the square of Shenlong Nanzong. The square at this moment was crowded with people. Many people's faces showed joy. Great, our Shenlong Sect finally has another poison master. Chu Yang, the leader of Shenlong Nanzong, stood at the door of the hall, looking at a strong figure in the center of the square with a look of joy. This is a young man in black robes, his skin is colorful, and he looks extremely gorgeous. Not only does his skin appear colorful, but even his pupils are composed of 7 colors. Unlike many ferocious-looking disciples of the Shenlong Sect, the appearance of this young man in black robe is no different from that of ordinary people. Nothing has changed. The cultivation of this young man in black robe, known as poison control, Daozi, is already at the 2nd level of the God King realm. Who? Chu Yang's expression changed, and he suddenly looked into the air. There were dozens of people standing on an immortal boat, and each of them was a normal human monk. What surprised him was that all of these people had the blood of dragons. Li Daofeng fell from midair, bowed respectfully to Chu Yang, and said in a deep voice, Sect Master, Mr. Yi from Shenlong Dong Sect is here to visit. Shenlong Dongzong? Chu Yang was startled and looked at Li Daofeng, who was just like a normal person, with a look of horror on his face. Li Daofeng, why have you become like this? Where is the poison you have been exposed to? Chu Yang looked at Li Daofeng in shock. As one of the talented disciples of Shenlong Sect, Li Daofeng has not only reached the realm of God King long ago, but the poison in his body is far higher than that of disciples of the same level. Originally, Li Daofeng went out this time to capture the poisonous spirit beast. Chu Yang did not expect that after Li Daofeng came back, all the toxins in his body would disappear and his whole body would return to normal. In their Shenlong Sect, there are only new disciples, and their skin and appearance are no different from those of ordinary monks. After more than a year, after the body is exposed to 10 kinds of toxins, the skin and appearance will change. Seeing the sect master's horror, Li Daofeng shook his head slightly and said, with a wry smile, Sect Master, not only me, but also all the poisons in the bodies of other junior brothers have been detoxified by Mr. Yi. This Mr. Yi can detoxify? Chu Yang looked at the people on the immortal boat with a look of joy in his eyes. Then he thought of something again, and his face immediately turned gloomy. Yi Yun and others fell from the immortal boat and stood opposite Chu Yang. This is Mr. Yi. Li Daofeng hurriedly extended his hand to introduce. Chu Yang frowned, stared at Yi Yun with a cold face, and said slowly, Mr. Yi, what is your Eastern sect's intention when you come to my Southern sect? Yi Yun saw that Chu Yang did not welcome him, but he still patiently explained his purpose of coming, and said calmly, you and I are both members of the Shenlong Sect. I can't bear to see you all affected by the poison, so I came here to detoxify you. Upon hearing about detoxification, many of the disciples in the square had complicated expressions. Only Yudu Daozi's face was gloomy. He looked Yin up and down and realized that he was only at the true God realm, so he couldn't help but shake his head in disdain. Humph. Our Shenlong Nanzong is able to run rampant in the 10,000 poisons domain, all thanks to this poison. We don't need Mr. Yi to detoxify it. Chu Yang put his hands behind his back and looked proud. You, the sect master, don't need to detoxify, don't the disciples below do? Yi Yun smiled slightly. It can be seen that the leader of the Shenlong Southern sect has completely surrendered to the 10,000 poison holy land and follows it wholeheartedly. Unnecessary. The poison control Taoist strode over and stood opposite Yi Yun. He crossed his arms and sneered, my Shenlong Nan sect is a sect of its own, different from your Dong sect. It's definitely different. Yi Yun looked up and down at Yudu Daozi, whose skin was colorful, and said, with a faint smile, it's so colorful, how many poisons are planted in your body? Yudu Daozi glanced at Yi Yun, but raised his head proudly and did not answer the question. Chu Yang on the side looked proud and sneered, as a master of poison control. You have to be exposed to at least 3,000 kinds of poisons. So much. Yi Yun looked surprised, then smiled and said, it's really hard for you. You know nothing. These 3,000 poisons have already formed a certain balance in my body. Yudu Daozi cursed. In his eyes, the cultivation level of these Shenlong Dong sect members was really too weak. The highest level of cultivation is only the 9th level of the divine realm. You dare to scold me? Yi Yun blinked. Then Mo Yu, Luo Huan and others showed expressions of gloating. I really don't want to live if I dare to scold Mr. Yi. So what if I scold you? My Shenlong South sect is the only one in the world. And I have long had nothing to do with your Shenlong East sect. Yudu Daozi sneered. As the sect leader, is this how you teach your disciples? Yi Yun looked at Chu Yang. Get out of here now, what a bullshit Shenlong Dong sect, in the eyes of this sect leader, it's nothing. Chu Yang waved his hand impatiently. Although he didn't take action, he released the powerful momentum of the 9th level of the God King realm. This kind of momentum is definitely not something that a true God realm monk can bear. Oh, the upper beam is really crooked and the lower beam is crooked. With a sect master like you, what kind of good disciple can he teach? With a gentle sigh, Yi Yun slapped Chu Yang away. The Chu Yang man suddenly turned into a ball of blood mist in midair. Then a sword light fell. The dignified Taoist master of poison control suddenly lost his head and body. Yi Yun took action. Killed the master of Shenlong Nanzong and Yudu Daozi at the same time. All the disciples around him were immediately frightened. No one thought that Mr. Yi, who seemed to only be in the true God realm, turned out to be a hidden master. At this time, more than a dozen elders from the God King realm gathered around Yi Yun and others. How dare you, Shenlong Dongzong, run wild on our southern sect's territory and kill our sect leader and Yudu Daozi with one move. This is simply going to destroy our Shenlong South sect. An old man roared with grief and anger, drew his sword and charged towards Yi Yun. The master of poison is dead, and our Shenlong sect will also lose the title of master of poison. The culprit, Mr. Yi, we must kill him. Another old man also roared and came to kill. Kill. A dozen strong men in the God King realm controlled the light of their swords and rolled towards them. Looking at the familiar Shenlong sword technique, Yi Yun just sighed softly. The fall of the Shenlong South Sect surpassed that of the Shenlong East Sect. These senior officials of the Southern Sect have completely become the lackeys of the 10,000 Poison Holy Land. Aha! A sword light went out. All the sword lights suddenly stopped, blood sprayed out, and more than a dozen elders of the Shenlong Sect fell on the square with their heads missing one by one. Seeing this horrific scene, Li Daofeng was as cold as a statue and speechless. He was feeling complicated at the moment. I don't know whether to sympathize with the sect leader and elders, or hate them for killing Mr. Yi, who was kind to me. Who else is willing to serve as the lackey of the 10,000 Poison Holy Land? Please step forward and take a few steps. Yi Yun looked around, holding his sword and smiling calmly. Court death. An old voice came from the back mountain, and then an astonishing sword shadow fell from the sky. Half-step God Emperor? Yi Yun smiled coldly, shook his head and said, "It's a pity that it's not enough." With a flick of his fingers, the huge sword shadow shattered. Deep in the back mountain, an old man's screams were heard. Yi Yun reached out and grabbed the old man and brought him to the square. This was an old man in black robes. Half of his body had been cut off, his body was dripping with blood, and he had a look of pain on his face. I didn't expect that Shenlong Dongzong would be so strong. The old man in black robe looked at Yi Yun with a sad smile on his face. There are so many things in this world that you can't imagine. Yi Yun smiled lightly, walked forward, and said, "Are you willing for me to detoxify you and free you from the holy land of all poisons? I would rather die than betray the 10,000 Poison Holy Land." The old man in black robe laughed miserably, and suddenly his body exploded. Boom! A powerful shock wave, carrying all kinds of unimaginable poisons, rushed towards Yi Yun. He knew that he was not as powerful as Yi Yun, so he chose to self-destruct at close range in an attempt to kill the opponent. Call. Facing the impact of the black-robed old man's self-destruction, Yi Yun waved his hand gently, and everything disappeared without a trace. Right now. A golden ray of light flew from the sky and stopped over the square of Shenlong Nanzong. A golden scroll unfolded, revealing a line of large characters. The new poison master of the main Shenlong Sect will quickly go to the holy land of 10,000 poisons to participate in the 7-star pool tempering. Signed, Holy Land of All Poisons. 7-star pond? Seeing the golden scroll slowly disappearing into the void, Yi Yun's expression changed and his face became a little serious. Is this a coincidence or an unfortunate coincidence? On the Xinglan continent, I also encountered things about the 7 stars. Yi Yun has always been extremely sensitive to qixing, but in recent times, he has not encountered them. What is this 7-star pond? Yi Yun's eyes moved, he looked at Li Daofeng and asked. Mr. Yi, the 7-star pond is a mysterious place in the 10,000 Poison Holy Land. It is built according to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper in the sky. There are 7 poison ponds in total. Only those who are promoted to Poison Masters are eligible to enter the 7-star pond for tempering. When Li Daofeng said this, he hesitated a little, his face became a little mysterious, and continued, "It is said that there is a huge opportunity in the 7-star pond. It is the masterpiece of the Poison Emperor's 100,000 years of hard work. Once someone understands the 7 poison ponds, if you succeed, you will definitely be appreciated by the Poison Emperor, be accepted as a close disciple, and enjoy the supreme glory." Yi Yun frowned when he heard this. Why was it that the 7-star pool appeared 100,000 years ago? You mean, the 7-star pool was created by the Poison Emperor 100,000 years ago? Yi Yan asked. Probably so. Li Daofeng was a little uneasy when he said this. He looked at the poison control Taoist who had lost his head and said worriedly, Mr. Yi, the poison control Taoist of our Shenlong Sect is dead and cannot take over the will of the 10,000 poison holy land. Why don't we hurry up? Get out of here. No need to rush. Yi Yan smiled softly and walked to the center of the square with his hands behind his back. Are you willing to detoxify and escape from the holy land of all poisons? Yi Yan asked, looking at the frightened Shenlong Nanzong disciples all around. I'll wait, willing. Many people hesitated for a while and finally agreed to detoxify. Everyone is not a fool. Now the sect masters and elders of the Shenlong Sect, as well as the Taishang Patriarch, are all dead. If they don't detoxify, they will end up dead anyway. Everyone can also see that Li Daofeng and others have been detoxified. Not only are their cultivation levels not damaged at all, but their bodies have also recovered very well. This also raised expectations among everyone. After all, practicing in the Shenlong Sect all year round, you have to endure all kinds of toxins all the time. The pain is really indescribable. Call. Yi Yan took out the black bottle and threw it into the air. A black light flowed from the mouth of the bottle and enveloped the disciples of Shenlong Nanzong. The mysterious black light has unimaginable drug-taking ability. In just a few breaths, it can suck out all the toxins in everyone's body. Yi Yan threw another white vial and the water of life flowed out, making up for the lost vitality of the southern sect disciples of Shenlong Sect. In less than half a cup of tea, the disciples of Shenlong Nanzong all changed their looks, and everyone's faces showed joy. Thank you, Mr. Yi. All the disciples of Shenlong Nanzong knelt on the ground, extremely excited. You and I are both from the same sect, so you don't have to be polite. I have a small world here. Come in and practice. Yi Yan held up a green bead with one hand and smiled lightly. Everything will follow Mr. Ye's instructions. The disciples replied loudly. A green light flowed down, and all the disciples of Shenlong Nanzong, including Li Daofeng and others, were all taken in by Yi Yan. Yi Yan turned to look at Lu Chen, Mou, and others, and said with a smile. Lu Chen, I am going to the holy land of 10,000 poisons. Can you also enter the small world to practice? Okay, Mr. Yi. Lu Chen hurriedly agreed. A green light fell, and Lu Chen, Mou, Luo Huan and others were also taken in. Now, only Yi Yan is left in the Shenlong Southern Sect's huge territory. Will there be any surprises in this 10,000 poison holy land? Yi Yan walked to Yudu Daozi, smiled slightly, and a drop of colorful blood flew out of the corpse and fell on his fingertips. This drop of colorful blood was absorbed by Yi Yan. Then he used the Wanxiang Sui Xingju and transformed into the poison controlling Daozi. Yi Yan rose into the air and collected the huge Shenlong Nan sect. The place became empty, as if there was no sect at all. One day later, deep in the 10,000 poison mountains, a huge valley is filled with faint colorful poisonous gas. 7 huge poisonous pools, each with a diameter of 100 feet, are located in the valley according to the arrangement of the Big Dipper. In each of the 6 poisonous pools, there was a man standing in it, with his eyes closed and his hands making secrets, as if he was meditating on something. On a platform around the valley, there were several strong men from the god Emperor realm of the 10,000 poison holy land, staring at the poison pond. with serious expressions. It stands to reason that the new poison master of the Shenlong Sect should be arriving soon. An old man in green robe put his hands on his sleeves and said calmly, "Yes." Another old man in red robe smiled softly, stared at the empty seventh poison pool, and said in a deep voice, "If there is no accident, this newly promoted poison master will not be allowed to temporarily fill the position. I don't know if this new Taoist master's understanding is good enough." The old man in green robe sighed softly and said with expectation, "The other 6 poison pools are progressing very smoothly, and the only one missing is the 7th one. Let's give it a try. I hope we can surprise the poison emperor who is in seclusion." The old man in red robe smiled. "Coming." The green-robed old man raised his eyebrows and saw an immortal boat speeding towards him. There were 2 people on the immortal boat, one of whom had colorful skin. The ferry boat flew close. "I have met the elders." The young man driving the immortal boat clasped his hands and said politely, "The master of poison control of the Shenlong Sect has arrived. Please make arrangements with the elders. Go to the 7-star pond to temper." The old man in green robe looked indifferent and pointed at the empty poison pool. "Good." Looking at the surrounding environment, Yiyin smiled slightly, jumped off the ferry boat, and landed in the poisonous pond. It really is a 7-star formation. Yiyin stood in the poisonous pool, and when he glanced down with his consciousness, he saw various runes densely covered at the bottom of the pool. These runes looked extremely familiar. Yiyin took another look at the other 6 poison ponds, and the same thing happened. How could the 10,000 poison Qilin clan have such a 7-star formation? A question arose in Yiyin's mind. That boy from the Shenlong Sect, hurry up and understand the poison control. Taoists in the other 6 poison ponds have almost fully understood, so it's up to you. Just when Yiyin was confused, the voice of the old man in green robe came from above the valley. "Good." Yiyin smiled softly and pretended to understand. "This 7-star formation is just a small variation, and it is not difficult. In his opinion, it's just that this pool of water contains tens of thousands of toxins, which echo the 7-star formation and seem to be integrated. The effort of a stick of incense." The poisonous pond where Yiyin was located suddenly experienced drastic changes. The water in the pool is agitated. Small streaks of colorful light danced on the surface of the pool. What a strong understanding! When the several old men on the platform saw this, they all looked shocked. Affected by Yiyin's poisonous pond, the water in the other 6 poisonous ponds also began to stir. It didn't take long. Swish! 7 silver beams of light rose up, forming 7 big stars in midair. The main body of each big star was silver, but it also contained traces of colorful colors. Under the 7 stars, a majestic formation, filled with colorful mist and exuding a terrifying aura, appeared in the valley. "Haha, the 7 stars and 10,000 poisons formation, it's done." The old man in green robe was very excited. At this moment, a strange celestial phenomenon suddenly appeared. The sky suddenly darkened. Countless stars emerged out of thin air, extremely bright and dazzling. A beautiful giant dragon, composed of stars, with a shocking posture, slowly climbed out from the void deep in the 10,000 poison mountains. Very good, Lord Poison Emperor's 100,000 years of hard work is finally a success. Deep in the void, the dazzling giant dragon, composed of countless stars, with deep eyes but a sense of chaos, stared at the seven-star formation below and made a deep sound. I've met Lord Xingchen. As soon as several God Emperor realm old men on the platform saw this giant dragon, they immediately clasped their hands and looked extremely respectful. This is the Star Dragon? Yi Yun looked up into the depths of the void and looked at this extremely magnificent dragon, composed of countless stars, and his expression changed greatly. This is the Star Dragon, one of the 10 super dragons. Didn't this guy rebel with QB? How did you end up in 10,000 Poison Mountains? Yi Yin took a look and found that the 7-star mark that should have been on the forehead of the Star Dragon was missing. At this moment, the stars in the sky slowly disappeared, and the huge body of the Star Dragon shrank back into the depths of the void. It seems that deep in the void is its home base. Where to go? Yi Yin swayed and suddenly disappeared into the poisonous pond. Because the 7 stars and 10,000 poisons formation lacked the support of a poisonous pond, the 7 silver stars at the top of the valley suddenly fell from midair and returned to the poisonous pond. This large formation collapsed without any attack and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Strange, where has the poison control Taoist disciple of the Shenlong Sect gone? The old man in green robe looked horrified. Could it be that something happened to the 7 stars and 10,000 poisons formation? As a result, the new poison-controlling Taoist disappeared inexplicably. I don't know, it seems to have disappeared suddenly. This 7 stars and 10,000 poisons formation is really weird. The old man in red robe said in great shock. Did you get eaten by this formation? Another old man in black robes stood next to him and said with a frown. Impossible? The old man in green robe shook his head and searched everywhere, but found nothing, which made his face become depressed. The 7 stars and 10,000 poisons formation, condensed with the hard work of the Poison Emperor, was about to succeed. Unexpectedly, due to the disappearance of the Poison Master Daozi, the formation also failed. Just when several old men on the platform were depressed, a figure in white appeared in a mysterious space deep in the void. Star Dragon. Yi Yin stood in the void, looking at the Star Dragon huddled together with an indifferent expression, and let out a low drink. Who called me? The Star Dragon, which was about to fall asleep, suddenly opened its huge dragon eyes, and countless stars lit up around it, making the space as bright as day. Aren't you, the poison master of the 7th poison pond? How could you enter my space? The Star Dragon said in horror. Yi Yin smiled lightly and looked at the Star Dragon. The cultivation level of this Star Dragon was only at the first level of the Divine Emperor realm, which was far from what he had imagined. The 7 super unicorns have all attained enlightenment and become emperors. How come the Star Dragon, one of the super dragons, only has this little cultivation? How did you get together with the 9-tailed divine dragon and end up like this? Yi Yun smiled coldly. How do you know who the 9-tailed divine dragon is? As soon as he heard Yi Yun's words, the upper half of the Star Dragon's body stood tall, condescendingly looking down at the tiny white-clothed figure below. Yi Yun was about to speak when he suddenly heard a burst of cold laughter coming from another place in the void. A green shadow walked out from among the stars and stood on top of the Star Dragon. This person has colorful skin, a tall figure, thick eyebrows, big eyes, a gutter nose, sinister eyes, hands behind his back, and exudes a powerful aura of the God Emperor realm. This person is none other than the Poison Emperor. The 10,000 poison Kirin among the 7 super Kirin. Your Majesty, you are so brave, you dare to break into my 10,000 poison mountains? The Poison King looked down at Yi Yun, his pupils were deep and his breath was sharp. Poison Emperor, right? I was looking for you, but I didn't expect you to come. Seeing the Poison King appear, Yi Yun smiled instead of getting angry. This guy, the Poison King, must know some secrets. Now he took the initiative and solved it together with the Star Dragon. The Poison King looked at Yi Yun calmly and asked calmly, "You look quite strange to me. You are definitely not a monk from the Xinglan continent. Could it be that you come from the Divine Land?" "Good." Yi Yun nodded. The Divine Land and our Xinglan continent have always been in harmony with each other. Your Excellency, you rushed into our 10,000 poison mountains. What do you want? Poison King asked in surprise. Of course I came here for this Star Dragon. Yi Yun's eyes flashed and he smiled faintly. This Star Dragon has become the private property of this emperor. Please give up on this idea. The Poison King sneered and refused. Private? Yi Yun spread his hands and laughed. The Star Dragon is also one of the top 10 super dragons. It is on an equal footing with your 10,000 poison. Kirin. What qualifications do you have to own it? Why are you not qualified? If I hadn't saved it, this Star Dragon would have died long ago. The Poison King chuckled and tapped the Star Dragon lightly with his foot. Lord Poison Emperor saved my life. In this life, I will work hard for Lord Poison Emperor. The Star Dragon said in a deep voice. This sentence was said extremely smoothly, without any lag. This made Yi Yun frown, and a ball of anger arose in his heart. If it were before, just like in the demon world, Yi Yun would kill the Star Dragon with one sword. But what he experienced later made Yi Yun suppress his inner impulse. But the anger in his heart turned into a sword in his hand. The sky-cutting sword comes out. An astonishing sword light passed by, and one of the Poison Emperor's arms was broken. Fuck. This guy is so strong. When did Chen Xi have such a powerful sword? Cultivator? After breaking off an arm, he felt the severe pain coming from his arm. The Poison King was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. Swish. A sword light rose up, forming a cage, forcibly trapping the Poison Emperor inside. It's over, this guy is so powerful, my life is at risk. The Poison King wailed in his heart. Ever since he attained the realm of the Divine Emperor, he had never encountered such a severe life and death crisis. The opponent's white-clothed sword cultivator was so terrifying that he actually had the strength to kill a powerful person like him in the God Emperor realm. Lord Poison Emperor. Seeing that the Poison King was trapped, the Star Dragon let out a roar, controlled the stars in the sky, and smashed towards Yi Yun. You are only at the first level of the Divine Emperor realm, so don't show your shame. Yi Yun stretched out his hand a little. The body-holding technique was activated, and the stars and Star Dragons in the sky were frozen in the void. Yi Yun walked outside the sword cage in one step, looked at the panicked Poison Emperor inside, and smiled calmly. Killing you is easy. Yes, sir, I have no enmity with you. If you want this Star Dragon, I will give it to you. Please spare my life. The Poison Emperor knelt on the ground and begged. This Star Dragon, I remember it should be with the nine-tailed dragon, how did it end up in your hands? Yi Yun asked in a deep voice. Sir, this was exchanged between the nine-tailed divine dragon and me. He drained the Star Dragon's cultivation, and then exchanged a poison magic weapon with me. The Poison King did not dare to hide it and whispered quickly. Drained all the cultivation of the Star Dragon? Yi Yun was shocked. This Long Xiao is really too cruel. He first instigated the Star Dragon to rebel against the Dragon Clan, and finally drained the Star Dragon's cultivation and gave it to the 10,000 poison Kirin. This guy Long Xiao really squeezed out every drop of the Star Dragon's value. It seems that I still underestimated him. This guy comes from the nine-tailed Dragon Clan of the ancient realm and does not belong to the Dragon Clan of the Hidden Dragon Continent. Therefore, the Star Dragon does not regard him as a comrade or brother at all. Yi Yun sighed in his heart. Among the 10 super dragons, the situation of the Star Dragon is the most tragic. After using him ruthlessly, he was abandoned by Long Xiao. Yes, sir. This was sucked dry by the nine-tailed dragon. It has nothing to do with me. Seeing Yi Yun's indifferent expression, the Poison Emperor panicked for a moment and quickly explained. Yi Yun nodded. Sir, the memory of this Star Dragon was destroyed by the nine-tailed dragon when he gave it to me, so it cannot remember many things. I also obtained some information about the 7-star formation from its memory fragments. With the fragmentary memory of FA, I tested the 7 stars and 10,000 poisons formation in the valley outside. The Poison Emperor explained again. Haha, this is in line with the nine-tailed dragon's usual style. Yi Yun couldn't help but smile coldly when he recalled the man behind the murder of the Shenlong Sect. The Star Dragon knew that there were too many things about the nine-tailed divine dragon, so after being drained of his cultivation, his memory was smashed. In this way, the nine-tailed divine dragon could safely exchange it to the 10,000 poison Kirin. Where is the nine-tailed divine dragon now? Yi Yun asked. Sir, originally I didn't know the whereabouts of the nine-tailed dragon and others. Later, when I was searching for the memory fragments of the Star Dragon, I accidentally discovered a very small fragment, which vaguely recorded a space passage leaving the Xinglin continent. Stars the giant dragon, the nine-tailed dragon, and another figure have been through this passage before. The Poison King thought for a while and continued, the space passage at that time must have been too dangerous. It seemed that they could not pass through. So they returned. Space channel? Yi Yun frowned. Could it be that there is a way to the immortal realm on this Xinglin continent? For the nine-tailed divine dragon, the place this guy wants to go the most is the fairyland. In the Yogu realm at that time, Long Xiao did not dare to walk up the Panlong immortal staircase. After some twists and turns, he actually found another space passage leading to the immortal realm in the Xinglin continent. The Poison Emperor mentioned 3 people. Could it be that the other one is Feng Mu's true form? An idea appeared in Yi Yun's mind again. This is very possible. After all, Long Zhao's assistant at the time was the Star Dragon plus Feng Mu's true form. While Yi Yun was thinking, the Poison Emperor began to say again, Sir, after Shirqilin disappeared, I figured out the memory fragment of the Star Dragon. It should be like this. About 100,000 years ago, the nine-tailed divine dragon, Master Qilin, the first of our tribe, and an adult from the Phoenix tribe, the 3 of them jointly left the Xinglin continent and headed for the space passage. Went to another world. Speaking of which, he hesitated for a moment and guessed, Sir, I guess that may be the world the 3 of them went to is the fairyland. What you said makes sense. Yi Yun nodded. He suddenly remembered the Palm Immortal King. Could it be that this immortal king-level existence came to Xinglin continent through the space passage? The reason why Lan Shao abandoned the Star Dragon was, firstly, because he was weak, so he drained the Star Dragon's cultivation. Secondly, this space passage could only allow 3 people to walk, so they abandoned the Star Dragon and found the more powerful Shiqilan. For Shiqilan, leaving the Xinglan continent and going to a broader fairyland with more development prospects was naturally an offer that was difficult to refuse. This way, the combination of Long Shao, Feng Mu, and Shiqilan is already the strongest force in the world, and they should be able to pass through that space passage. Haha, it looks like we are going to meet in the fairyland. Yi Yun smiled faintly. Sir, I have told you everything I know. I just ask you to spare my life. The Poison Emperor begged again. I can spare you. Yi Yun looked at the Poison King and smiled coldly, waved his hand to seal him, and then put it away. He could spare the Poison Emperor temporarily. However, the Poison King did many evil things. When he met Zulong one day, Yi Yun handed over the 7 super unicorns to Zulong. Yi Yun took 1 step forward and came to the Star Dragon. A force of change, life and death, instantly invaded the Star Dragon's brain. A few seconds passed. Yi Yun withdrew the power and shook his head gently. Everything was true as the Poison Emperor said. The Star Dragon's memory had been destroyed, and many things in the past had been lost. Buzz. Yi Yun's body moved, and a wave of ancestral dragon's energy suppressed him. Feeling the pressure generated deep in his bloodline, the Star Dragon's expression changed drastically, and he said tremblingly, "Greetings to Lord Zulong." Yi Yun was quite pleased to see that the Star Dragon recognized the ancestral dragon. You are one of the 10 super divine dragons, and you are also a supreme being. You also heard what the Poison Emperor said just now. You were used by the 9-tailed divine dragon and drained all your cultivation. Yi Yun said slowly. Well. The Star Dragon sighed. He still believed the Poison Emperor's words, so he also knew these things in the past. Yi Yun thought for a while and asked in a deep voice, I can input some of the memories I know into your brain and restore your cultivation at the same time. Are you willing? I am willing, Lord Zulong. You are the supreme being of my dragon clan. I am willing to do anything you ask me to do. The Star Dragon said respectfully. Good. Yi Yun showed a satisfied look, and countless tiny purple runes were changing in the depths of his pupils. The sky's disillusionment I was activated, and a life-changing power entered the Star Dragon's brain and input some memories into it. Then Yi Yun took out a small bottle and poured out the rejuvenating water. After the Star Dragon drank the rejuvenating water, the lost cultivation level was constantly recovering. Its aura is getting stronger and stronger. From the first level of the Divine Emperor realm, he crossed over to the first level of the Divine Emperor realm in one fell swoop. During this process, Yi Yun had already lifted the body-holding technique. Thank you, Lord Zulong, for your help. The Star Dragon transformed into a silver-robed young man, kneeling at Yi Yun's feet. Get up and go to my little world to practice. Yi Yun smiled softly, a green light fell, and put away the Star Dragon. This time when he came to 10,000 Poison Mountains, although he saved the Star Dragon, he had no plans to let the Star Dragon reunite with other super dragons for the time being. After all, under the instigation of the 9-tailed divine dragon, there was a huge melee among the 10 super divine dragons. The other super dragons may not be able to accept it for a while. Yi Yun plans to find Zulong in the future and let Zulong be the referee to decide the fate of the Star Dragon. Boom boom. The surrounding void vibrated and made violent noises. What happened? Yi Yun flew out of this space and returned to the top of the valley. At this time, he suddenly noticed a huge suction force coming from a certain direction in the distance. Figures of people flashed past and were sucked into the distance by this huge suction force, including many buildings. In front of this strong suction force, they also rose up and flew into the distance. The entire 10,000 poison mountains suddenly fell into chaos. This is. Standing in the void, despite the raging wind, Yi Yin remained motionless, his eyes focused, and his expression changed slightly as he looked at the scene in the distance. Deep in the distant sky, there is a huge whirlpool floating, hazy, like the mouth of a giant beast, devouring all living creatures in the 10,000 poison domain. Boom boom. Bursts of dull sounds came from a distance, accompanied by the panicked cries of countless people. This whirlpool seems illusory and real at the same time, as if it is not in this world, giving people an extremely confusing feeling. Although somewhat untrue. But it is an extremely real and cruel scene that all the creatures in the 10,000 poison domain are swallowed up. Hurry up and start the formation. In the chaotic 10,000 poison mountain, someone shouted loudly. Buzz. A large green formation suddenly appeared out of thin air above 10,000 poison mountains, blocking the powerful suction force. 10,000 Poison Mountain is the dojo of 10,000 Poison Holy Land. For so many years, no one has dared to come and cause trouble. Therefore, this mountain protecting formation had not been activated. Now that such an inexplicable disaster has occurred, someone has thought of opening this formation. Rumble. The voice became increasingly dull and came through the mountain protecting formation. Countless people were terrified. Everyone didn't know what the strange whirlpool that suddenly appeared was. And what was even more shocking was that their poison emperor had never appeared at this moment. An uneasy atmosphere enveloped everyone. Hoo-hoo. The suction force generated by the vortex became stronger and stronger, and the mountain guarding formation began to shake violently and make a creaking sound. This sound frightened countless people, fearing that the mountain protecting formation would not be able to bear it. Boom. Only a few seconds later, the mountain protecting formation shattered into pieces, and the entire 10,000 poison mountains was uprooted and flew towards the whirlpool in the distance. Interesting, it seems that this vortex is still quite spiritual. After encountering the obstruction of the 10,000 poison holy land, it actually increased its suction power. Yi Yun smiled slightly. He did not control his body, but flew towards the whirlpool along with the 10,000 poison mountains. This whirlpool was weird and inexplicable. Since it was so weird, he wanted to find out. Rumble. As it got closer and closer to the whirlpool, the roaring sound became stronger and stronger. Many monks with low cultivation level fainted on the spot when they heard the sound. It takes dozens of breaths. The 10,000 poison mountains entered this huge whirlpool. The vortex was chaotic and unclear, and there was a huge suction force that kept sucking it in. What is that? Yi Yun let go of his consciousness and discovered that there was a huge round thing in the chaos, divided into black and white, and it was constantly rotating. The power of its rotation is the source of this suction. At this moment, some monks with higher cultivation level approached the huge round object. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere, turning into Clouds of blood mist, which floated into the black and white round object. The huge 10,000 poison mountains also began to approach this round object, and an unimaginable crushing force crushed the mountain range into pieces in an instant. Countless people died. What kind of treasure is this? Yi Yun was a little surprised. The power released by this treasure was difficult to withstand even if the Poison Emperor came in person. Yi Yun stood still and looked at the treasure, coldly. Looking around, it always feels like a huge millstone. The millstone is constantly churning, producing unimaginable sucking all creatures into it, grinding them into powder, and then being absorbed by the millstone. Such a blink of an eye. The 10,000 poison mountains disappeared, along with the 10,000 Poison Kirin clan. Outside the huge whirlpool, far away from the 10,000 poison domain, several figures with powerful auras appeared. There are God Emperor realm experts from the Sky Demon clan, and there are also God Emperor realm experts from the Super Qilin clan. Oh my god, what is this? Someone exclaimed. Such a terrifying suction force is difficult to resist even if they get close. And they must find a way to escape quickly. I don't know. The poison holy land has been sucked in. I don't know if the Poison Emperor can escape. Another person said in a deep voice. I feel bad. Someone sighed. Several powerful men in the God Emperor realm looked at each other, and at this moment they all felt as if a rabbit had died and a fox was sad. If this vortex appears in their territory, they will encounter the same situation as the Poison Emperor. It's too scary. I don't know if this whirlpool will swallow the entire Xinglin continent. Someone showed a horrified look. Just when everyone was panicking, the sound suddenly became smaller, and the vague vortex slowly shrank into the void and disappeared completely. All the God Emperor level powerhouses took a breath together. It's safe. Someone sighed and touched his cold back, feeling a little at a loss for a moment. Let's go. Everyone should think more about how to save your lives in the future. A strong man in the God Emperor realm was silent for a while, then disappeared. In a flash. We have to find some ways to save our lives. Someone sighed. Get some more defensive treasures. Someone said softly. Everyone nodded silently. Naturally, cultivation cannot be achieved overnight, so it is better to find ways to refine some powerful defensive magic weapons to protect oneself. Let's go. The remaining God Emperor realm experts looked at each other and then disappeared in a flash. Hey, who are you to be able to withstand the power of this great grinding of yin and yang? Just when Yi Yun was looking at the black and white millstone, a man's voice suddenly came from the depths of the millstone. Anyone? The corner of Yi Yun's mouth moved, and a smile emerged. It turns out that this treasure is called the Yin-Yang Great Mill, and it is controlled by someone. No wonder it is so powerful. In Yi Yun's view, this Yin-Yang Great Mill is a super god-level treasure. I'm just a casual cultivator, who are you? Yi Yun smiled faintly and took out the heaven-destroying sword. I am an immortal. The man said coldly, and suddenly saw the sword in Yi Yun's hand, and asked in surprise, immortal weapon? How come you have such a sword? No comment. Yi Yun smiled softly and flew towards the Yin-Yang Great Mill. He wanted to catch this immortal and find out where he came from. Grind him to death. The man suddenly shouted, with a sense of hysteria in his voice. Rumble. The black and white yin and yang mill rotated violently, emitting an unimaginable crushing force. At this moment, Yi Yun's expression changed slightly, and he also felt an unimaginable pressure, crushing him from all directions. For this treasure, even a real immortal lord would be unable to withstand such crushing power. Without hesitation, Yi Yin immediately took out a small mirror and threw it above his head. A ray of light fell down, protecting him within it. Master, what kind of place is this? The crushing force is so strong. At this time, Zhai Jing's voice sounded. What you are facing is an immortal weapon. How about that? Is this stressful? Yi Yin smiled slightly. This guy Zhai Jing started acting as soon as he came out. No problem, master, I can handle it. Zhai Jing stretched out a hand, patted the mirror surface, and said confidently, another fairy weapon? You, who are you? How can you have so many fairy weapons? In the yin and yang grind, the mysterious man kept screaming in surprise. This yin-yang great mill is an incredible magical weapon. It's like an immortal king. When faced with the yin and yang grinding, his skin will peel off even if he doesn't die. As for those under the immortal king, they will basically perish. Only some powerful immortal realm monks can save their lives under the torment of yin and yang, such as him. My master has too many immortal weapons, so many that they can crush you to death. Zhai Jing said proudly. Impossible. The man snorted coldly. How could a person from the lower world possess so many immortal weapons? This is absolutely impossible. Yin and yang are grinding, this mirror is too noisy, grind it to death. The mysterious man's dignity seemed to be provoked, and he suddenly roared angrily. Come on, who is afraid of whom? Zhai Jing laughed loudly, looking like he was invincible in the world. Yi Yin was silent. He suddenly discovered that this man had been hiding in the yin-yang great mill and had not appeared. There seems to be something unspeakable. Rumble. With bursts of roaring sounds, the yin-yang mill rose into the sky and shrouded Yi Yin. Black and white light stirred the void, producing unimaginable crushing force. The terrifying force fell on the mirror of the village mirror, and only a buzzing sound was heard, and it was bounced out. The yin-yang grinding ball was like a marble that was shot out by a slingshot. It traveled a long way through the void before settling down. Haha, if you attack from below and fall on my protective light shield, you won't be so embarrassed. Zhai Jing laughed. The yin-yang Dhamma attacks from above and lands right on the back of the mirror, allowing it to bounce. A mirror, both front and back, has wonderful uses. How is this possible? A mere mirror can actually shift the position of the yin-yang mill. It's even more powerful than the immortal king. The mysterious man said to himself in horror. It seemed that after just such a flick, he was completely frightened and had no fighting spirit anymore. You, an immortal, are just a frog in the well. Yi Yin smiled slightly. Suddenly the heaven-destroying sword was thrown, and a ray of light flashed across it. The heaven-destroying sword became extremely huge and landed on the yin-yang great mill. The yin and yang mill that was originally rotating suddenly stopped. How is it possible? A sword can actually stop the operation of the yin yang mill. Who are you? The mysterious man screamed in horror. The young man in white in front of him had completely defeated him with just 2 treasures before he really made a move. Even the immortal king couldn't make Demo stop, and it was impossible for him, the little immortal lord, to do it. So, the mysterious man had already admitted defeat in his heart at this moment. He is not a newborn calf, but an old monster who has lived for countless years. He is well informed and has the foresight to judge the opponent as soon as the 2 treasures are revealed. No need to make a fuss, I'm just a monk from the lower realm, not from your fairyland. Yiyan smiled slightly and took a step forward to the yin-yang great mo. The yin and yang grinding mill that had stopped running finally showed its true form at this moment. This yin-yang great mill has a diameter of tens of thousands of miles, and its surface is extremely vicissitudes of life, covered with various immortal runes. The yin-yang great mill exudes a kind of ancient immortal energy, which is extremely thick and powerful. Yi Yun nodded. No wonder this immortal was so shocked. If an immortal came to this yin-yang great mill, he would probably hate it. Fortunately, the heaven-destroying sword was of extremely high level and was able to suppress the yin-yang great mo. Otherwise, if it were replaced by other super-god-level treasures, it would not only be unable to suppress it, but would also be crushed to pieces when encountering this yin-yang grinding mill. Show up and let me see you, the immortal. Yi Yun smiled calmly. An illusory figure slowly flew out of a hole in the center of the millstone and turned into a young man. This young man is extremely handsome, with a jade-like appearance and evil eyes, full of a unique charm. The fairyland questioning immortal, I have met you, sir. The young man clasped his hands in his fists, bowed half of his body, and said very politely, it turns out to be an immortal. A look of surprise appeared on Yi Yun's face. He glanced at the yin-yang mill and said with a smile, the yin-yang mill has stopped running. Are you out of trouble? Yes, my lord. The Qingqing immortal said respectfully, with a grateful look on his face. Originally, he wanted to kill this uninvited guest, but he didn't expect that. He was so powerful. He suppressed yin-yang demo at will and rescued him by the way. Yi Yun took a look at Qingqing immortal lord and found that this person only had a ball of soul wrapped in immortal sources, and there were not many immortal sources left. His current cultivation level was not much different from that of Biluo, immortal lord and others. The reason why it was able to generate such a huge momentum before was all due to this yin and yang grind. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows. You are an immortal from the immortal realm, how come you are locked up in this yin-yang great mill? It seems that you don't know where the immortals are guilty. The Qingqing immortal lord looked at Yi Yun's expression and suddenly showed a wry smile. The immortal's sinful place? Yi Yun was a little surprised. What is this? Why haven't you heard of it? Sir, this lower realm is the oldest immortal sinner. Anyone who has committed a serious crime may be exiled to this immortal sinner and be judged by the yin and yang great mill. Those who are weak in cultivation will encounter the yin and yang great mo will be strangled, and the immortal source released by the immortal after death will automatically disperse to this world, which can be regarded as providing nutrition to this world. The Qingqing immortal master said slowly, but when he mentioned the yin-yang great mill, there was still a look of fear in his eyes. Obviously, he was also frightened by this yin and yang grind. Haha, it turns out there is such a saying. Yi Yun nodded. He never thought that this world would be a place of sin in the eyes of immortals. I have also met other immortals. Why don't they know the theory of sinful land? Yi Yun's heart moved and he asked. Sir, the world of divine land is the oldest sinful place for immortals. As early as tens of millions of years ago, immortals were no longer exiled. This sinful place is considered abandoned, so some future generations don't know. King Xianzhen explained. Why was it abandoned? Yi Yun asked. Because tens of millions of years ago, there was an immortal king who committed a serious crime and was exiled. He entered the yin-yang great mill Unexpectedly, this man's magical power was amazing. He destroyed the Yin-Yang Great Mill and opened an exit to escape. Since then, no immortal has been exiled in the immortal realm. King Xianzhen explained. The Palm Immortal King? Yi Yun was slightly startled and immediately knew who this immortal king was. Yes, sir, this person is the Palm Immortal King. Fortunately, she broke the Yin-Yang Great Mill back then, which gave me a chance to breathe. I have been living in it until now. The Qingqing Immortal Lord said with a wry smile. It turns out that the Palm Immortal King is actually a sinner who was exiled. Yi Yun sighed lightly. It is no small matter for an immortal king to be exiled. You must have made a big mistake in the immortal realm. However, the immortal realm still underestimated the strength of the Palm Immortal King. This powerful immortal king encountered the great tribulation of yin and yang. Not only did he not die, he even collapsed and successfully escaped. Apart from the immortal King Zhang Tian, are there any other immortal kings who have been exiled? Yi Yun looked at the Qingqing Immortal Lord and asked calmly. No more, my lord. The Qingqing Immortal Lord shook his head. Yi Yun looked around and asked in a deep voice, is there a space passage here? Directly connected to the immortal realm? Yes, sir, this space passage is right behind the Yin-Yang Great Mill. It is not directly opposite. It is misplaced by about thousands of miles away. The Qingqing Immortal Lord quickly pointed to a certain place with his hand and said respectfully. Yi Yun looked in the direction of his finger and saw a dark hole, deep and boundless, exuding cold air. Sir, this is called the Road of Exile in the Immortal Realm. This road opens up the two worlds of the immortal realm and the sinful land. The Qingqing Immortal Lord said. Yi Yun nodded and asked curiously, why the offset? Shouldn't it be directly facing the Yin-Yang Great Mill? In this way, the exiled immortal will directly enter the Yin-Yang Great Mill. Sir, the original location of the Yin-Yang Great Mill and the space passage was in the world of the Divine Land. At the end of the last era, that world split into several small worlds, namely the Divine Land, the Xinglin continent, and the Hidden Dragon continent, Fingyi continent. During the process of the whole world splitting, the Yin-Yang Great Mill and the space channel deviated from their positions, and were finally located herein. Xinglin continent. The Qingqing Immortal Lord said slowly. It turns out that those worlds are one whole. Yi Yun smiled softly. He had already had this suspicion in his mind, so he didn't find it strange. After all, the way of heaven in Shenlong continent is completely different from the way of heaven in Shintu. There are many differences between these two worlds. Sir, as far as I know, the reason why the world of Sinland is divided is because the way of heaven is divided. The Qingqing Immortal Lord suddenly smiled. Why? Yi Yun asked. Some of the immortals who were exiled from the immortal realm are powerful people. Even if they are strangled by the great mill of yin and yang and turned into a ball of immortal sources, their original consciousness still vaguely exists. The immortal sources are absorbed by the sinful heavenly Tao. And slowly, these consciousnesses eroded the way of heaven and finally succeeded in becoming the way of heaven. Qingqing Tianzuan said with a smile. The consciousness of the immortal source becomes the way of heaven? Yi Yan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but laugh. You mean, the consciousness of several immortals was not completely wiped out, but was integrated into the way of heaven one after another, causing the severing of the way of heaven? The Qingqing Immortal Lord replied, yes, that's the case, sir. There are About 4 immortals who have never died. After integrating into the way of heaven, the 4 of them started to compete. One of them failed, and the other split away and monopolized one side world. I understand, it should be the world on Fingy continent. Yi Yun nodded and smiled. What Your Excellency said is absolutely true. Although the world of Fingy continent split apart, it was not completely successful. At the last moment, it was swallowed up by the heavenly Tao of Shinto. Therefore, the heavenly Tao of Shinto is now the strongest, but Zongzong, the 2 sides of heavenly Tao, Long continent and Xinglin continent, are not weak either, and the 3 parties have formed a situation of opposition and have reached a stalemate. The Qingqing Immortal Lord said. Haha, that's interesting. Yi Yin nodded and smiled, looked at the Qingqing Immortal Lord, thought for a moment, and said, the 3 of them, the 9-tailed divine dragon, are the immortal realm they went to via the exile road, right? Sir, I didn't expect you to even know this. The Qingqing Immortal Master's expression changed, and he sighed softly. 2 men and 1 woman, who is that woman from the Phoenix clan? Yi Yun's voice tightened. That woman is the leader of the Feng clan, Yuan Feng. King Xianzhen replied. It turns out to be Yuan Feng. Yi Yun's face turned serious. During the destruction of the Shenlong Sect, the Feng clan had been stirring things up inside, playing a role in fueling the flames. It seems that the Phoenix clan has always had great hostility towards the Dragon clan. If it is Yuan Feng, then his cultivation level should be quite high. The chances of the 3 of them passing the path of exile are much higher. Yi Yun said to himself. Zulong, Yuan Feng, and Shilin, these are the leaders of the 3 Xiantian clans, and they were originally equally powerful. Although Zulong is the strongest, Yuan Feng and Shilin are not weak either. If Yuan Feng and Shilin join forces, they can fight against Zulong. Among the 3 people who went to the immortal realm, Long Xiao was probably the weakest, so he sucked up all the cultivation of the star dragon. Sir, Yuan Feng is injured. He is not the strongest. He is only a little stronger than the 9-tailed divine dragon. The Qingqing Immortal Lord added. Is Yuan Feng injured? Yi Yun raised his eyebrows, feeling that things were getting more and more interesting. Who is it that seriously injured Yuan Feng? Logically speaking, it couldn't be the ancestral dragon, it couldn't be the first Qilin, and it couldn't be the 5 great demon clans. If he had to guess a result, Yi Yin felt that it might be related to the Palm Immortal King. Yes, her injuries are quite serious. I heard that the 9-tailed divine dragon said that she has not been able to heal her wounds for a long time. She only hopes to come to the fairyland in the future and find opportunities to heal her injuries. The Qin Xianzuan smiled slightly. You're guarding this Yinyang Great Mill. Logically speaking, it's impossible for these 3 people to break through. Did you deliberately let it slip? Yi Yun stared at the Qingqing Immortal Lord, his eyes suddenly became a little sharp. The Qingqing Immortal Master panicked and quickly explained, Sir, in fact, I only exchanged 4 places with the 9-tailed divine dragon. 4 places were exchanged? Apart from these 3 people, where is the other place? Yi Yun asked with a frown. Another spot for the 9-tailed divine dragon was reserved for Long Xian of the Shenlong Sect. He said that this person was his incarnation and had his own destiny, so a spot was reserved for him. The Qingqing Immortal Lord hurriedly explained. Haha, it turned out to be left to Long Xian, it's really unexpected. Yi Yin shook his head, with a rather strange expression on his face. This Long Xiao has always been extremely selfish, and he never thought that he would leave a place for one of his incarnations. Seeing that Yi Yan also knew Long Xian, Qingqing Xianzuan felt awestruck, knowing that he could hide nothing from this master. Sir, the nine-tailed divine dragon Long Xiao seems to have some power in the immortal realm, so he dared to stand in front of me at that time and proposed an exchange condition, using pom-pom technique in exchange. The Qingqing immortal lord said softly. Yi Yan frowned. How can Long Xiao master the heavenly art? The Qingqing immortal lord blinked and hurriedly explained. Long Xiao lurked in the Palm Heaven sect and learned the pom-pom technique. He traded this technique to me 100,000 years ago, and then, together with Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin, passed the road of exile, goes to the fairyland. Yi Yan smiled coldly. This guy Long Xiao has so many tricks. Long Xiao had the courage to lurk in Zhang Tian sect, but was not discovered by Zhang Tian immortal king. This was really remarkable. Long Xian of the Shenlong Sect, do you know where he is now? Yi Yan asked. I heard from Long Xiao that the Shenlong Sect where Long Xian is located is located in the Linghu area on the western edge of Xinglin continent. King Xianzhen replied honestly. Okay, you are very nice and provided me with a lot of useful information. Hearing the words of Qingqing immortal lord, Yi Yan nodded with satisfaction. This damn Long Xian, from Songnan continent to Divine Land, and now to Xinglin continent, finally found his whereabouts. The 250th generation leader of the Shenlong Sect is about to surface. Sir, you saved me from the great grinding of yin and yang. It is really difficult for me to repay this kindness. The Qingqing immortal lord clasped his hands in his fists, half-bowed his body, and said with great gratitude, if there is no help from this adult. Although he was confident that he would be able to escape in the end, he didn't know how many years had passed. What are your plans next? Are you ready to return to the fairyland? Yi Yan asked. I am a sinner. Sir, I am afraid that when I return to the fairyland, I will be caught immediately. The Qingqing immortal lord shook his head and smiled bitterly, and said, slowly, although I was an immortal lord before, and my strength was relatively strong, but now my physical body is gone, and only this group of immortal sources is left. My current strength is comparable to the intermediate level of immortal realm is really too weak. Okay, then just stay with me first. Yi Yan thought for a while and said, Wenqing Xianzuan is a veteran immortal and is familiar with the fairyland. After receiving his subordinate, he will be of certain help to Yi Yan in the future. Thank you for taking me in, sir. The Wenqing immortal looked happy and thanked him again. Although the gentleman in front of him comes from the divine land, his background is unfathomable and he is no weaker than those major sects of the immortal sect. In the future, when this adult goes to the fairyland, he will turn into a dragon when encountering a storm and become an extraordinary figure. Yi Yan took out a green bead, and when a ray of light fell, he took the Qingqing immortal lord inside. Then he came to the yin-yang demo, and found that although this immortal weapon was of high grade and very powerful, it did not give birth to a weapon spirit. Only some faint primitive consciousness. Looking at the heaven-destroying sword, Yi Yan sent out a ray of spiritual thought. Xiao Mo, my master intends to accept you, are you willing? Zhang Tianjian said in a deep voice. Yin-yang Damo was silent for a moment, and then trembled slightly twice, seeming to agree. Okay, you are an alien artifact, let me help you refine it. Tianjian said. The yin and yang dasho trembled twice more, indicating that it was willing to accept it. Yi Yin dropped a drop of blood and used the simplest method to directly refine the Yinyang Great Mill. Congratulations to the master for harvesting another treasure. Above his head, Zhai Jing, who had been silent all this time, made a laughing sound. It's an immortal weapon after all. It's a pity to be living in this world. Let's put it away first. Yi Yin smiled softly. Although there are many treasures in the warehouse, he does not feel that there are too many. Yi Yin took out the bronze treasure box, grabbed it gently with his big hand. And the Yinyang mill instantly became the size of a palm, and he threw it into the treasure box. The great wear and tear of yin and yang has left a corner missing, just in time for the sea of creation to be repaired. After putting away the bronze treasure box, Yi Yin came to the entrance of the space passage with a flash of his body. The dark cave entrance is extremely deep, as if it leads to another universe. Yi Yin shook the heaven-destroying sword, and wisps of sword intent flew out, forming a sword array around him. After doing all this, Yi Yin put away the village mirror, controlled the heaven-destroying sword, and left this space. Reappearing above the 10,000 poison domain, looking at the devastated mountains and rivers below, Yi Yin sighed softly. In the eyes of the aloof immortals, these creatures in Xinlin continent are nothing more than ants. Yi Yin didn't stay too long, broke through the void, left the 10,000 poison domain, and headed to the Linghu domain on the western edge of the Xinlin continent. One day later, Yi Yin appeared in the sky above Linghu domain. Spirit Lake Domain, as the name suggests, it is a huge lake. There are many islands dotted around the lake. The entire spiritual lake contains extremely rich spiritual energy. Looking from a distance, you can see strands of spiritual energy rising from the surface of the lake. After some questioning, Yi Yin finally arrived at an island in the Spirit Lake area. This island is not big, almost the same as Tongtian Island. It is unique to Shenlong Sect. Yi Yin glanced around and saw a familiar red figure in the huge square of Shenlong Sect. Ao Shui. Now this little girl's cultivation has reached the 7th level of the divine sovereign realm. This cultivation speed is not slow, but it is still much slower than the speed in the sea of gray mist in the divine land. It seems that this little girl did not use the Wanhua Jingqiao to continue to devour the monks. After all, the further this technique is used, the greater the disadvantages. Yi Yin thought to himself. At this moment, Ao Shui was practicing swordsmanship with several disciples in the square. Several of them moved slowly, as if they were trying to figure out the true meaning of the swordsmanship. A white light fell out of thin air and landed opposite Ao Shui. Who? Yi Yin's appearance immediately startled several disciples of the Shenlong Sect. They took a few steps back and pointed their swords at Yi Yin. Yi Yin did not hide his cultivation at this time, so he was still at the 2nd level of the God King realm. Although these disciples were in the Divine King realm, their faces became less nervous when they saw that Yi Yin's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the Divine King realm. Ao Shui, long time no see. Yi Yin ignored the others and looked calmly at the girl in red in front of him, with a pleasant look and a smile on his face. Ao Shui looked at Yi Yin, her expression suddenly became a little frightened. And then a little complicated, and her delicate body kept shaking. After a few seconds. 13th generation ancestor. Ao Shui uttered these words tremblingly, her knees softened, and she knelt at Yi Yin's feet. 13th generation ancestor? Several disciples nearby looked at each other. The 13th generation ancestor of their Shenlong sect had died long ago. Who dares to break into our Shenlong Sect? A loud shout came. There were many figures, and many monks of the God King realm flew in from all directions, surrounding Yi Yun. Ao Shui looked at the crowd and said in panic, "This is the 13th generation ancestor. Don't act rashly or kneel down quickly." 13th generation ancestor? Everyone looked surprised and looked at Yi Yun carefully. Ao Shui, where is Long Xian? Ignoring everyone's shock, Yi Yun only looked at Ao Shui and asked. The sect master was invited and just went to Yushui Holy Land. Ao Shui answered honestly. So he's not here, then get up, Ao Shui. Yi Yun waved his hand gently, and a burst of magic power swept out, helping Ao Shui up. Ao Shui, how can he be the 13th generation ancestor of my Shenlong Sect? Are you doing your old habits again? A middle-aged man in the God King realm looked at Yi Yun coldly and said in a deep voice. Elders, the 13th generation ancestor comes from the Shenlong Sect of Songnan continent. Our current sect master is the 250th generation disciple of the Shenlong Sect over there. When you see the 13th generation ancestor, shouldn't you kneel down and worship? Ao Shui looked at the shocked people and told Yi Yun's origin in one sentence. From the Shenlong Sect of Songnan continent. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and their knees weakened. The origin of the sect leader is not a secret in Shenlong Beizong. Almost all the disciples know that the current leader of their Shenlong Sect, Long Xian, is the Shenlong Sect from the Divine Land. The young man in white clothes in front of him is far superior to the current sect master in terms of seniority. After thinking about all this, I've met the 13th ancestor. Everyone fell to their knees and said respectfully, "Get up." Looking at the junior kneeling on the ground, Yi Yun smiled lightly and waved gently. Everyone stood up and looked at Yi Yun respectfully. This 13th generation ancestor must have hidden his cultivation. Otherwise it would be absolutely impossible for him to go through all the hardships and dangers from the Divine Land to the Xinglin continent with a mere cultivation of the God King realm. Yi Yun looked at Ao Shui and said with a smile, "Let's go, come with me to the Nether Water Holy Land." Okay, 13th generation ancestor. Ao Shui took a deep breath and followed Yi Yun. The two of them rose into the air and left Shenlong Beizong. Ao Shui led the way, and Yi Yun followed behind her. Yi Yun looked at the graceful red figure in front of him, thoughtfully, and said with a smile, "Has the spiritual consciousness I left on you been eliminated by Long Xian?" "Yes, the 13th generation ancestor," Ao Shui answered honestly. Yi Yun nodded. "What kind of cultivation level does Long Xian have now?" "I just broke through to the Divine Emperor realm not long ago," Ao Shui said. "As soon as you break through the Divine Emperor realm, you can eliminate the consciousness I left in your body. This Long Xian has some tricks." Yi Yun blinked and laughed softly. As soon as he entered Xinglin continent, he found that this ray of divine consciousness could not be contacted and seemed to have been erased. At that time, Yi Yun had already guessed the truth. After all, Long Xian is the incarnation of Long Shao, and he also has some unknown background. 13th generation ancestor, the phoenix feather of the sect master is a strange treasure. It detected the spiritual consciousness in my body and then eliminated it. Ao Shui lowered her head, her expression still very respectful. She did not hide anything and directly told Yi Yun the truth about divine consciousness. "Haha, that's it." Yi Yun nodded. He remembered that Long Xian did have a purple phoenix feather back then. This guy took Ao Shui with this phoenix feather, shrouded in colorful light. and passed through the raging space storm unharmed. This treasure should belong to Yuan Feng. Yi Yun guessed in his mind. 13th generation ancestor, I know why you are here. Can you spare the life of sect master Longshan? Just when Yi Yun was deep in thought, Ao Shue's voice rang out. He has done all the bad things, do you think I will forgive him? Yi Yun's face turned cold, and his eyes flashed with sharp light. This guy Longshan was the man behind the hunt for the Shenlong Sect for nearly 48 generations. How many people died among them? How could Yi Yun not avenge this bloody feud? Ao Shue's body suddenly froze, she turned around tremblingly, looking at Yi Yun, but hesitated to speak. Do you have anything to say? Yi Yun said indifferently. No matter how Ao Shue pleads for mercy, Longshan will definitely die. Ao Shue took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, 13th ancestor. Originally the sect master wanted me to do those things, but my strength was limited and I failed to become the 249th generation sect master, so he ended up personally. Became the 250th generation sect leader. Yi Yun frowned when he heard this. What is your relationship? He used the blood of the nine-tailed dragon to create me using secret methods. Tears flowed from the corners of Ao Shue's eyes, and she explained in a trembling voice, in a sense, he is equivalent to my father. Father? Yi Yun had a sneer in his eyes and shook his head. He is not your father. He is just a maker at best. In terms of the origin of his bloodline, he should be the nine-tailed dragon Longshao. The reason why I say that. Yi Yun clearly remembered some of the words Longshan said in the small world of Xiantang. My bloodline comes from the star dragon. There are still 7 star formations in my body. Although I have a trace of the nine-tailed divine dragon's soul, now, I have been separated from it. Longshan is just a ray of distraction from the nine-tailed dragon Long Shao. His physical body and blood come from the star dragon, and he has a 7-star formation in his body. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Longshan to use his own blood to create Ao Shui. After all, Ao Shui has the blood of the nine-tailed dragon in her body. Yi Yun now suspects that Longshan may have secretly taken away a 7-star clan member when he left. Longshao? Ao Shui was stunned for a moment, as if she couldn't believe it. Perhaps you come from the small world of Xiantang. Yi Yun smiled lightly and said, when we find Longshan, the truth of all this will be revealed. All right. Ao Shui nodded silently. Longshan was very kind to her, spanning 2 worlds and bringing her from the divine land to the Xinglin continent, so deep down in her heart, she trusted Longshan very much. The two stopped talking and flew silently to the Holy Land of Yushui. The Holy Land of Yushui is located in the center of the large lake in the Spirit Lake region, and is the largest island in the entire lake. Countless various unicorns from the Yushui clan live on this island. Yushui Qilin, one of the 7 super Qilin known to the world as the Water Emperor, this powerful person in the God Emperor realm is also on this island. Deep in the Yushui Holy Land, there is an inland lake. In the center of the Azure Lake, stands a silver palace. This palace is extremely gorgeous and made of all kinds of unimaginable treasures. It emits a magnificent light under the sunlight. This is Yushui Palace, the place where Lord Water Emperor practices and lives. Longshan, are you really not going to lend your phoenix feathers to me? A man's voice sounded softly in Yushui Palace. At this moment, the Water Emperor was sitting directly above Yushui Palace, with a leisurely expression, and his movements were filled with a kind of supreme solemnity. Beneath him, 10 feet away stood an evil-looking boy in white. This person is Long Xian. Lord Water Emperor, phoenix feathers will never be loaned out. Long Xian lowered his head and said calmly. Although he is in the God Emperor realm, when facing the powerful Water Emperor in the God Emperor realm, he is still neither humble nor arrogant, and his demeanor is calm and composed. You must also know about the 10,000 poison holy land, right? The Water Emperor frowned slightly, with a hint of anger in his eyes. However, he endured it and did not break out. The holy land of 10,000 poisons is gone, and the whereabouts of the Poison Emperor are unknown. This matter has spread throughout the entire Shenlong continent, so I naturally know. Long Xian raised his head, stared at the Water Emperor with his evil eyes, and smiled calmly. Nowadays, the 7 super unicorns are no longer worthy of their name. A strange incident swept through the entire 10,000 poisons domain. The entire 10,000 poisons holy land was wiped out, and even the poison Emperor died. I'm afraid I'm the only one in the world who knows that the Poison Emperor is dead. Long Xian laughed to himself in his heart. He, who holds the 4th spot, naturally knows the power of the terrifying black and white grinding machine at the entrance to the space passage leading to the immortal realm. But this matter is too confidential. He never told anyone, including Ao Shui, whom he trusted the most. This turn of events is strange. We and several other powerful people in the God Emperor realm are now in danger and need some powerful treasures to defend themselves. The Water Emperor stood up from the throne, his momentum suddenly became extremely fierce, and wisps of terrifying fluctuations bloomed all over his body. Long Xian, you are only in the realm of the God Emperor. The phoenix feathers are too much of a waste for you. Why not let me use them for a while first? The Water Emperor suddenly showed a cruel smile on his face, and reached out to grab Long Xian, who was only at the 1st level of the Divine Emperor. Buzz! A purple phoenix feather, crystal clear and with a mysterious luster, suddenly appeared above Long Xian's head without any warning, blooming with mysterious, colorful light. This burst of colorful light seemed to have some kind of traction, pulling Long Xian into the void and disappearing in an instant. The Water Emperor's big hand was thrown away. Ran? The Water Emperor's expression was gloomy, and he was staring into the distance, his aura becoming more and more powerful. This phoenix feather is really extraordinary. In the hands of a strong person in the God Emperor realm, it can actually protect Long Xian, who is on the 1st level of the God Emperor realm, from escaping. This purple phoenix feather must come from Yuan Feng. The Water Emperor sneered. As the leader of the Feng clan, although Yuan Feng rarely appeared in the Shenlong continent, he had heard Master Shi Qilin mention it. After Shi Qilin disappeared, the 9-tailed dragon and Yuan Feng also disappeared. Their 7 super unicorns had discussed this matter, and later they always believed that the 3 of them had left the Shenlong continent. The strange catastrophe that appeared in the 10,000 poison domain this time, as well as the mysterious power displayed in the catastrophe, made him terrified, so the Water Emperor attacked Long Xian early. Long Xian's cultivation level was not high, so he was not interested at all. The only thing he was interested in was this purple phoenix feather. Yuan Feng is good at spatial magical powers, and the phoenix feathers on her body are also powerful space treasures. If the Water Emperor obtains this treasure, his chances of escaping in the face of a mysterious catastrophe will be greatly enhanced. When he attacked Long Xian just now, he was just testing it, but he didn't expect the test results to be really surprising. Long Xian, who was on the first level of the God Emperor realm, was able to escape calmly from the hands of a strong man on the first level of the God Emperor realm. It was all thanks to this phoenix feather. But now, the Water Emperor will never let Long Xian escape. He broke through the void and chased after him. After all, he is a powerful person in the God Emperor realm, and his understanding of this world far exceeds that of Long Xian. The effort of a few breaths. He saw a colorful light flashing continuously in the distance and running away. Crazily. Long Xian, you can't run away. The Water Emperor laughed and slapped forward with his palm. The void in front of the palm fluctuated, and a dark blue water curtain suddenly appeared, forming a sharp water sword. This water sword also exuded a terrifying aura, and shot at Long Xian at an unimaginable speed. As expected of the God Emperor realm, you came here so quickly. Long Xian looked back, his face a little pale. He now finally realizes that people who are not of my race must have different minds. There will always be irreconcilable conflicts between the Dragon Clan and the Qilin Clan. Once the mask of disguise is taken off, the two sides will meet in battle. Facing the Water Emperor's magical power of water, Long Xian had no other choice but to grab the phoenix feathers and swipe at the water sword. Boom! There was a loud bang. The water sword was actually maxed out. A powerful force suddenly shook Long Xian out of the void. Blood oozed from the corners of Long Xian's mouth. At this moment, his internal organs felt as if they were on fire, making him extremely uncomfortable. Certainly. Long Xian drank fiercely, and the light of a 7-star mark between his eyebrows flashed away, and his boiling internal organs immediately became calm. After his energy and blood stabilized, Long Xian held the phoenix feathers in his hand, waved them repeatedly, and continued to escape in a certain direction. Good guy, this phoenix feather can be used both offensively and defensively. And it can actually block my blow. The Water Emperor behind him was shocked, the burning color in his eyes became more obvious, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and he chased after him fiercely. The two people walked one behind the other, getting closer and closer. Long Xian is also extremely fast, but he only relies on the phoenix feather on Yuan Feng. Isn't this Long Xian? In an extremely distant place, Yi Yin felt the powerful fluctuations caused by the move of a strong man in the God Emperor realm. With a focused look, he saw the Water Emperor and Long Xian. Interesting. Yi Yin threw out the sky-shielding cloth without hesitation, covering his figure, and then flew over with Ao Shui. This guy Long Xian, holding that purple phoenix feather, was able to escape from the holy land of Nether Water, which shows that he has a lot of background. 13th generation ancestor, Lord Water Emperor, is chasing the sect. Leader, can you take action? Ao Shui also saw this scene and quickly asked Yi Yin for help. In her mind, Long Xian was only at the first level of the Divine Emperor, so how could he be the opponent of the Water Emperor? Don't worry, he was able to escape. Maybe there are other ways. Yi Yin shook his head gently and refused Ao Shui's request for help without hesitation. He has no plans to take action for the time being. Yi Yin also wanted to take a look. Now that Yuan Feng and Long Xiao are no longer on the Xinglin continent, what kind of life-saving cards does Long Xian have now that it has lost these two backers? Ao Shui was silent. She nervously looked at the colorful light escaping in the distance, and her heart beat violently. Don't worry, even if Long Xian dies, he will have to die in front of the tombs of the Shenlong Sect leaders. Yi Yun lowered his eyelids and said indifferently. Now that he is here, he will not let Long Xian be killed by the Water Emperor. Long Xian had committed so many crimes and had to die in front of the tomb of the past sect masters in the back mountain of Shenlong Sect. Long Xian. The Water Emperor suddenly froze, looked gloomy, and shouted loudly, "Give you another chance to hand over the phoenix feathers, otherwise I will take your life." Long Xian paid no attention to it and fled quickly. "You shuai destroy." The Water Emperor's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He opened his hands and uttered 3 words. Hua hua. The lake water below suddenly started churning violently. The sky and the earth suddenly changed color, dark clouds rolled in, thunder and lightning intertwined, and it suddenly became extremely dark. Hoo-hoo. Pieces of black water walls squeezed in from all directions, blocking all of Long Xian's paths. In the deep black water wall, there is an unimaginable terrifying atmosphere. And huge bubbles are floating on the surface of the water wall. It seems that every wall of water will explode. Facing the terrifying power of the Water Emperor, Long Xian's face became even paler. He suddenly froze his body and held the phoenix feathers tightly in his hands. A layer of blood suddenly filled Long Xian's face, his evil eyes became even crazier, and silver light shone between his eyebrows. "Water Emperor, you are forcing me to do this." Long Xian roared crazily. At this moment, Long Xian's face was cold and ruthless, his eyes turned silver white, and the aura on his body suddenly became stronger and weaker. The colorful light of the phoenix feathers actually poured into the center of his eyebrows like water. As the colorful light poured in, a 7-star silver symbol appeared between Long Xian's eyebrows. It's like 7 small silver stars embedded in the center of the eyebrows. Buzz. Long Xian's whole body suddenly shone brightly, and the endless silver light completely engulfed him. This is. The Water Emperor was horrified. He suddenly felt that Long Xian at this moment gave him a terrifying feeling. "Water Emperor, go to hell." Long Xian's eyes were blazing, and he shouted loudly. Buzz. A silver beam of light, carrying unimaginable terrifying fluctuations, suddenly shot out from the 7-star mark between his eyebrows, broke through the void, and landed in front of the Water Emperor in an instant. "What's this?" The Water Emperor was horrified. He waved his hand violently, and several defensive treasures appeared in front of him. However, in front of this silver beam of light, the treasures were shattered one after another, unable to stop them at all. Seeing the silver beam of light coming, the Water Emperor had no choice but to gather all his energy and strike forward with a punch. Boom! There was a loud bang. A huge force surged in, and the Water Emperor's entire arm was shattered, and his whole figure flew upside down like a kite with its string broken. Ao Shui, did you see that Long Xian fought back and seriously injured the Water Emperor? Seeing that the Water Emperor was injured, Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and said, with a neither salty nor bland smile. Ao Shui's face was complicated, and she sighed faintly. "I didn't expect that. Master Longshuan's background is so powerful. Long Xian, this guy, has a vicious temperament, and he is the same as him." Yi Yun snorted coldly. "The 13th generation ancestor, Master Long Xian, is so powerful, I'm afraid you are no match for him, right?" Ao Shui looked at Yi Yun eagerly and asked anxiously. "Not an opponent?" Yi Yun couldn't help laughing, reached out and touched the little girl's head, and asked with a smile, "Are you so unsure of me?" "No, no." Ao Shui rolled her eyes and said in a panic, "Hee hee. Yi Yan smiled meaningfully, raised his head and looked into the distance. Again. Water Emperor lost an arm and was seriously injured. He suddenly stopped in mid-air, his breath was disordered, and he looked at Long Xian in the distance with great horror. How can this be? The Water Emperor's eyes widened and he roared hysterically, looking very crazy. He was a powerful person in the Divine Emperor realm, one of the 7 super unicorns, but he was defeated by a monk in the Divine Emperor realm. Could it be that? Does the phoenix feather left by Yuan Feng contain the power that can defeat a powerful person in the God Emperor realm? Otherwise, Long Xian alone would never be able to defeat him. What's impossible? Long Xian's evil eyes stared at the Water Emperor, and he smiled solemnly and said, "If I reach the realm of the God Emperor, I will slaughter you and other Qilin tribes like dogs." Shameless talk. The Water Emperor shouted angrily. Water Emperor, after such a blow, I still have a few more chances. Do you want to try again? I guarantee that the second blow, even if it makes you not die, will definitely make you shed a layer of skin. Long Xian licked his lips, his body filled with killing intent. Just try it. The Water Emperor's eyes widened, he stretched out his other hand, raised a huge wave, and attacked Long Xian. Buzz. The purple phoenix feathers emitted colorful light, flowing into the center of Long Xian's eyebrows, and the silver 7-star mark flashed away. Long Xian's whole body shone brightly. Not good. Seeing this familiar scene, Xue Huang suddenly shook his body and disappeared out of thin air. At the critical moment, the Water Emperor escaped. He didn't dare to bet, nor could he afford it. Who knew how many more times Long Xian could gather such attacks? One attack severely injured him. A second attack would probably make him lose the ability to fight again. At that time, even if Long Xian no longer used such a killing move, the purple phoenix feather would still be enough to kill him. So the Water Emperor ran away and no longer dared to covet the phoenix feathers on Long Xian's body. Mater, when I reach the half-step God Emperor realm, I will be the first to kill this nether water Kirin. Long Xian cursed with a gloomy expression. The light outside his body slowly retracted into his body. Huh? Yi Yan was about to take action when he suddenly felt something strange in the void. He smiled slightly and stopped again. Another powerful person in the God Emperor realm has arrived. He is also from the Qilin tribe. There was a fluctuation in the void, and a man wearing a black robe walked out of it. Shenlong Sect Long Xian, I didn't expect you to have the strength to defeat the Water Emperor. The man in black robe looked at Long Xian with a cold expression. Disaster Emperor? Looking at the man in black robe, Long Xian frowned. Just as the Water Emperor left, another powerful man in the God Emperor realm came. The Disaster Kirin, one of the 7 super Kirin. The Disaster Kirin claims to be able to control all natural disasters. Long Xian, give me that phoenix feather, and I can let you live. The Disaster Emperor looked up into the void with deep eyes. Boom. There was a loud noise from deep in the sky, and a hole seemed to be cut in the sky, and torrential rain fell from the hole in the sky. These terrifying rainstorms have unimaginable impact, but fortunately the area they cover is not wide. Otherwise, all living creatures will perish in this heavy rain. Long Xian, in this heavy rain, all the monks in the God Emperor realm will fall. Although you are protected by the phoenix feathers, I wonder how long you can last. As the heavy rain fell, the Disaster Emperor also turned into rainwater and disappeared without a trace. Buzz. Long Xian held the phoenix feathers in his hand, and a layer of colorful light completely enveloped him. Boom boom. The terrifying rainstorm fell and slapped on the colorful light, making bursts of deafening roars. You, the Qilin clan, have gone too far to bully others. Long Xian's face was gloomy, and his eyes showed strong hatred. At this moment, the 7-star mark between his eyebrows flashed away, and his whole body shone brightly. Call. A silver beam of light suddenly shot out from the 7-star mark and rushed into the pouring rain. This silver beam of light seemed to be spiritual, heading straight in a certain direction. The disaster king, who turned into rainwater and hid in the heavy rain, never expected that this silver beam of light could actually find him. Boom! The silver beam of light struck him, blasting the Calamity Emperor's body into pieces. The torrential rain disappeared. The sky and earth became clear again. Long Xian panted rapidly and stared around nervously. He didn't believe that the disaster emperor was killed by him with just one blow. Hoo-hoo. A strong wind blew up, and the lake water below was blown dry by the strong wind in an instant. The wind was as sharp as a knife, falling on the colorful light and making a heavy sound like metal. Haha, that's just my you clone, Long Xian, I'm going to trap you to death today. A cold laughter echoed in the boundless wind all around. Humph. Long Xian's face turned pale, and his eyes became more fierce. Among the rumors, the Calamity Kirin is the most difficult to deal with among the 7 super Kirin. Various natural disasters emerge one after another, and each natural disaster magical power has extremely powerful attack power. Your true form has never come? Long Xian said in a harsh voice. Good. The disaster emperor's voice rang out. Maybe after you die, my true body will come to the Spirit Lake region. Okay. Then I will destroy your clone. Long Xian had no choice at the moment. If he was consumed, he would not be able to survive the disaster emperor in the God Emperor realm. The 7-star mark flashed and a silver beam of light shot out. This time, the disaster king's clone was hidden very far away, but the silver beam of light instantly broke through the void and landed in front of him. Boom! The wind clone of the Calamity Emperor was destroyed again. Hua hua! At the bottom of the waterless lake, a huge mudslide suddenly rolled up. The mudslide turned into countless ferocious beasts and rushed toward Long Xian. Long Xian, I have many disaster clones, how many times can you hold on? The proud laughter of the disaster emperor rang out from the mudslides that filled the sky. Kill as many as you can. Long Xian took a deep breath, his face flushed fiercely, and with the injection of 7-colored light, the 7-star mark between his eyebrows suddenly appeared. Aha! A silver beam of light shot out. Go straight to the depths of the earth. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and there was a loud bang from the depths of the earth's veins. Wherever the silver beam of light went, it once again crushed the disaster emperor's mud and stone clone. Haha, Yuan Feng is not weak to Long Xian. There is so much power contained in that phoenix feather. Yi Yun, who was watching the battle from the side, let out a faint sneer as he watched Long Xian display his power. 13th generation ancestor, according to you, can Master Long Xian finally defeat the Calamity Emperor? Ao Shue's eyes lit up and she asked optimistically. I'm afraid not. This disaster king has been hiding in the dark, and his true body has not yet arrived. He is just a clone of various disasters, which will eventually consume all the power of that phoenix feather. Yi Yun smiled lightly. Alas. Ao Shui sighed, looking a little sad. This guy Long Xian can fight against 2 super unicorns, and he has not embarrassed the Shenlong Sect. Yi Yun patted the little girl's shoulder and said with a smile. Although he also hated Long Xian, he had no good impression of the Qilin clan at all. After the debris flow all over the sky disappeared, the sky suddenly became gloomy, and countless blizzards fell from the depths of the void with terrifying fluctuations. Blizzard disaster. Long Xian was panting, and the hand holding Phoenix Feather started to tremble. After repeatedly using the 7-star formation, he was at the end of his strength. Fortunately, his body is composed of the blood of the star dragon and has the 7-star formation, so it is extremely powerful. But even so, his physical body became unable to bear the continuous overload of activating the 7-star formation. One more thing is, the power in the Phoenix Feathers is also decreasing rapidly. This Phoenix Feather can support his 7 attacks. But Long Xian guessed that even if all 7 attacks were used up, the clones of the Calamity Emperor were still not killed. It was tragic then. Long Xian, are you dying? Keep going, let's see how long you can hold on. Haha. In the raging blizzard, the sarcastic laughter of the Disaster King rang out. Court death. Long Xian was furious, took a deep breath, shook the purple phoenix feathers, filled with colorful light, and launched another attack. Boom. This time, he accurately killed the Disaster King's snow clone again. The terrifying blizzard in the sky disappeared, and suddenly the sky was blood red, and pieces of flames fell down. These flames are red and emit terrifying heat. No cultivator in the Divine Emperor realm could even think of escaping and ascending to heaven in the face of such a terrifying fire. Die. Seeing the disaster escalate again and again, Long Xian did not hesitate this time and shook the phoenix feathers desperately. Buzzing. The 7-star formation with colorful rays of light crazily poured into the center of the eyebrows, and a bright silver beam of light burst out once again. Boom. The fire clone of the Disaster Emperor was killed, and the sea of fire that filled the sky disappeared. Only one more time. Long Xian felt extremely sad. He knew that this phoenix feather from Lord Yuan Feng would have to say goodbye to him temporarily. This is the thought. Long Xian suddenly held up the phoenix feather and shouted loudly in the direction of the void, Disaster Emperor, I am willing to dedicate this phoenix feather to you. Do not fight? The Disaster Emperor's laughter rang out. If I don't fight anymore, I'm willing to give up. Long Xian said frustrated. Very good. Thunder lights flashed in the void, gathering together to form a man in black robes. It is the Disaster Emperor. This is his thunder clone. Call. The Disaster Emperor stretched out his big hand, grabbed the phoenix feathers, and stroked the purple crystal phoenix feathers. Feeling the strange aura coming from it, the Disaster Emperor smiled from ear to ear. Originally, this phoenix feather should belong to the Water Emperor. But the Water Emperor was defeated. Just give him, an outsider, a chance. A black figure appeared quietly beside the Disaster King. The true form of the Disaster Emperor has arrived. Taking the phoenix feather in the Avatar's hand, the Calamity Emperor's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Yuan Feng was once on par with Lord Shilin. A feather on his body contained endless power. Now it falls into my hands. Now, facing that mysterious catastrophe, I have the ability to protect myself. Lord Disaster Emperor, the phoenix feathers have been given to you, can I go back to heal? Looking at the phoenix feathers, Long Xian's eyes flashed with a look of physical pain, he took a deep breath, clasped his fists, and said, "Get out." The disaster emperor waved his hand impatiently. Without the protection of the phoenix feathers, Long Xian, who was at the first level of the divine emperor, was as weak as an ant in his eyes. Long Xian turned around and left. Not far after flying out, the disaster emperor raised his head and looked at Long Xian's back. A trace of ferocity suddenly flashed deep in his eyes. Cutting the grass without eradicating the roots is not in line with his style. As the disaster emperor, he stretched out his big hand and slapped Long Xian fiercely. A terrifying wave suddenly enveloped Long Xian. Long Xian's body was frozen in the void for an instant, unable to move, and he watched helplessly as the terrifying hand fell. Between life and death crises. Above Long Xian's head, countless faint purple lines suddenly appeared out of thin air, entwining like water, which was extremely weird. This is... The disaster emperor was startled. He felt a familiar aura and immediately stopped his hand. The purple lines combined to form a purple unicorn. This purple unicorn is composed of lines, which is extremely illusory and reveals an indescribable sense of nobility and holiness. I've met Lord Shurchilin. When the disaster emperor saw the purple unicorn, he was shocked and quickly bowed. Long Xian is blessed with great fortune. We, the Qilin clan, must not take his life. The purple unicorn said softly. Yes. The disaster emperor said quickly. This is the remaining will of mine. Now it is caused by Long Xian, and it will soon disappear in this world. Regarding Long Xian, please tell the other super unicorns. The purple unicorn said solemnly. I understand, Lord Shurchilin. The disaster emperor quickly agreed. After saying these words, the purple unicorn slowly dissipated. Lord Shurchilin, have you left the Xinglin continent? Suddenly thinking of something, the disaster emperor became anxious and asked quickly. Yes. The purple unicorn only said one word, and then the lines suddenly spread out and quickly dissipated between heaven and earth. This ray of will finally disappeared completely. Looking at the direction where the purple unicorn disappeared, the calamity emperor's face was complicated, his expressions were constantly changing, and he seemed to be extremely uneasy inside. He didn't expect it either. The dignified master Shurchilin actually arranged such a backup plan for a small god emperor realm Long Xian. Their 7 super unicorns, who were once the beloved generals of Master Qilin, sure, could not even kill Long Xian, who was in the divine emperor realm. Disaster emperor, your Lord Shurchilin has something to say, why don't you let go of the restrictions on me? Long Xian said coldly. He was also very surprised that Qilins will appeared at the beginning, but besides being unexpected, he was also very pleasantly surprised. It seems that his true self also has great say in front of Shurchilin. After listening to Long Xian's words, the Calamity Emperor's face suddenly darkened and became ferocious again. Lord Shurchilin is no longer in this world. You, a small disciple of the Shenlong Sect, have such contempt for my noble disaster Qilin. I will definitely not spare you today. Speaking of this, the big hand that stopped in midair struck towards Long Xian again. Cutting the grass without removing the roots will lead to endless troubles. Although he obtained this phoenix feather, there is no guarantee that once Long Xian catches up with his cultivation in the future, it will cause great harm to him. So at this moment, the Emperor of Disaster had murderous intentions and decided to kill Long Xian to avoid future troubles forever.